The first thing I felt was hunger, not the skipped lunch the kind that lives in your teeth. I woke up with my whole jaw aching and a dry burn crawling down my throat, and somewhere behind my eyes, a very calm voice explained that the warm breathing thing standing near the desk was food. I opened my eyes. Stone ceiling. Red light coming through a stained glass window that some elf had clearly spent a year of his life on. A girl in a green apprentice robe, holding a tray, frozen mid-step, watching me like I might go off. I wanted to bite her. That is the part nobody warns you about. Then somebody else's 200 years arrived in my skull all at once. Names, battles, a castle, a basement full of white liquid. 100 years of hiding in a hole in a mountain because one old man in this city had once erased my entire species in an afternoon. I sat up so fast, I nearly headbutted the tray. "My lord," the girl said, "you have been asleep for 11 hours. I have not, I thought. I have been unconscious in a VR pod in a shopping mall in Shanghai, and I would like a refund. 2 days earlier, I had quit a job that ate 11 hours a day and gave me back a hunched spine and a company mug. To celebrate my new freedom, I signed up as a tester for Glory, the biggest thing 5 tech companies had ever built together. Full immersion. 1 to 3 time ratio, so 3 days in, there is 1 day out here. Very impressive. Their capsule leaked current into the back of my head. They apologized. They gave me 2,000 won. I went home and lay down for a nap. I did not wake up in my apartment. I woke up as Alaric Thorn, Baron of the Nolan Empire, registered member of the Green City Mage Guild. Level 10 mage, which in this world puts you in a club of about 20 people out of 1,000,000. And also, in a completely separate line of the same resume, the progenitor of an entire species of blood-drinking monsters. The girl set the tray down. Milk, bread, a slab of roast meat off something that had teeth. "Lord Alaric, is something wrong?" "Nothing," I said, in a voice that came out lower and smoother than my own, because it was not my own. "What is your name?" She looked hurt for about a quarter of a second, then smiled anyway. "Lyra, my lord, I have served you for 6 months." "Cool, great, wonderful, love that for me." So there is a panel, by the way. I found it about 4 seconds later by thinking the word status the way you would poke a bruise. Mage, level 10. 103 experience out of 5,000. Warrior, level 5, capped. Apparently because at some point in this body's past, somebody decided to be well-rounded and then gave up. Mana, 652. Then the talents, and this is where I stopped breathing, which for the record I did not strictly need to do anymore. Vampire progenitor. Unique. Immunity to sunlight, which every other vampire in the world would commit several crimes to own. 1 new blood descendant per month. Every descendant I ever make is loyal to me forever. No exceptions, no drift, no betrayal. And each of them feeds me 1 point of experience every month just by existing. I read that last line 4 times. 5,000 experience to level. 200 descendants means 200 a month. 2 years of doing absolutely nothing. 5,000 descendants means 5,000 a month. I am not saying I saw the whole plan in that second. I am saying my hands got warm. What I did see in that second was the one rule that decided everything after it. A man who eats his chickens has meat for a week. So I was going to stop hunting humans and start feeding them, and I was going to take the eggs for 200 years. Bloodline shackles, limited. Absolute control through the blood. I could put an order into a descendant, and it would sit inside him like a bone. Magic affinity, ultimate. Which explains why the spell models in my head looked less like sacred geometry and more like a wiring diagram somebody had left lying around. And then, sitting at the bottom of my panel like a joke with no punchline yet. 1,095 days until the arrival of the chosen ones from another world. Players. Players were coming. I closed my panel, picked up the roast meat, and discovered that a level 10 magic beef steak costs 50 gold coins, which feeds a family of 3 for a year. I ate it anyway. I had questions and none of them were going to be answered on an empty stomach. Then I tried something stupid. I thought about home, hard, the way you think about a word you were trying to remember. And I woke up in my apartment in Shanghai with the ceiling fan turning. I lay there for a while, making a small noise that I am not proud of. Then I thought about the tower. I was back in the tower, and Lyra was picking up the tray and saying my milk had gone cold. In and out. Both ways. Whenever I wanted, up to about 5 times in half an hour before my head started to feel like a wrung towel. 2 worlds, 1 guy, no cooldown worth mentioning. I have played a lot of games. I have never had a cheat this dumb, this early. I got up and went to the 7th floor to look at the world I had been handed. The Scarlet Mage Tower is 7 stories of red alchemical stone, 25 meters of it, and from the top window you can see all of Green City. Medieval Europe with the magic turned all the way up. Cobblestone, spires, a noble going by on a unicorn with his cloak arranged so the wind would do the thing. Mercenaries stumbling home from a job with blood dried on their boots. a slaver walking half orcs down the middle of the street on a chain like it was a Tuesday. I watched a beggar trip and fall into a mercenary's path. The mercenary put a boot into his ribs, hard, twice, and kept walking. Nobody stopped, nobody looked. A shopkeeper waited until the street cleared, then came out with bread and a jar of something and left them by the man's head without a word, and went back inside. Beautiful world. Absolutely vicious. I stood at that window a long time. Long enough that Lyra came up twice and left again, without saying anything. Here is the thing I understood while I stood there. It is the only thing in this story I actually planned from the beginning. I own 200 vampires who ate 3,000 human beings a year. That is why an old man named Eldrin Vance, the one transcendent in this city, had once walked into our castle and turned 3,000 of my kind into a smear. My predecessor crawled out of that at level 5 with 100 survivors and spent a century hiding. A century, 3,000 down to 200. And they were still doing the exact same thing that got them killed, just quieter. You cannot farm a species you eat. Ask any chicken. I already knew what I was going to build. I just did not have a single grain of wheat, a single acre, or a single human being who would not scream at the sight of me. Also, I had about 11 hours before the bat showed up. It came in through the window like a badly thrown glove, hung off the frame, and spoke in the voice of a woman named Serafina. Progenitor, return to the castle. I looked at it. It looked at me. Somewhere far away, 200 monsters were running out of food and starting to get ideas. Lyra, I called down the stairs. I am going out of the city to train against magic beasts. I will be gone a few days. That is the excuse the old man used every month for 100 years, and every month it meant the same thing. Time to go drink. A bat that eats 100 kilos of meat a month can hit 200 kilometers an hour, which is how I crossed 500 kilometers of mountains in 4 hours, with my own body split into 100 smaller bodies. That is a talent, by the way. Turn into bats, not a bat. Bats. Kill 99 of them, and the last one grows me back. The distant mountain range runs for tens of thousands of kilometers, and it is the only reason the Nolan Empire and the Orc Empire have not simply merged into one long scream. Somewhere in the middle of it, wedged between two peaks like a tooth in a jaw, was my castle. 30 meters of anti-magic stone that shrugs off anything under a fourth ring spell. One road in, 300 meters wide, cliffs on both sides. 500 men could hold that road against tens of thousands and go home for dinner. The sentries dropped to one knee before I finished landing. The one waiting for me at the gate was Corvin Thorn, 2nd generation, level 9 mage with a side order of warrior, dressed like he was about to be painted. He looked at me with real affection and called me father, which is a word I was not emotionally prepared for on day one. Father, the humans we captured have run out. We need another raid. There it was, the whole disease in one sentence. 3,000 people a year, 30,000 in a decade. That is the number that made a transcendent walk up this mountain a century ago and turned 3,000 vampires into weather. My predecessor limped out of it at level 5 and spent 100 years pretending to be a nobleman in a city so he could learn enough magic to maybe someday not die again. I looked at Corvin and thought, you sweet murderous idiot, you are describing your own funeral. Call everyone into the hall, I said. All of them. All 208 of mine fit into that hall with room to spare, which tells you everything about how the last century went. Stained glass on every wall showing vampire heroes doing heroic things. A dragon painted across the ceiling. Very impressive. Very empty. I stood in front of them and told a lie so large I am still a little proud of it. Do you know, I said, that our clan is standing on the edge of extinction? Not one word of what came next was true. Not one. But I was the only person in that room who had been outside in the last 100 years, and information is a weapon you can point at people who love you. Serafina stepped up to confirm the numbers, because of course she did. Serafina is the youngest of the 7 2nd generation, level 9, about a century old, purple dress, emerald eyes, the kind of person who volunteers for the awkward parts. 3,000 humans a year, she said. 30,000 in the last 10. Green City keeps 50,000 soldiers, I said. 20 high-level mages, 3 archmages, and Eldrin Vance, who does not need any of them. I let that sit. He has noticed us again. He had not, but you should have seen their faces. To be or not to be, I said. And honestly, it landed better here than it ever has anywhere. Death or rebirth. What I had just done was take a room full of internal grumbling and point it at an external enemy. Countries have started world wars on that trick. I was using it to sell a farming policy, because that was the pitch. Humans are our food, I said. Yes, and a man who eats his chickens has meat for a week. A man who keeps his chickens alive, feeds them, and guards them from the fox has eggs for the rest of his life. Silence. We are going to keep the chickens. Then I took them outside and showed them what I had found on the way in, which is the single luckiest piece of real estate in this or any world. The castle does not sit on a mountain. It sits in the neck of a gourd, Behind the walls, there is a bowl of good land 30 kilometers wide and 20 deep, then a 2-kilometer bottleneck, and then a second bowl, 150 kilometers long and 60 across, ringed on every side by peaks 1,000 meters high. Nothing gets in there except a dragon. Nothing gets out except through my front gate. 150 kilometers of untouched soil with one door, and I was holding the key. 50,000 people to start, I said. Hundreds of thousands after that. Kalen made a face. Kalen is second of the 7. Hooked nose, cold eyes, and 100 years ago, he personally managed 10,000 human livestock and has never once thought of them as anything else. They will breed, he said, and they will hate us. They will, I agreed, for about 2 winters. Then they all knelt and said, "Your will is our law," which I would like to report felt strange, and did not stop feeling strange for a long time. 3 of my orders that night. 1. Clear the land south of the castle for human housing. Corvin, 5 days. 2. For the next 6 months, nobody eats a person. Everything comes from the blood pool. No raiding, no feeding, no exceptions. 3. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, everyone attends a class on the true history of our clan. That last one got some looks. Good. Get used to it. Then I went down to see the blood pool because Kalen had said the word pool 11 times and never once said the word how. You get there through a cave guarded by tens of thousands of small bats, level 3. Enough of them that an archmage would come out of that tunnel with a migraine and no dignity. Then alchemical traps, then a maze. Kalen walked me through it with the smugness of a man showing off his wine cellar. The pool is 10 meters by 5 and nobody knows how deep. The liquid in it is warm and it is not red. It is milk white. Floating above it, perfectly still, was a skeleton made of something like crystal, so clear the torchlight went straight through the ribs. Kalen called it the Holy Spirit. He said it keeps blood fresh, which matters, because blood outside a body goes bad in half a day, and this stuff had been sitting there for a century getting better. I pointed my panel at it out of pure reflex. Divine remains. I did not move for about 10 seconds. Divine remains. The bones of a god. Property 1, inheritance, which turns a human being into a progenitor, already used. Thanks, I noticed. Property 2, it keeps blood alive within 100 meters. Property 3, mana surge. Even dead, it pulls magic out of the air and pours it into whatever is nearest, which is a forbidden spell effect that a transcendent could not reproduce with a year and a mountain of crystals. Indestructible by anything short of another god. I crouched down and touched the surface with one finger, and my panel obligingly told me what I was touching. Blood of mana. Restores 50 magic instantly. Increases a vampire's recovery rate by 1,000%. Heals wounds. Blood that has been marinating in the corpse of a deity for 100 years is not blood anymore. It is a potion, and I owned a swimming pool of it. How much is left? I asked. 3 years for my clan, progenitor. Kalen, I stood up. You are the child I trust most. He went very still. Vampires do not get told things like that. So you will wall this off, separate chambers, separate keys, and nobody outside this room ever hears the words Holy Spirit again. If anyone learns that we are sitting on the bones of a god, we will not last a day. He bowed so hard I hurt his spine. There are 2 one-way teleport arrays down there too, in case somebody ever comes through the front door. I hoped very much never to use them. I am telling you about them now because that is the kind of detail that stops being trivia at exactly the wrong moment. The next morning, I taught 200 vampires that everything they believed about themselves was wrong. I made it up between 2 and 5 in the morning. Where do vampires come from? I asked. The Creator made us, somebody said. Then why do you drink human blood? I said, instead of magic beasts who carry 10 times the magic in every drop. Dead silence. 200 immortals, average age 140, and not one of them had ever asked. So I told them. The Creator made us first, out of his own blood, and we love the sun. The Titan stole his power with the Stone Fist staff. He fought the Lord of Chaos for 1,000,000 years while our gods went past the edge of the world one by one and died there. The last of them, the Holy Spirit, took the head off Chaos with the sword of creation. And beside him, in that last hour, dying by the 100 to buy him the time, were human heroes, human kings, and Chaos, with his head coming off, laid the curse. You will drink the blood of the ones who saved you, and the sun you love will burn you. I wanted on record that I was quietly feeding mana into a charm spell the entire time. Never completing it, just letting the model hum. It does not control anyone. It just makes a voice land about 20% heavier, and 20% is the whole game. Kalen, who is nobody's fool, raised a hand. Other vampire lines tell a different story. Of course they do, I said. They are not descended from the Holy Spirit. Then I killed the topic before he could walk toward that pool. The true Holy Spirit crumbled to dust 100 years ago. What is in the cavern is a replica I built out of magic crystals. 200 faces fell at once. It was almost sad. And our name is wrong too, I said. Vampire is a word that cannot be repaired. Every human on this continent hears it and reaches for a stake, so we will not use it. I let them wait. We are the Holy Light Blood Clan. You would not think a rebrand could do anything to a species that has existed since before agriculture. You would be wrong. Give people a name with light in it and watch what happens to their shoulders. One day, I told them, we will walk under the sun, and no mage on this continent will hunt us for parts. They stood up, all of them. I am going to fight for you, over and over, until the hall was just noise. I felt about 9% guilty. It passed. Now I needed money, and I happened to know where a dead man kept his. The blue maple wardrobe in the master bedroom was empty until I put my mind against the back panel, and it opened onto a stone door with enough alchemical traps behind it to redecorate the corridor. Inside, 10 oak chests, 2,000 gold coins each, ruby necklaces, gold statuary, pearls and bowls like snacks, 20,000 gold coins sitting in a hole in a mountain doing absolutely nothing for 100 years while my species starved. I took one chest. It weighed more than I did, so I used Mage Hand, 30 nodes, 10 mana up front, and 2 an hour after, and floated 50 kilos of money down the hall like a man carrying a very serious balloon. Then I called for Finian, who is the only one of the 7 who fights with his hands. Level 9 warrior, level 4 assassin, and keeper of the 400 magic-speaking bats we breed in the caves. Those are the big ones. 10 to 12 meters of wingspan, level 6. 4 talents each, including a sonic scream that lands like a third-ring mental attack. I had 2,000 gold coins and 400 flying trucks. Behind me, Corvin was cleaning out the South District with 150 vampire mages, which is a sentence that should stop you for a second. 150 spellcasters, most of them level 5 or better, sweeping streets with cleaning spells, repairing roofs with masonry spells, dredging the sewers with Mage Hand. The Green City Mage Guild could not have afforded that labor for an hour. I had it full-time because none of them had anything better to do for a century. One young one whined about having to live near humans. Corvin offered him a tour of the castle prison. He stopped whining. I also went home. Shanghai, October 11th, 2050, 9 in the morning. 70 square meters left to me by parents who did not get to be old. 2 days in glory had cost me 10 hours here. I got up to get water and snapped my fingers on the way to the kitchen, out of habit, and started casting Mage Hand. It collapsed. There is no ambient mana on Earth to feed it, so the model tore itself apart halfway and gave me 10 minutes of a headache with edges. I sat down on my own kitchen floor and grinned like an idiot. Because it started. The model started building. The magic works here. It is starving, but it works. Then I opened the Glory official site and read for 4 hours, and the grin went away. 5 starting classes. Mage rated 10 stars for difficult and 10 for power. Elves, orcs, sea peoples, dragons at the top, night elves, the serpent clan. And on the forum, a beta tester posting under the name Knight of the Broken Sword, 30 separate test runs logged, arguing that the endgame conflict of this world would be divine authority against royal authority, and that an AI was steering the plot. 30 runs. That man had thought harder about this world in a month than my entire species had in a century. And in 1,095 days, 100,000 of him were coming here. They would find out that vampires make excellent alchemy reagents, and they would not stop, because they cannot die. I closed the laptop, then I went back and started moving faster. 3 in the morning, bat cave, 300 kilometers an hour with a chest of gold slung underneath me, and a magic shield over my face so the wind did not take my eyes. 4 hours later, I sat down in a grove outside Green City at dawn, and there was a caravan camped at the gates that had not made it inside before the walls closed. Smashed carts, wounded men on blankets, that smell. The flag over the lead wagon was 2 crossed golden stalks of wheat, which I recognized because the Golden Wheat Merchant Guild pays my tower 5 gold coins a month for protection. The man in charge was Tristan Alaric, blonde, sharp brown eyes, and completely finished. Orcs had taken the caravan. He had been hauling cloth and grain to the border. Worse, he had mortgaged the guild and borrowed 200 gold coins from the Merchants Association to buy a mithril vein for 1,200. And the mithril was now somewhere in the barren wasteland attached to an orc. At sunrise, he would be bankrupt. I did the math while he talked, because grain was 8 copper a pound and climbing. 1 gold coin is 10,000 copper, which is 1,200 pounds of wheat. My chest held 2,000 coins. 2,000 gold coins is food for tens of thousands of people for a year. Tristan watched me thinking and came to the conclusion that a high mage had stopped to look at him because he had detected magical talent and offered on the spot to become my apprentice. "You have a talent for begging," I told him. "It will fully manifest tomorrow morning." Then I bought his guild. Not invested, bought. I paid the 200, the guild became mine down to the wheel spokes, and Tristan stayed on as manager for 10 gold coins a month. He swore loyalty, and my panel chimed like a cash register. Tristan Alaric, merchant level 12, talent business. Skills, reading between the lines, negotiation, intimidation, haggling, information gathering, level 12. My new employee outranked me by 2. I hired him anyway. That is management. The gate guards were already shaking down a spice merchant when we rolled up. Then they saw the robe of a high-level mage and became the politest men in the Empire inside 1 second. The Golden Wheat Guild is under the protection of the Scarlet Mage Tower, I said, and flipped the sergeant a gold coin for his squad. He took his entire watch drinking. Everyone won. Then I looked up at my own tower from the street for the first time. 7 floors of red stone. It cost 1,000 gold coins to build. It had 22 apprentices in it, out of the 25 originally recruited, because 3 of them had died of spell backlash, and nobody had thought that worth mentioning. I walked in, sat down in the common room, and answered questions about magic for 2 hours. Apparently this had not happened in 3 years. They wrote down everything I said, including, I am fairly sure, when I asked for water. Lyra stood at the back with a face like she was watching a sunrise. Then I put the chest on the table and opened it in front of everyone. Starting capital, I said to Tristan, 2,000 gold coins. Turn it into food. You have half a month. My lord, that is not possible. He did not flinch. The nobles are holding grain. You will not make a profit. I liked him a great deal right then. A man who tells you no on day 2 is worth 3 men who nod. He was also right, which I found out 4 days later when every grain guild in Green City politely explained that there was a wartime restriction on bulk purchases and that they were terribly sorry. 1,800 gold coins of food, enough to keep 10,000 people alive through a winter, and a piece of paper stopping it. So I went to the Sterling Chamber of Commerce myself. The Sterling family helped found this city. They move half the food, cloth, salt, and steel in it, and they supply the army on the border. Their headquarters makes my tower look like a shed. 3,000 employees, dwarven clocks, elven inlay, a chandelier made of magic crystal. Lyra stared up at it and whispered that it was like a palace. The Golden Wheat headquarters will be more impressive than this, I told her, at a normal volume in the lobby. A few employees nearly laughed, saw the robe, and turned it into coughing. The woman who came down the stairs was Briar Sterling, 24, eldest daughter of a marquis, newly in charge of everything, purple eyes, and known across a city of 1 million people as its most beautiful tulip. I sat down on a sofa, upholstered in the hide of a rampaging grizzly. That is a level 15 beast whose skin sells for 5,000 gold a sheet. I said so out loud because I wanted her to know I could read a room down to its furniture. Then I put my panel on her, as one does. Age 24, level 11. Class, Gale Warrior, hidden class. Disciple of the Duke of Gale, a level 20-something warrior currently walking toward legendary. Level 11, she outranked me too. Everyone in this city outranked me. I quietly deleted the plan where I leaned on my teacher's name, which is a good moment to explain my teacher, since I had inherited him along with the debts. This body's history says a minor baron's son from the border lost his family to an orc raid and made level 9 mage by 22. Then he broke through to high mage in the middle of a public lecture by Archmage Gareth Finch in front of several hundred witnesses. Gareth took him as a disciple on the spot, and in the 3 years since, he had never once gone to visit the old man. Anyway, I told Briar the truth, immediately, with no dancing. I need a great deal of grain. Your city lord's house has restricted bulk sales. Everyone else has quoted me a 20% markup. She looked genuinely surprised, then looked at my face for a while longer than was comfortable. I have not seen eyes that clear in some time, she said. Most men in this room want to undress me while they smile. Then she sold me everything at the old price. Not the markup, the old price. Even though it meant openly annoying the city lord's house. What can I do for you in return? I asked. Nothing, she smiled. Nothing now, perhaps when you are an archmage, perhaps when you are a transcendent. I am investing in your future, Lord Alaric. I walked out of there absolutely certain I had just lost a game whose rules had not been explained to me. My apprentices were waiting by the carriage, faces already arranged for bad news. I got in without saying anything and let it sit for a beautiful 4 seconds. Get in, I said, or walk. That night, I broke my first spell on purpose. Here is the thing about magic in this world. A spell is a model. The model is nodes and circuits, and every mage in history treats the arrangement as sacred, because it was handed down from people stronger than them, and because the only person in Green City who ever modified one is the transcendent. But at night, a vampire runs about 50% hotter. Daytime magic feels like moving mercury. Nighttime magic feels like spring water. So I sat down with Mage Hand, the simplest thing I own, 30 nodes, and I pulled node 23 out. The model shivered and collapsed and shoved a needle through the middle of my brain. I waited for the room to stop tilting. Then I did it again, except this time I added a node beside the 23rd instead of removing it. The model held. The spell fired, and what came out was a hand with 3 fingers instead of 5 and a forearm shaped like a mallet. I laughed so hard I frightened a servant. Because it worked. Because the thing is not sacred. Because there are 5,000 years of magi in this world who have been polishing a machine none of them ever opened. I had just gotten the lid off, 5 days of it, 2,000 of my failures, 2 separate mathematical models, one of which I worked out over lunch on Earth with a pen and a takeout menu. I also found the trick that made it survivable, which is to feed the spell only 2 mana instead of 10. The model runs empty, does nothing, and lets you see every node in it while it idles. At the end of 5 days, Mage Hand had 90 nodes instead of 30. It changed shape on command: hand, shield, a long sword, a spiked club, strike force 800 pounds instead of 150, cost 15 mana instead of 10. I called Lyra up to demonstrate and turned it into a sword, then a shield, then a hammer in about 4 seconds. She said a spell cannot change shape. Everyone knows that. Then she stopped talking for a while. The system chimed. Mage Hand improved. Rating, excellent. Reward, 500 experience. 103 to 603 out of 5,000. 10 first ring spells like this, and I level up in 3 months without killing a single thing. Then came the part that stung. I taught the improved version to my apprentices, and not one of them could hold it. 90 nodes with reverse and cross linkages is not a difficulty step. It is a wall. For them, magic is thick mercury. For me, it is air. That is the gap, and no amount of effort closes it. The Mage Guild has 1,000 mages in it, and exactly 1 transcendent. I gave Lyra the Golden Wheat Guild to run. She went white because she thought I was throwing her out of the tower. 35 of my wagons rolled the grain out of Green City in daylight, which is the safest way to move anything, because nobody hides 35 wagons. Beggars watched them go with their mouths open until they saw the Scarlet Mage Tower banner with a Mind Blast charm stitched into it, and drifted away without knowing why. We transferred everything onto a river barge on the Buga. That night, 400 magic-speaking bats took the entire cargo off that barge in 3 runs. Each one carries 1,000 pounds and loses less than a fifth of its speed doing it. 20 vampires unloaded the hold without touching a single sack, because they were each running a mage hand, and 20 floating invisible arms stripping a barge in the dark is one of the more unsettling things I have personally arranged. We knocked out the crew and flew them home to start a new life, whether they wanted one or not. Then 20 fireballs went into the hull, and the Buga swallowed the evidence. Ships sink on that river every year. There is an orc invasion happening. Nobody was going to investigate, and nobody did. Back at the castle, my 2 most senior children were trying to kill each other. Seraphina had said out loud that she was not sure the plan would work. Finian had a cross-hilted sword out before she finished the sentence, telling her that if she slowed us down, he would take her head. Seraphina had an explosive fireball halfway built, which takes 3 minutes to cast, and she was doing it out of pure spite. Ileana broke it up. Aeliana Thorn, black robe, black hair, the smartest of the 7. By a distance she is polite about. 100 years, she said, and you 2 are still doing this. Then she turned to the plan and improved it in 1 line. We should not only take refugees. A city needs people who can read and people who have a trade. I had been standing in the doorway for a while. Eliana leads the operation. 4 priorities. Craftsmen first, tailors and smiths above everything. Second, whole families. Do not leave the old ones and my wounded behind, because a family is a rope, and I want everybody tied to something. Third, anyone literate, nobles included. Fourth, the young, and the restriction that mattered more than all 4. Do not touch an intact town, refugees only, and do not create blood feuds. The gentler you take them, the sooner they stop screaming when they see you. Then I used the bloodline shackles for the first time. 208 red marks lit up in my head, each one a person, each one carrying a faint sense of where they were and how they were doing. I pushed an order down into all of them at once, across 500 kilometers, straight through the blood. Do not harm a human unless they attack first. It cost me every scrap of blood energy I had and would take 1 to 2 months to grow back. I did not care. That order is the only reason this story is not about a monster. But while I was down in there, moving through the substance of vampire blood, my hand brushed something that was not mine. Something wrapped around it, a chain or a lock or a rule, laid into the blood of every vampire alive. I did not have the strength left to follow it. I filed it under things that will absolutely come back to bite me and went to bed. The next evening I ate for the first time. Blood of mana has no smell and no taste. It pours thick, like water that has decided to be serious. 1 flask is about 3 cups. 500 kilometers of flying went out of my body in 1 swallow. Then, mana surge kicked in, tripled my regeneration for half an hour. I sat there feeling like a phone plugged into a wall, so naturally I immediately broke another spell, Magic Missile, 60 nodes. I pulled 3 and added 6. The model went off in my face. My nose bled. I lost 2 minutes of consciousness in a way I am told looked hilarious. Without a progenitor's constitution, that is a permanent loss of everything above the neck. It happens to apprentices in this world constantly, and everyone considers it a normal cost of doing business. I drank a flask. 1 minute later, I was completely fine. And that is when the actual cheat clicked into place. It was not the sunlight, and it was not the 208 experience a month. I could break spells all day and pay nothing. Meanwhile, Corbin had been sitting in a burned-out town called Arden for 5 days, 100 kilometers off the front, on the excellent principle that orcs never bother looting the same place twice. 30 vampires, 50 bats. He had run into orc wyvern riders twice, and disengaged both times because I had told him to. My Ileana arrived in 5 hours of flight, over ground that would take cavalry 10 days, and took command. 20 ruined towns, 10 separate refugee columns. The nearest one, 800 people, 50 kilometers out, with nobles in it. That column was busy having a civil war. Baron Cale Arden had abandoned his own town. He loaded 5 wagons with coin and jewelry, took 30 household guards, and ordered the commoner militia to hold the orcs so he could get a head start. The town was gone. The militia was gone. And now he was riding through the wilderness with all the money that 700 survivors needed to live through the winter. A big blonde man with a 2-handed sword got up and told them so. That was Bragar, former mercenary, level 7 warrior, and no family left to lose. Beside him, a boy named Ren, maybe 16, who kept shouting the parts Bragar was too tired to shout. If we do not take that money now, we die in Green City in the cold. A noble who abandons his commoners is not owed respect. Bragar challenged the captain of the guard to a duel of honor and then hit him before the man finished agreeing, which tells you what kind of mercenary he had been. It was a mess. It was going badly for the wagons. And on the evening of the second day, with 700 people left standing and Bragar almost on top of the money, the sky went black with wings. Aliana came down out of it on a levitation spell and hung in the air over 700 people with her robe moving in a wind that was not there. "We are the Holy Light Blood Clan. Put down your weapons." The screaming started immediately. She dropped a concentration spell into the middle of the crowd, a green sphere that broke apart into sparks over their heads, and the screaming stopped the way a radio stops. Baron Cale took one look at the situation and offered my vampires his entire fortune to help him deal with the filthy peasants. That was the end of Baron Cale, socially and otherwise. Bragar walked out to the front with his sword still up, which took something, and said the only sentence that mattered. "You said you would not harm us. You are our prisoners now," Aliana said. "That makes you our property. We are not slaves." And here is the line I made her repeat to me twice when she reported, because it is better than anything I have ever come up with. "Only the weak lie to the strong," Aliana said. "The strong do not lower themselves to it. I could execute every one of you where you stand. Why would I need to deceive you?" Then she made the offer. A city, work, white bread every day. Nobody dies. We need workers, not corpses. Bragar asked for one thing before he put the sword down. He asked for the Baron. Ileana gave him the Baron. 700 people who had watched their families die, holding a line that man had ordered them to hold, took about a minute. I am not going to describe it, and neither did she. Then the crowd kept moving, because crowds do, and Ileana stopped it by putting a great fireball up above 100 meters and holding it there until the sky was brighter than the sunset had been. They knelt down and sorted themselves into families. That night, on the square of my castle, I registered my first human being. 400 of my bats brought 700 people in one trip. Cedric ran the desks. Cedric is the 7th of the 7, and he is an archer, which among vampires is roughly as normal as a dwarf who fights with a rapier. He has eyes that can read a signature at 400 meters. Beside him, Theron, our researcher, who knows more than 40 spells, including 20 of the second ring, of which exactly 1 is offensive. For reference, I know fewer than 30. I stood up on the platform and gave the castle a name. This place is called Dawn City, because the hour before dawn is the darkest one, and that hour belongs to us. The first man in my line was a farmer. I asked his name. "Burl, my lord." That is not a nickname. Commoners in this world frequently do not get names. They get called something when they are small and it sticks for 60 years. "What can you do?" "Grow wheat." "Farming is a profession," I said. "You will be allotted 10 acres. He did not believe me. He stood there working his jaw. Then Cedric shook out his wheat sack to check it, and a knotted rag fell out with a few dozen copper coins in it. Everything Burl had. He went gray. The whole line stopped breathing. This is the part where the Lord takes it. "Pick it up," I said. "In Dawn City, private property is inviolable. Not even the Holy Light Blood Clan may take what is yours." He picked it up with both hands like it was hot. We registered until dawn. Name, origin, trade, family size. Every person walked away with a paper identity card carrying a number and a magical portrait, taken with a spell called Shadow Recall. Green City has 1 million people and could not field 5 mages who know that spell. I had 5 on the first table, because vampires live for centuries and eventually learn useless things purely out of boredom. 20 mu of land per family with 2 adults. Burl had to have it repeated to him 3 times. Back in Ardentown, every field belonged to the Baron, and he worked them for coppers. Then I got up on the platform the nobles had built in that castle courtyard, specifically so they could stand higher than commoners while they spoke to them. I used it for the opposite purpose. You think you will be kept as cattle, I said. You think you will be robbed. You think you will be killed. 700 people did not move. I swear on my life, no. Then I gave them the list: land, work, protection of private property, which they had never had, wages paid in coin, and this one, which I saved. And by winter, a school and a mage tower. And any child in this city may attend, whatever their birth. That is when they lost their minds. Knowledge in this world is a noble monopoly with a moat around it. I had just told 700 farmers that their kids could learn to read and maybe learn to cast. I was feeding the charm spell the entire time. I am not going to pretend otherwise. And then the sun came up over the eastern wall, and the light came down the courtyard. It landed on me. I opened my arms. A warm day, I said. I love the sun as much as you do. 700 people watched a vampire stand in direct sunlight and smile. You cannot buy that. You cannot fake that. Every horror story they had ever been told cracked straight down the middle in front of them. And the pieces never went back together. Housing my people took 2 hours. Families to a floor, singles doubled up, 2-story buildings that sleep 8. Then I went and knocked on a door myself. Bragar opened it with the boy Ren behind him. I watched a level 7 warrior decide he was about to be quietly disappeared for leading a riot. I have a request, I said. He waited for it the way you wait for a blade. Get me 20 people and organize a kitchen. The Holy Light Blood Clan is very powerful and completely unable to cook. Food is free for humans until spring, and someone has to actually make it. He stared. 10 copper a day for the workers, 15 for you as foreman. Kale had paid his household guards 8. I put a bag with 100 copper on the table as an advance and left before he found words. That is the oldest trick in the book, by the way. Pay a fortune for horse bones and every horse in the province comes to your door. It cost me a bag of coppers to get the man who had almost taken a baron apart with his hands working for me by lunchtime. By then, my clan had a shape. 208 vampires split under the 7. Kalen and 10 on the sanctuary. Aliana and 35 on internal order. Finian and 40 on my bats, Corvin and 40 on the walls, Theron and 5 in the library, Seraphina 50, Cedric 23. And above them, a city hall, foreign affairs, which meant taking people and trading with Green City, and which I ran personally. Public welfare under Theron with Cedric as his deputy. And the First Blood Clan army. I would like to state for the record that at this point I had built a government before I had built a single road. Lorien was a widower with a 6-year-old, and he had not joined the riot because of the boy. He walked into Dawn City expecting a slaughterhouse and got 15 acres, 10 for himself and 5 for his son, and a bowl of hot food handed to him by a man in a red armband. Bragar recruited him into the kitchen with a line I only heard about later. We cannot fight them, so let us get inside and look. If this is a trap, we will be the first to know. The child Jax asked his father the question that every priest on this continent has spent 1,000 years answering. Uncle Pat, the priest said vampires eat people. Why are they feeding us? And Lorien said, because there are good ones and bad ones, the same as in our town, where we had thieves. Believe what you see with your own eyes, Jax, even if a priest says otherwise. I did not plant that. That one grew on its own, and it is worth more than every speech I gave that month. Theron wanted to recruit human clerks immediately. I told him to slow down, since fewer than 30 of the 700 could read, but I approved my security team. 30 humans, 6 vampire supervisors, 12 copper a day. One line in the notice did the work. Members of my security team received priority in the land allotment. 120 of them applied for my 30 places. Fear of vampires is real. It is just not as real as wanting your own field. Back in Green City, I brought 2 more chests of gold and gave Lyra a crystal flask of milk-white liquid. A potion I developed, blood of mana, drink it during meditation. She tried to refuse. She said a thing like, that must be worth 20 or 30 gold coins, and I should not waste it on her. There is nothing more valuable to me than you, I said, meaning the org chart, and could not understand why she turned the color of a brick. Here is why that flask matters. An apprentice becomes a formal mage by solidifying a spell model of 50 or more nodes inside their own mind. The problem is mana. An apprentice has a puddle. Each node takes them months. Most of them never finish and spend their lives fetching things for mages who did. Blood of mana is an unlimited supply for a few hours. Lyra did a node every 3 minutes. 5 hours later, she opened her eyes in a room that smelled like burnt sugar and said, Lord Alaric, I am a formal mage. The first one in the history of the Scarlet Mage Tower. And then she cast, and what she cast was not a fireball. It was my mage hand, the 90-node version, the one none of the others could hold. She turned it into a sword and a shield and a hammer and grinned at me like a kid with a firework. Another chime. Apprentice breakthrough. 200 experience. 200. From one girl learning one thing. That is when I found the third source. Descendants pay me monthly. Broken spells pay me in lumps. And every single person I raise up pays me too. Which meant I now had a problem, because if I handed that potion to all 22 apprentices in one afternoon, somebody in this city would notice a tower producing mages like bread. And the questions after that end with a transcendent walking up my stairs. So I made it cost something. Priority for the potion, I told them, goes to whoever signs a soul contract with me. A soul contract in this world is sworn to the god of death. The lesser party puts a fragment of their own soul into the mental sea of the greater. Crush it, and the soul goes to the halls of death and does not come back. It is not a metaphor, and it is not reversible. The room went gray. I said the quiet part, because I have found that works. You are not vampires. Your loyalty currently rests on the fact that I own this building, and one day someone may tell you something about me that you will not like. Then Kian stood up. Kian is a commoner. Elian, standing next to him, is minor nobility and was still doing the arithmetic. Elian, you are a noble. You would not understand, Kian said. If a commoner were offered the chance to become a mage for the price of a contract and 10 years of his life, the line would run out the gate and down the street. In this world, strength decides everything. He drank it. 5.5 hours later, he was a formal mage. He earned the right to call me teacher instead of instructor, which is a different word here, and everyone in the room knew it. All 22 signed by the end of the week. Then there was Orion Shaw, who I needed and did not respect. Level 5, mage, 27, son of a marquise, manager at the Sterling Chamber, and in love with Briar Sterling since the academy. He followed her from the capital. He has followed her everywhere. He has the emotional strategy of a golden retriever. I took him drinking at the Croft, which is the best pub in the city, and instead of negotiating anything, I spent 2 hours giving him dating advice off the Earth internet. Stop agreeing with everything she says, have somewhere else to be. Notice one specific thing, not her whole face. He wrote it down. On a napkin. Then I gave him a gemstone and asked him to pass it to Briar with my compliments. He thanked me for the honor. I felt bad for roughly 1 minute, and then I remembered I needed cotton, cloth, and farming tools for 8,000 people, and a friend inside the Sterling Chamber was worth more than my dignity. Tristan got the order and started to explain why it was impossible. Who exactly are you, I said pleasantly, to argue with me? He shut up. Then I remembered the other half of management. Your daughter is 15. If you deliver, she gets a potion worth 300 gold coins and a place in the tower. He delivered in 9 days. I also announced a recruitment of 100 new apprentices, and the square in front of the tower filled up so completely that people brought stools. My Lord Mage, my daughter has talent. My Lord Mage, she is 32, but she has talent. My Lord Mage, my nephew. We surveyed the farmland in 10-acre plots with a meter-wide ditch between each one. I hired 50 commoners at 3 copper a day to dig. The places were gone in about 9 minutes. And then people started showing up to dig for free because the faster the ditches went in, the faster the lottery happened. Corbin brought the second group. Over 1,000 people, 0 resistance. The strongest man among them, a level 4 hunter. There was a farmer in that group named Raymond who had owned his own land and lost it. He came in expecting a slaughterhouse. What he found was humans, walking around loose. No chains, talking to vampires, laughing at something a vampire had said. Burl, who had been a resident for 9 entire days, was giving the newcomers a tour and explaining the rules with the authority of a founding father. And the clerk taking registrations was sitting there in true form, fangs out, leathery wings folded, spines and all. That was Theron's decision, and it was the right one. Fear is made of unknown, so let them look until looking is boring. Within a few days, the bravest humans in the queue were touching the wings. Over in Green City, Briar Sterling was looking at an order for cotton, cloth, and farming implements sized for 8,000 people and finding it extremely interesting. Orion explained it for me, using the story I had fed him. A mage rebuilding his ancestral border town. Chaos is opportunity. Refugees who have lost their land will follow whoever hands them food and a promise of new land. He delivered it standing at the window with one hand behind his back, which is how I stand at windows. He did not know he was doing it. She praised him for the first time in 6 months. Then she looked out at the street and thought, in the privacy of her own head, Lord Alaric, what is it that you actually want? What I actually wanted, at that exact moment, was a machine gun. Magic missile. 50 nodes, 8 mana, 1.2 seconds to cast, travels 30 meters a second. Which sounds fine until you understand that a warrior 2 levels above you simply steps aside. In this world, every mage in a real fight is a man throwing rocks at a sprinter. 3 ways to fix that. Make it stronger, make it faster at the same power, or throw the power away and buy speed with it. I took the third one because infantry does not hate the rifle. Infantry hates the machine gun because you cannot lift your head. 10 days in seclusion, thousands of failures, 3 mathematical models, blood of mana by the flask because backlash was now a rounding error. The panel lit up. Magic missile improved. Mana cost 8 to 3. Cast speed times 5, projectile speed times 4. Special effect, rapid casting, power reduced 60%. Rating, excellent. Reward, 1500 experience. 1500, 3 times what the hand paid. And a bonus I had not expected. Great Fireball auto optimized by 10%, and Explosive Fireball by 5 because they are the same family. And Fixing the Root fixes the branches. 5 fireballs a second, 120 meters a second, 200 rounds in 40 seconds. I took it downstairs to show my apprentices, and because I am a show-off, I did it on a slab of anti-magic stone, the kind that is immune to 4th ring spells, the kind our walls are made of. I held 40 fireballs at once, which is the top of my control. I emptied all 657 points of my mana into one spot on that slab over 40 seconds. The center of the stone turned to lava and ran onto the floor and sat there, hissing. Keon could not finish his sentence. Teacher melted anti-magic stone with the small fireball. Immunity in this world has a saturation limit. It adapts to force. It does not adapt to 1,000 degrees a second arriving without a pause. Then, I opened a point system in the tower. 10 points buys you a spell. Earn them by working. Watch what that does to a room of 22 people who have just seen their teacher melt a wall. I had been in seclusion for 10 days. In those 10 days, Dawn City grew to 2,200 people, and I had not given out a single acre. Rumors do not need a reason. They need a gap. I had left one. The vampires lie. The land is bait. They are fattening us. My cousin's wife heard a scream from the north wall. Burl, now wearing a red security team armband and taking it extremely seriously, was shouting at a knot of complainers in the middle of the street. You eat for free, you sleep for free, and you are still not satisfied? But somebody had put the gap there on purpose, and his name was Blackwood. Blackwood was a level 3 thief who got thrown out of Green City for stealing from a noble. He walked into Dawn City, looked around, and noticed the single most valuable thing about it, which nobody else had. There was no underworld here, none. The whole floor was empty. So he built one, the Wild Wolf Gang. 50 men, then 100 and more, working only in daylight when vampires run slow. He started with rumors because his old teacher had taught him that chaos is the soil a gang grows in, and moved on to shaking down families who could not complain because who do you complain to? The monsters? Then he started dreaming. There are only a few dozen vampires. There are 2,000 of us. Lord Blackwood of Dawn City has a ring to it. Raymond, the farmer, who happened to be Bragar's cousin, got recruited. Raymond came straight to me. I will admit I was excited for about 4 seconds. A hidden hand, an organized enemy. Finally. Then I read the file. A level 3 thief, I said. I have stopped being interested. Except I was wrong, because there was somebody sitting in Blackwood's front room. An old man in sackcloth with dead gray eyes. Lysander Gray, 67 years old. Title, Blasphemer, which grants 30% extra damage against anyone holding a divine throne. I would like you to hold on to that detail for later. Level 14, currently running at 12 because he is badly hurt. Class, Shadow Priest. Former Night God missionary, current vice president of an organization called the Dark Covenant, and wanted by his old temple for 500 gold coins. The plan he was explaining to Blackwood was actually good. Slip alchemy into the food, push the crowd into the streets at noon, draw my vampires out under the sun, and finish them with silver. Blackwood had ruined it by getting greedy early. I heard the last third of that plan from the doorway because nobody had locked the door of a house in a city with no crime. Then I threw a fireball at his head without saying anything at all. He was gone before it landed. Shadow leap, second ring. 50 meters through the shadow plane. That was my first real fight in this world. I want to be honest, I enjoyed it more than a person should. He opened with Stone Fist Blast, second ring, a proper spell with a proper wind-up. I put 2 fireballs into it and blew it apart in half a second. I watched a 67-year-old Shadow Priest's face do something complicated. He cast twice in an instant. What kind of barbarian is this? Mages do not fight like this. He went into the shadows. Shadow Walker gives him double recovery and 30% more speed anywhere there is shade, and Dawn City at noon has shade in 1,000 places. So I went up. 100 meters, wings out. And I turned on the machine gun. Fireballs at 120 meters a second, 5 a second, into the buildings. Not at him. At the shadows. I burned the houses one row at a time and took his cover away by removing the world. The important part is not the damage. The important part is that a mage under continuous fire cannot cast. Every model he started, I interrupted, and every interruption is backlash, and backlash was going to finish him for me. 10 minutes, more than 1,000 fireballs. The fuel was 3 flasks of blood of mana and the recovery stacks. 1,000%, then 1,500, then 2,000. 20 mana a second coming in. The machine gun eats 15. I was gaining mana while firing. He tore a scroll worth 1,500 gold coins and put up a rock shield, which is a 4th ring spell that holds against 2 4th ring hits and lasts 3 minutes. Then he lay down inside it to catch his breath and started a 90-second cast of Shadow Leap, the long one, the 20-kilometer version. You think a shield stops me? 200 fireballs into a single point on that dome in 1 minute. The flame stack went from orange to blue. Inside the shell, the temperature climbed past 70 degrees and he could not breathe, and a man who cannot breathe cannot finish a 90-second cast. He broke the cast. The backlash folded him. The shield lasted 1 minute instead of 3. I did not walk over to him because I am not an idiot, and he was still a level 14 priest with a knife somewhere. I turned Mage Hand into a chain and wrapped him in it from 30 meters up. Rewards: 10 points of favor with the Night God, which comes with a 20% discount at his temples. I want everyone to appreciate that a vampire now has a loyalty card at a church. Another 10% auto-optimization on Magic Missile. 10 mana, 200 experience. 200 experience for a level 14 boss. 200 experience for Lyra learning a spell. Glory is not a game about farming monsters. I filed that away, and it changed everything I did for the next year. Then I had to deal with 2,200 frightened people. I did it with a speech I am still slightly ashamed of. I am canceling the land allotment, I said. You have disappointed me. The square stopped. Somewhere a woman started crying. A man near the front went down on his knees. I let it run for a full 10 seconds. But most of you are worthy of it, and the Holy Light Blood Clan came to me and asked me on your behalf, and I have agreed. Thank them, not me. The noise took 4 minutes to die down, and while they were happy, I put the real weapon on the table. Points. 10 points. Your tax drops from 30% to 20. 20 points, 10%. 20 points also buys citizenship, and without citizenship, you are moved out to a village in 3 years. 25 points, your children enter my school and the Mage Tower. 100 points, a title of nobility. 200 points, and you become one of us. Endless life, born talent for magic. And for now, exactly 1 way to earn them. Pay your land tax, 1 point a year. Then we hang Blackwood in front of everyone and sent his gang to labor with their land rights stripped. 2,200 people cheered a public execution carried out by a vampire against a human thief. That is the moment I knew the city was mine. Now for the part of the plan that everything else was built to make possible. I was going to ask human beings to give blood to vampires, voluntarily, regularly, forever. You cannot ask that of people who are afraid of you. You can ask it of people who owe you a field. But before I asked anyone for anything, I needed numbers, because I only knew the Earth ones. 400 milliliters, up to 23 times a year, on a planet where nobody is stronger than a bull. People here are built differently. A farmer in this world shrugs off things that would put a marathon runner in hospital. So, we ran a program. Paid, voluntary, open to anyone over 18, with Theron and 2 vampires who actually knew healing magic sitting at the table. Donate, get a hot meal, get coin, get points, and get checked before and after by someone who will not let you walk out dizzy. We had 111 volunteers on the first morning. I learned more about human blood recovery in 3 weeks than the entire Nolan Empire knows. And every one of those people walked home with money and a number written on a card. And the point value of that card is where the real engineering happened. Separate queues at the food distribution. Priority at the land office. Priority at my city hall window. I did not explain the point system with a poster. I made 2,200 people watch somebody with points walk past them. Nothing on this earth or any other motivates a human being like watching a neighbor get served first. Then, finally, the land, 2,000 adults, 10 mu each. 20,000 mu split into 3 blocks by distance from the walls, drawn by lot. The first 60 names in the drum were the kitchen crew and my security team, who already had 5 points each. I stood at that table for 6 hours and shook 2,000 hands. I said, thank you for your work. I said, the city needs men like you. I said, your family will eat well this winter. It is the exact motivational filler that would get me laughed at in any office on Earth, and here it made grown men cry into their hats. There was an old man named Geek who had worked other men's fields for 60 years. He got his slip of paper, and he had to be helped to a bench. Ren, the boy who had shouted next to Bragar, hammered a post into the corner of his plot and carved, "This is Oli's land," into it, badly, with a knife. The land is granted in perpetual use and cannot be sold, ever, to anyone. I wrote that in on the first day. I wrote it in for a selfish reason and a real one at the same time. Every empire in my world's history died the same way. Land collects. Then the people who work it own nothing. Then it burns. Not here, not while I am the one holding the pen. And then I went downstairs to the cells and turned my enemy into my son. The progenitor talent lets me create one blood descendant a month. I had been saving it for something worth the slot, and a level 14 shadow priest with a personal grudge against a god is worth the slot. I bit his wrist. Theron, standing behind me, was visibly trying not to laugh. "Father," he said, "it does not have to be the neck." "Shut up, Theron." And then the system stopped everything and handed me the most important choice of my first year. Bloodline shackles detected. This force is obstructing the descendant's evolution. Option 1. Keep the shackles. The descendant drops from level 14 to level 9. Option 2. Break the shackles. The descendant keeps his level. Warning. Choosing this will remove the shackles from every vampire in existence, permanently and irreversibly. And there it was, the chain I had felt in the blood. 100 years ago, the old progenitor was level 14. He had written a rule into the blood of his entire species that no descendant may ever exceed the level of the progenitor. That is why all 7 of my second generation had been sitting at level 9 for a century. Not talent, not effort. A ceiling welded on by a frightened man who did not want to be replaced. He capped his own children so they could never grow past him. And then he lost 3,000 of them to one transcendent because there was nobody strong enough in the room to help him. I chose option 2 so fast the interface probably thought I misclicked. All across the castle, 208 vampires turned their heads toward me at the same time. Kalen told me later it felt like a collar coming off. He said he could feel level 10 sitting right there, close enough to touch, where it had been sitting for 100 years just out of reach. Then the conversion turned into a farce. Energy insufficient. Success rate 33%. So I started pouring. 3 small flasks. Then the big ones, 5 liters each. 6 of them. At some point I said out loud, "Is your stomach connected to the sewer?" The system did not answer. It was busy. Conversion successful. 1,000 experience. Breakthrough to level 15. Shadow High Priest. 2,000 experience. Ability unlocked. The descendant may convert humans and vampires into shadow priests. And underneath all of that, quietly, Alaric Thorn has reached level 11. Mana plus 50 to 717. Magic affinity increased. The old man got off the table looking 40. He also picked up a second title, Dark Walker, 50% to all attributes in darkness. I made him a marquis of my clan on the spot. His oath was not theater, and I could tell. Shadow priests burn their own bodies out with shadow energy. He was 67 and dying, and had been for years, and I had handed him centuries. Then he told me how he got the title Blasphemer, and I stopped feeling clever. He was a missionary of the Night Temple. He took a wound fighting heretics, and the shadow ate into him. So he went to the Dark Covenant and became what they made him. And one day, walking the shadow plane inside his own temple, the coordinates skewed, and he fell through into the divine realm of the night god himself. He stood inside a god's house and felt faith being harvested. Actually felt the mechanism, the way you would feel a pump under a floorboard. The god noticed him. The god was too badly wounded to swat him. He got out. He has been hunted ever since, and he has spent the years since working out the formula. Spread faith, gather it, condense it into divine power. Light the divine fire, which is only possible above level 25, which is past legendary. We are out here banging rocks together, and this man is sketching a spacecraft. Tell no one, I said. Research quietly, report only to me. 2 months in, and my shadow priest was doing theology at me. This is what I mean when I say I did not plan most of it. Meanwhile, my city was running into the wall that every clever plan hits, which is that you cannot buy your entire civilization from the neighbors. Everything came from Green City. Every nail, every bolt of cloth, every hoe, 500 kilometers each way, gold going out, wagons coming back, and every single trip a chance for somebody to follow the wagons home. So I told Theron to count every smith and tailor among our humans and open a forge and a sewing house, and to send people into the range to look for iron. I also tried to cheat because of course I did. I wrote out the formula for black powder, from memory, saltpeter, charcoal, sulfur, correct ratios, and had it mixed. It made a black powder that does not burn. Not badly, not weakly, it simply refuses. Physics in this world took one look at my homework and handed it back. That was the day I stopped assuming Earth would save me and started assuming Earth would give me ideas and this world would decide which ones were allowed. Then the border went sideways. 300 orc wyverns turned toward the staging ground, while there were still 1,000 refugees on the ground waiting for lift. And 4 second-generation vampires who had spent 100 years being told they could never exceed level 9 and who had been free of that ceiling for exactly 11 days, decided to go and hold the line. Corvin, Eliana, Seraphina, Finian. They did not need to win, they needed to make 300 wyverns fly badly for 1 hour. By morning, all 4 of them had broken through to level 10. Corvin had been sitting on 9 for 30 years. That is what the shackles cost, and I got 200 experience apiece for the privilege of watching it come off. 4th wave, thousands more. My intake was a conveyor belt by then. Queue, register, free meal, housing, land. The security team had gone from 30 to a standing 100 with more in reserve. Burl's son was telling the other kids in the new school that his father wore the red armband, and getting into a fight about it. I like to stand in the crowd sometimes with my hood up and listen. What I heard was refugees from 9 days ago bragging to refugees from 9 minutes ago about their fields and their points. That is the whole trick, and it is not magic. If one man tells you a thing, it is a claim. If everyone standing around you says the same thing without being asked, it becomes the shape of the world. Then I put all 8 of them in one room for the first time. Kaelin, the only one who lived through the massacre a century ago. Corvin and Seraphina, seated as far apart as the table allowed. Eliana, Finian, smelling faintly of bat. Theron, who owns 40 spells and hates all the violent ones. Cedric the Archer. And a man who had been 67 years old the previous week. Lysander Thorn, I said. My blood descendant, level 15, Shadow High Priest. You could hear 7 immortals recalculate the universe. This clan had never had a level 15, not once. Not in its entire recorded history, which I had personally rewritten a month earlier. Then I told them we were building a mage tower, and not in the old district. The city holds 20,000 humans and 3,000 of us. We have 3,000 people total. I put my finger on a 5-kilometer strip of empty ground on the map. Plan a district for 100,000. Nobody said anything for a while. Lysander got the tower, Theron got roads and construction and a brand new construction department, and I got to watch a room full of people who had spent a century hiding in a hole start arguing about drainage. Afterwards, Lysander and I traded spells, which is how mages flirt. He showed me Shadow Leap, 2nd ring, 70 mana, and the beautiful part is the model can be prepared in advance and held, so it fires instantly. That is how he got out of Blackwood's front room before my fireball arrived. And Shadow Walk, 150 mana, 20 kilometers, class locked. I showed him the 90-node mage hand, and then put 30 fireballs into the air in about 6 seconds. He watched the fireballs with the specific expression of a man remembering being on the other end of them. His class is a problem, though, and it is a beautiful problem. To become a shadow priest, you must first be a priest, and then betray your god. Give me priests, he said, and I will build you an army of spellcasters. I had no temple, no god, and no priests. Not yet. Then I went back to Green City for the apprentice intake. I got the best thing I have ever gotten out of that city, and I nearly missed it. 30,000 children tested. 30 passed. Lyra had quietly raised the standard by 2 full grades without telling me, because in her opinion, the tower had to become stronger for my sake. She is like that. Near the end of the line, there was a loud woman with a son called Taryn, and an adopted daughter she used as a maid. The boy could not light the crystal. 3 minutes, nothing. He announced that there simply was not enough magic in the air today. His mother turned around and hit the girl across the face. Filthy freak. If your brother does not become a mage, I will sell you to a noble. The girl went down, and her hair came off her face, and 2,000 people in that square saw her eyes. They were red. All monster, vampire, killer. Her mother had thrown her away. Her brother had stepped back. 2,000 strangers were shouting, killer. She lay there on the stones and stopped fighting and thought very quietly, let it come. Anya is so tired. Lyra was already raising her hand. She did not need to. A fireball came down out of the sky and put a dozen craters in the pavement. I got out of the carriage in a white robe, and the square learned my name in about 4 seconds. I am Alaric Thorn. I own the Scarlet Mage Tower. I let that carry. On my ground, nobody decides who lives and who dies. Nothing moved. Not even an archmage. Then I picked the girl up off the stones myself, which honestly did more than the fireball, and told 2,000 people something I had made up on the walkover and now fully believe. Lady Anya is a mage genius marked by the gods of magic. Those eyes are worth 1,000 times more than rubies. Anyone who wishes her harm is challenging the Scarlet Mage Tower. I will hang them personally. And then, because a threat with no gift is just a threat, I told every family whose child had failed the test that they could go to the Golden Wheat Guild for work, that the best of those children would be taught magic by me. You would not believe how fast a mob turns into a queue. Then I read her panel, and I had to keep my face very still. Anya, level 1, age 15, golden bloodline, not awakened, a golden race whose talent makes gods hesitate. Golden blood is what runs in dragons. I was not looking at a stray. I was looking at a vein of ore in the shape of a child, and her own mother had been about to sell her for the price of a decent coat. She agreed to be my student, and the system quietly credited me 2,000 experience. 2,000. Killing a level 14 boss paid me 200. Her talent, the one she has had all along, is that she can feel hostility. She has felt it from every single person around her for 12 years, constantly, like weather. She told me, in a very small voice, that from me, she felt nothing bad at all. I paid her adoptive mother off in coin. I want to be clear that I thought about the other option and chose the coin. I chose it in front of Anya on purpose, so that the first thing she ever saw me do about her was pay instead of punish. Tristan chose that afternoon to remind me that I had a teacher. Master Alaric, Archmage Gareth has come out of seclusion at the White Tower. 3 years. I had inherited a body that had not visited its own master in 3 years, and now I needed him, which made me exactly the kind of student everybody hates. What is he like? Tristan developed a sudden interest in his own shoes. Wine, my lord, dwarven rum, elven vintages, human bitter. Those mushroom liquors they brew underground. All of it. An alcoholic archmage. In a discipline where holding a spell model requires perfect concentration, and every teacher on the continent tells apprentices that drink will end them. Anya came downstairs at that moment, scrubbed clean, wearing a robe of Lyra's that was 3 sizes too big, with the sleeves rolled up 6 times. We went to the White Tower. It is 57 meters of white stone, and the mana density inside is 3 times the street. Mine is half the street. That is what 4 decades of an archmage's attention buys you. Gareth Finch came out to meet us personally. A fat, disastrous old man in a black robe with a rat's nest of gray hair, a red nose, and a smell you could locate from 20 meters upwind. 3 years, you little rat. I thought you would die in that tower of yours. I had nothing. So I went with pure sincerity, delivered with a straight face. Magic is too vast, teacher. I gave it everything. I gave up society, gave up amusements, gave up sleep. He melted instantly because he was looking at himself at 25, and there is no defense against that. Then he decided to test me. We dueled with Mage Hand, which sounds pathetic, and is actually the most honest test a mage can give, because it is a first ring spell with nowhere to hide. His was a white palm 3 meters across. Mine was smaller, his broke. He went red and cast twice at once, which is the seal of an archmage and is supposed to end conversations. So my hand turned into a sword and cut the second one in half, then a shield, then a mace, then a hammer, then, because I could not help myself, a small stumpy figure with a large nose that resembled him. What in the demon's name? Gareth said. Since when does Mage Hand transform? Then he grabbed the model and read it, and started laughing like a maniac. Your brain has been kissed by gods. This reverse note here. This is perfect. The women on Jasmine Street are not this perfect. Understand that modifying a spell model is taboo even for an archmage. The standard outcome is permanent brain damage. I had just handed him a working modification, the way you hand someone a sandwich. He asked what I wanted for it. Nothing, you are my teacher. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he went and got a book. The techniques for making magic scrolls, 10 recipes. I built the White Tower with that, he said. And while he was fussing over Anya, I put my panel on him, out of habit. Level 19. Everything else, question marks. Level 19. 1 step below transcendent. Which explains several things at once, including why the Scarlet Mage Tower went up in record time on a young man's budget, and why nobody in a city of 1 million had ever tried to force the door of a reclusive high mage. I found out much later what he said after I left. He turned to a dark corner of his study and said, Lorna, go and let every noble in Green City know that Thorn is entering the magic scroll trade on my instructions. I never asked him for that. He never told me he did it. That is what an umbrella looks like when you are too stupid to notice the rain has stopped. Now, magic scrolls. Here is why the whole continent produces so few of them. A spell model in a mage's head is 3-dimensional. A scroll is flat. Flattening it multiplies the node count by about 3. So my 90-node mage hand becomes 270 nodes of ink. 1 slip, and the whole hide is garbage. And if you do not pour the mana in within 5 days, it dies anyway. A competent intermediate mage produces 1 scroll in 2 or 3 days, with failures. I looked at that and saw an assembly line. Nobody draws a whole scroll. Everybody draws 5 to 8 nodes and passes it down the table. At the end of the line, a formal mage pours in the mana and seals it. One smith makes a few dozen nails in a day. I told a room that had gone completely silent. 10 smiths on a line make tens of thousands. Full cycle, under an hour. And the side effect is the beautiful part. Drawing nodes all day is the single best mana control exercise that exists. I was not just building a factory, I was building a school that pays for itself. Tristan said we would need 20 formal mages and 50 apprentices. I put a crystal vessel of milk white liquid on the table. 20 conversions, I said. Start today. Then I sat Anya down for her first lesson, which was meditation. I told her the honest thing, which is that most people need 1 to 2 months, and she should not be discouraged. She came back in under an hour and asked in the smallest voice in the world, "Teacher, did I learn it?" And then immediately said it must have been because I explained it so well. I want it noted that I felt personally attacked by a 15-year-old with dragon blood. Later, I told her the other thing, the one she actually needed. You are my student. Nobody here will drive you out and nobody here will hurt you. I swear on my life. She had not cried when a whole square screamed for her death. She cried then, silently into my shoulder, and did not make a single sound, because 12 years had taught her that making a sound is how you get hit. That was the first of the 4 times this year that I stopped being funny. I am not going to make a joke about it now either. Before I left, I put Lyra in charge of everything, in front of everyone, and said the only true thing I had said all week. You are the only one I can trust with this. She stood up in the middle of the hall, in front of 120 apprentices, and recited the soul contract oath. Nobody asked her to. She was the one person in that building under no obligation whatsoever. Lord Alaric, I am willing to give you everything. The entire floor discovered something fascinating on the ceiling. I got on my bat and left with a warm feeling that lasted about 4 hours. I found out later what happened to that room the second my shadow cleared the wall. Lyra turned back into ice. She handed out blood of mana to 15 apprentices with over a year of service, watched them drink, and said evenly, "If any of you ever betrays Lord Alaric, I swear by the goddess of magic that I will kill you myself." Everybody said yes, ma'am. Back home, the night sky over Dawn City had become an air bridge. Waves of magic-speaking bats coming down in rotation. Hundreds of vampires unloading grain and cotton and iron tools with mage hands. Nobody touching a sack. Security team at 150. Logistics at 100. And in the morning, the city was empty, because everyone had been issued free tools and had gone out to dig their own fields. Which is when I found the problem that no vampire in the world could have seen. Because vampires fly. The fields were 2 solar hours away, 4 hours a day walking. For a farmer, that is a third of the working light gone into his boots. So, we did not plant that year. We built a road. Signs went up all over the city, and I wrote them myself, and I regret nothing. If you want to get rich, first build a road. 3,000 humans dug and hauled, 200 vampires walk behind them, tamping the surface with mage hands, which makes them, functionally, self-propelled steamrollers with opinions. 20 kilometers, 8 carriages wide, 7 days. More than 100 spellcasters of levels 6 to 8 on roadworks. An archmage could not afford that labor for an afternoon. Mages are the ruling class of this world. Mages do not dig, mind dig, because an order from a progenitor does not arrive as a request. It arrives as a fact. My census came back at 3,123 residents, 27 blacksmiths, 43 tailors. We built the forge. We had no iron for it. My lord, Theron said, we have located one person with knowledge of ore prospecting. He is an apprentice. He is 12. We had taken our population off a war border, where the only people left are the ones with nowhere to run. We found 2 men who claimed to be city planners, and both of them had built villages. I sat in that office and seriously, for a good 10 minutes, wargamed raiding Green City for its educated class. Talent. Where does anybody get talent? Meanwhile, the tailors made hundreds of padded winter coats, and I sold them at 30 copper instead of giving them away. And simultaneously opened paid work at 10 copper a day so that people had a way to get the 30. That is not cruelty, that is plumbing. Money has to move, or it is just metal. And we opened a bakery next to my city hall, which produced honey bread and a meat floss loaf. And for about 2 weeks, that bakery was the single most discussed institution in my city, above the Mage Tower, above the army, above me. November 15th, 2 weeks to winter. Lysander came in with the plans for the Mage Tower drawn from memory. He had seen the schematic of a Transcendence Tower exactly once, inside the Night Temple, and memorized it, because that is the kind of man he is. We would build from the bottom up, 20 meters now. Add floors forever. The same day 2 notices went on the board. 1. Free food distribution ends. The city hall will sell grain at 3 copper a pound and holds the monopoly. 2. Construction of the Mage Tower begins. The construction department is hiring anyone with hands. 10 copper a day. Free food saved terrified refugees. Free food, 3 months later, grows a class of men who sit in the sun. Take it away, and every spare pair of hands in the city walks itself to my construction site without me asking. Bragar told me afterwards that Ardentown shook for about half an hour on the first notice, and then read the second one and calmed straight down. He said something else too. It got back to me through 3 people, which is how you know it was real. He has not broken a single promise. Not one. He said school, and there is a school. He said Mage Tower, and they are digging the foundation. Back in Green City, the intake closed at 100 new apprentices. With the original 22 and Anya, 123. 15 of them drank blood of mana and became formal mages, and each one paid me 100 experience, which at level 11 is a rounding error. I did it anyway because they were not experience, they were a workforce. I gave them a speech I am not embarrassed by. Here you will get everything you have ever wanted, position that people look up to, the admiration of anyone you care to impress, equal footing with nobles, and power over other people's lives. Then the card nobody expected. And every one of you is going to make magic scrolls. In any other tower on this continent, that technique is guarded like a bloodline. I was handing it to farm children. I also told Lyra, separately, to slow Anya down. With golden blood, becoming a formal mage is roughly as difficult as breathing. She could have done it in a fortnight, and a mage who rushes the foundation stops at level 8 forever. I have found a perfect stone, I told Lyra. I am not going to chip it into a trinket because I was in a hurry. Anya announced that she would become my assistant, like Sister Lyra. Get strong, I said, and you can be my bodyguard instead. She nodded so hard I worried about her neck. Then I took her to see Gareth, and I will be honest with myself here. I was taking a gifted child to visit a rich relative in the hope of presents. It was her first ride in a carriage. She sat with both hands in her lap, gripping the hem of that too big robe, and looked out at Green City, which is filthy and stinks and has beggars freezing in doorways. To her, it was a wonder. Until that week, a carriage was something you watched from behind. She fell asleep against my arm. I pinched her nose to wake her up when we arrived. She came awake in pure panic. Mother, I am sorry. I will do it now. I will do it now. I did not say anything for a moment. Outside the White Tower, there was a crowd of nobles around Gareth, and Anya immediately dropped her eyes to the pavement, because 12 years of a woman telling a child never lift your head does not come off with a bath and a new robe. You do not have to lower your head to anyone anymore, I said. Trust me, lift it. She lifted it. And the nobles looked at her red eyes, and one of them said thoughtfully, perhaps from the storm sea. They are born like that out there. That was all. That was the entire reaction. No pitchforks, just a bored man making conversation. And Gareth went completely white. Goddess is my witness, he said. I have met this race before. He told me the rest of it alone, with a bottle in his hand and no jokes in him at all. 30 years ago, at a place called Storm Cape, on the edge of the storm sea, he met a woman with eyes exactly like that. The strongest human being he has ever stood near. And remember that he is one step below transcendent. She hunted dragons. She had killed 2 of them, and both of them were transcendent dragons, and her magic went through scale that is immune to 4th ring spells, like it was cloth. Anya was left on a doorstep 13 years ago. Her eyes turned red when she was 10. Gareth immediately told her to call him Grandfather Gareth and started openly trying to poach her, which is the most honest compliment an archmage can pay a child. She refused. Politely and completely, and without looking at me first. So we compromised, which is to say, I got everything I wanted. While I am away, my student is tutored by a level 19 archmage. She sat and listened to a story about a woman who hunted dragons. I watched her file it somewhere and put a stone on top of it. The White Tower has 3 high-level mages, more than 30 intermediates, over 100 formal mages, and 500 apprentices. Mine had 123 people and a hole in the ground. I asked Gareth for materials, and he waved me off in the middle of explaining the history of magic to Anya, told me to take them at cost, and stop bothering him. The next day, the scroll factory that my people had estimated at another week of work was finished in a single day by 1 high mage, 20 intermediates, and 50 formal mages of the White Tower, who arrived without being asked. Connections at court. There is no substitute. The factory was 5 long tables with hand-cranked belts, and every wall wired with alchemical traps. And while I had been away, my apprentices had all been drinking blood of mana cut with water, which is harmless, faintly improves magical affinity, and had quietly walked hundreds of farm children through the meditation barrier that normally takes months. Not in an hour. Nobody does it in an hour except one girl with dragon blood. But all of them got there, which is how I, a man who bought a merchant guild off a bankrupt and hired his own workforce on 10-year contracts, completed my transformation in the eyes of 123 apprentices into a benevolent god. Then I made it worse by graciously reducing the working schedule to 6 days a week with 1 day off. They nearly carried me around the room, Keon became the first director of the factory, 3 product lines, Magic Missile, Thunderclap, and Mage Shield. My first finished scroll came off the table on day 3. I tore it open in my own office to see what a customer gets. A fireball about a third the size of a fist. And for half a second, the scroll lends the person who tore it enough foreign mental power to aim, because otherwise a warrior with no mage's mind would simply set fire to his own squad. Cost me 3 gold coins to make. Market price 10 to 12, and scrolls are a consumable in a world with monsters in the woods. Every mercenary going out on a job grits his teeth and buys one, because one is the difference between a story and a funeral. I was not entering a market. I was about to become one. Around then, I also went home and got a surprise I did not enjoy. 2 months had passed in glory. 10 days had passed in Shanghai. I looked in the mirror and did not immediately recognize myself. The monitor hunch was gone. The squint was gone. There was an actual arrangement of muscle where my stomach used to hold takeout. My face looked like somebody had retouched it and then decided that was too obvious and dialed it back. But the thing that stopped me was the posture. I stood like a man who signs death warrants. I tried to gather Manhua in my kitchen. Nothing. Not a flicker. The world is dry, and I could not tell whether I was disappointed or relieved. Then I went back to Wanda Plaza, where Glory was running a public demo. 50 capsules, 1,000 people in the queue. I talked my way into a free pod on Charm and a lie about being a returning tester. And I could not get in. Not lag, not an error. The pod would not let me create a character. I tried 5 different capsules, and the system did not even reach the character screen. Something in there knows what I am now, and it will not let me in the front door. The staff got excited and wanted to take me to the company for examination, which is a sentence that ends with a man on a table, so I blamed the short circuit from the first accident and walked out. The girl who had been running the pod that day, Lee May, the one whose machine leaked current into my skull, added me on Messenger and suggested coffee. I told her to drink plenty of hot water in this heat and went back to being a vampire. Winter came down on my valley like a lid, and I did the thing I had been building towards since the first night, which was to ask 3,000 human beings to bleed for the monsters who own their city. Not at knife point, that was the entire design. Here is the deal I put on the board. 1 donation, 1 point. Points buy you tax relief, citizenship, your children's place in the Mage Tower, a noble title, and eventually the offer of eternal life. Every donor is examined by a healer before and after, gets a hot meal and a coin, and is barred from donating again until enough time has passed. Then I stood up in front of them and did not lie about any of it. The Holy Light Blood Clan needs human blood. That is what we are. I could take it. I am not going to take it. 3,000 people in the cold, listening to a vampire explain his own diet. You are not cattle. Cattle do not get land. Cattle do not get schools. I need you strong and healthy and here and having children for the next 200 years. There is no version of my plan where you are weak. Bragar sat down first. That is not a small thing. Bragar is the man who almost took a baron apart with his hands. Bragar sat down in the chair, in front of the whole square, rolled up his sleeve, and let a vampire healer put a needle in his arm. Afterwards he stood up, looked at his own arm, looked at the crowd, and said the sentence that built the entire program. Is that it? The line went around the block by noon. I want to be precise about how I feel about this, because it is the hinge of everything I built. I am the reason those people are in that city at all. I took them. They did not apply. And every single thing I promised them, they got, and they got it before I asked for the first drop. December 1st. Snow-buried Green City overnight. We had 800 scrolls in the warehouse, and the factory was turning out 200 a day. Lyra had the sales plan ready and was waiting for the word. No, I said. We do not sell. She waited because she has learned that I always explain if you wait. Who buys magic scrolls? Mercenaries, adventurers, armies, caravan guards. Now tell me how many of them are outside the walls in the first week of December. Nobody. They are all inside, drinking, spending their savings, waiting for the thaw. We sell in spring, when the whole city has sat through 3 months of winter with no income. When they have to go back into a world that eats people. In the meantime, we let the rumor out that the Scarlet Mage Tower would soon have scrolls, and opened a trade window with one rule that made every mercenary in the city sit up. We would not just take gold, we would take magic materials in exchange for scrolls at a favorable rate, because we had gold. Gold was not the bottleneck. Beast hides and mana crystals were, and you cannot buy those with money. You buy them with the men who go out and get them. That was the day somebody in that room said the word shop and points in the same sentence, and the mysterious shop that every mercenary in Green City would come to love and resent was born on a scrap of paper. I flew home through a snowstorm and did not recognize my own streets. They were swept. There was a painted sign over a door reading Dawn Grocery, which was Bragar's, because of course a former mercenary who ran my kitchen ended up running a shop. Ren was sitting by a fire in a new padded coat that cost him 50 copper, telling somebody that last winter, at this exact time, they had been hunting in the mountains. Shame Mike did not make it. Mike had gone into an ice pit chasing a boar. Last winter. Every winter, in every border town, the arithmetic is old people and small children. Everybody knows the number before the snow even falls. This winter, in my city, that season simply passed. Population was up to 6,500, because for reasons nobody could explain, the orcs had pulled a wing of wyverns off the border, and Corvin had lifted 3,000 more people out in a fortnight. On the street, a newcomer asked his neighbor whether the man everyone was bowing to was from my security team. The neighbor nearly hit him. The land you were given, the food you eat, the house you sleep in, all of it came from Lord Thorn. Do not ask stupid questions again. There had been actual fistfights about this. In my city, between humans, over how much respect a vampire is owed. Theron's report. 6,534 residents, all with land allotted, half of them short on tools. Mage Tower construction frozen until spring. Grain at 3 copper a pound, 3 pounds a head, no more. The sewing workshop dissolved deliberately, so that 43 tailors would open 43 shops and buy their cloth from my city hall. The forge finished and standing empty because we had no ore. My orders. Release part of the grain into free trade. Speculation and resale is banned, and I mean banned, asked Blackwood. Anyone who wants to open a shop or a trading house may borrow from the city, and pays no tax in the first year. A month later, the donation study came back, and it changed the size of everything I was planning. 22 volunteers, 7 groups, different intervals and volumes. 300 milliliters every 7 days, no measurable effect. With good feeding, every 6. On Earth, you give 400 milliliters 2 or 3 times a year. Here it is once a week, and the reason is not the meat. The reason is that magic in this world is a building material, and these bodies are made of a sturdier idea than mine was. I still made them repeated at scale, hundreds instead of dozens, because 22 people is an anecdote. Then I did the arithmetic with a factor of 2 safety margin. Call it once a fortnight. 600 milliliters a month per donor. A vampire needs 3,000. 5 donors feed 1 vampire. 6,500 residents. 1,000 vampires. I sat there for a while with that number, and I could see it. Sky over my city, black with wings from wall to wall, which raised the actual bottleneck. I make 1 blood descend in a month. My children make 1 a year. To go from 200 to 1,000 honestly would take a decade. So I did not give immortality away. I made people beg for it. Here is how. One afternoon, a young man came running across Dawn Square in broad daylight, carrying an injured vampire woman in his arms, shouting for a healer. He said he had found her in the fields with a single-horned stone-fist leopard standing over her, and had driven it off with a torch. A security team man confirmed the claw marks. The young man was walked to my city hall like a hero. Then I did nothing for 3 days and let the city do the rest. Day 1, they say he will get 100 points. Day 2, they say Lord Thorn himself wants to make him a vampire. Day 3, no, the status is too precious. They will never hand over 200 points worth. Day 4, actually he is going to reward a whole group of deserving citizens. It is winter. Nobody has anything to do. 6,000 people talked about nothing else. Then Raymond stood at the notice board and read out the decree, doing an impression of my voice that was frankly insulting. Reese receives 100 points. 100 points is a noble title. The crowd made the right noise, and underneath it there was disappointment, because they had been promised a story and got a receipt. However, Raymond kept reading. Lady Lilith, whom he saved, has begged me to grant him the noble status of the Holy Light Blood Clan. I confess I hesitated. It is a race with an inborn gift for magic, natural nobility, eternal life. Pause. But the young man Reese has said that he is not worthy of such a reward, and has refused all of it. The square groaned. You idiot. You absolute idiot. A chance like that. And that is when the jaws closed. I therefore strip Reese of every reward, and in honor of what he has done, I announce a selection. 3,000 places, open to every resident holding temporary residency. Trained personally by the Holy Light Blood Clan, the top 200 receive the blood. The top 500 receive 3 points each. The top 305. Every single person in that square just became eligible for immortality. Within a day, the story had become a legend that nobody could source. A man saved a vampire, refused eternal life on principle, and the Lord gave his reward to the whole city instead. It is a fairy tale, and the crowd fills in the details themselves, and it does 4 things at once. It expands my clan without a single objection. It raises the price of vampire status to something you have to earn. It puts every family in the city into the same competition. And it makes me look generous. When Theron finished reporting it to me, I smiled at him with what he later described as a pure and innocent expression. He went away and did not sleep well. 3,000 places went in half a day. The people who missed out looked like men who had watched a crown roll into a drain. I announced the training format with as little ceremony as I could manage, sort them by level, then run them on my standards. Theron went cold, and privately mourned all 3,000 of them. Ren signed first. Ren cannot stop thinking about a man who went into an ice pit hunting food for other people, and about the fact that if he had been stronger, it would not have happened. Brigar put his name down after him without saying anything to anybody. In a house on the east side, a young man called Anthony argued with old Geek, who had spent 60 years working other men's fields. "We have 20 acres, boy. Live quietly." "Uncle, the Holy Light Blood Clan gave me a new life." The old man shouted that if he did not make the top 200, he should not bother coming home. Then he stood at the window for a long time after he left and said, to nobody, "Maybe you are right. At least you will never have to sit and count the years you have left." December 7th. A snowfield behind the South District. I judged it personally. "This is not a selection," I told 3,000 people standing in the snow. "This is a war for the right of a human being to evolve into a higher form of life. Your only enemy here is yourself." Then I ran them through 2 weeks of ordinary Earth basic training: drill, sprints, distance, push-ups, frog jumps, loaded marches. A board went up with the leaders' names and a list of who was currently inside the top 200, and for a fortnight, that board was the only news in Dawn City. 3,000 of mine became 700, and I learned something that recalibrated me permanently. A program that would break a Special Forces candidate on Earth got 2 weeks of grumbling out of these people. They are not tougher because they are brave. They are tougher because this world builds bodies out of different material. So, for the final, I set something impossible. 700 men. 20 pounds of load, more for professionals by level, up to 80. 200 laps of the city. A lap is 2 kilometers, 400 kilometers. I did not set it so that somebody would finish. I set it so that 6,000 people would watch what the blood costs. 11 hours in, 435 were still moving. Ren told me later what the inside of it was like. I am going to use his words because mine are worse. There were fireballs in his lungs. The air came into his throat like a heated knife. His legs moved as though they were made of mercury, and there was a voice in him, very reasonable, very kind, saying, "Stop. You have done what you could. Nobody will blame you." He bit through his own tongue to clear his head. He thought about Bragar, about Lorien, about Mike in the ice pit, and about a vampire standing on a platform in a courtyard saying, "My people, I am your Lord Thorn." Something in him turned over, and his body came back on. At that exact second, I was on the reviewing platform, and the system chimed in my head. "Ren has become your fanatical believer. Faith power +1 per day. Believer." I am not a god. I have never claimed to be a god. Also, and I want to be honest here, my first thought was, who is Ren? That is how the entire divine half of my life began, in the middle of a running event, by accident. By nightfall, my vampires had come out to watch with the humans, and the newest residents in the city got to stand in a crowd and see their neighbors laughing at something a fanged man in a black cloak had just said. A runner went down 40 meters from the line and apologized to a girl in the crowd. "Carrie, I am sorry, I could not make it." She went out and hugged him in front of everybody and told him he was her hero, and the street roared, and the man who owned the tailor shop shouted that he would make the wedding dress for free. 22 solar hours, 12 men left, dawn, the last lap, 2 kilometers, and 9,000 people lining a road went almost silent, because nobody dared shout in case it broke somebody's rhythm. 12 of my men crossed the line. 25 hours, 400 kilometers, 700 started, 12 finished. The city lost its mind. Strangers hugged in the street. Somebody set a barrel on fire for no reason. I want to state plainly that I had set a distance I did not believe could be completed. 12 human beings completed it. I stood on that platform feeling like a man who had rigged a card game and been dealt a straight flush by the house. So I got up and said the true thing. Today I learned a new meaning for the word hero. The last day of the first month of winter is now the Dawn Festival, permanently, every year. Whatever else happens to this city, that day is theirs. My 12 were named the 12 Heroes of Dawn, and given the highest honor the city has, which is a medal called the Heart of Dawn, and which I invented that morning. And then, second wave, and this one was calculated. Everybody gets paid off the last checkpoint they reached. Top 500, 3 points. Top 300, 5. The top 200 still get the blood, which meant that every man who had dropped out on day 3 because 200 laps was obviously impossible had thrown away his entire fortnight for nothing. They were prepared to beat themselves with sticks. Points by residency. Points by a child's place in the Mage Tower. Every single one was worth its weight. December 31st. Red carpet all the way across Dawn Square. Hundreds of girls in white with flowers. A bonfire you could see from the walls. Tables of honey bread and roast meat and wine. and magic lamps strung on lines overhead. I came in on a white horse in a white robe with silver stitching, wearing the expression of a king inspecting his holdings, because I have no shame, and it was working. The 12 walked the carpet in crimson cloaks through a wall of noise, and I pinned the medals on myself. Then came the part the whole city had been waiting 3 weeks for. How is a vampire actually made? I had thought about this for a month. All 12 were young men, so the first embrace was performed by 12 vampire women in formal dress, better looking than any noble any of these people had ever seen at a distance. And they did not bite the neck. They bit the wrist. 9,000 people let out a disappointed sigh. I heard it, and it was the sweetest sound of my first year. The 12 fell asleep on a bed of flowers. The bonfire went up. The city drank until they woke. That is what it took. One night, one carpet, 12 pretty women, and a wrist instead of a throat. And the oldest horror story of the human species turned into a public holiday. The general consensus, roughly quoted, was, "That is the terror. Terrify me next." Ren told me what happens on the inside. The air turns to mercury. The change eats your blood, then your muscle, then your bones, and it does not ask. Consciousness goes out like a lamp. And on the edge of it, he thought about my face and started to pray, using the words people use for gods, because those were the only words he had. And he got an answer. "My child, I am Thorn. I have always been watching you. You do not walk alone." I did not plan that either. It came out of the faith connection. I said it because he was frightened and dying, and I was the only thing on the other end of the line. He stopped fighting the change. It ran 3 times faster after that. He woke under a full moon on a bed of flowers, felt the moonlight land on his skin like his mother's arms, stood up, and opened a pair of wings. He flew for hours. He said the city shrank until he could have covered it with his hand. And when he came down, Brigar and Lorien were waiting for him, and the first thing the newborn vampire said was, "Uncle Pat, do not laugh. I am still Ren. Little Pat is expecting me to buy him more honey bread now." They laughed until they had to sit down, because he had not turned into a monster. The neighbors who had known him since he was a child came over to touch the wings. January 1st, year 3522. 200 new vampires in one night. 12 on the carpet, 188, quietly, in my city hall, over the following hours. Exactly 3 months since I woke up in a mage tower with somebody else's teeth. And the number is not the achievement. The achievement is that 6,000 people watched a vampire being born, and afterwards they wanted to be one. I will tell you the mechanism because it is not kindness and it never was. Nobody envies the richest man in the world. Everybody envies the neighbor who won the lottery. 200 of my new vampires went home to their own streets. The people they grew up with, watched them walk past the queue at the grain store, watched the guards salute, watched girls on patrol suddenly find reasons to talk to them. I built that inequality on purpose. A society with no ladder produces nobody who climbs. Ren paid for it too. 10 minutes of noon sun and his skin burns. An hour would kill him. He gave up the sun to get the night, and after dark there is a strength in him he did not know a body could hold, and the arithmetic keeps going. An ordinary vampire performs 1 embrace a year. 200 now. 800 next winter. After that, the curve stops being addition. 100,000 wings over this valley. I could see it. I could see the exact shade of the sky. Which brings me to the boy who found the iron, because that happened in the middle of all of it and nearly ended very differently. My prospector was 12 years old. Orcs killed his parents in the month he was born. At 6, a wandering ore prospector took him as an apprentice. At 9, orcs killed the prospector in front of him. He could not make his legs move, and a neighbor called Uncle Sam picked him up and carried him out. In my city, he went and registered for the construction department himself, without telling his uncle, because his teacher used to say a prospector must be educated, and you, boy, are a genius. 12 copper a month. Uncle Sam, who would have given everything he owned for a place in my security team, was speechless with envy. The vampire in charge told him that if he found a vein, his uncle would be found a place in the logistics team. Jones decided not to mention it until after he found one. 20th mountain of the day. Gray forest, trees 15 meters up, iced rock in an odd color. He picked up a stone, turned it over twice, and spun around shouting, "It is iron ore! It is iron!" And then he saw that all 4 adults were staring past him, at something behind his shoulder, with their mouths open. In front of my boy stood 6 meters of gray wrinkled muscle, one eye bigger than a millstone, a club with rocks driven into it, cyclopes. Lysander nearly fell over when I told him about Ren. A fanatic. Master, you have a fanatic. Apparently the ladder goes unbeliever, believer, devout, fanatic, and one fanatic produces as much faith power as roughly 10,000 ordinary followers. The Night Temple in Green City has been preaching to 1 million people for centuries and has never produced one. And you can hear his thoughts. You answered him? That part turned out to be the talent again. Magic affinity. Ultimate. Faith power is the same energy as mana, just higher up the ladder, and only somebody with extreme affinity can perceive it at all. For an ordinary person, and for most transcendents, the faith of others simply dissipates into the air, unfelt and unused. Lysander looked at me for a long moment, and then said the thing he had been holding in since the day I bit his wrist. You can build a temple, master. You can preach. From this day, the only god in Dawn City should be you. I said yes. Not because I want to be a god. I am 12 levels away from that conversation. I said yes because Lysander can turn priests into shadow priests, and shadow priest is a class that fits a vampire the way a glove fits a hand. I had no priest to convert. To found a cult, you need a doctrine and a divine domain. Domains cannot overlap, or the gods go to war over it. Life is taken by the goddess of life. Death is taken by the god of death. Everything useful is spoken for. So I took the thing nobody else had ever wanted. Vampires, blood. That will do. Lysander went off practically singing. I stayed where I was and did the honest math. One fanatic produces less usable energy in a day than a single mage hand consumes. It is not a weapon, it is a foundation. And foundations are boring until the day they are not. Then a vampire came through my office door, covered in somebody else's blood. Down in the hall of my city hall, under a guard of 20, 2 men were laid out and being worked on, and a 12-year-old boy was standing next to them, crying so hard he could not get a word out. Henner, 3rd generation, one of Cedric's, careful by temperament, could barely speak. Jones held out a gray-brown stone that was still warm from his hand. We found a whole iron vein, my lord, but there are cyclopes living at it. Lord Henner covered me with his body. Both of the Smith uncles are dead. I had spent the previous week in that same office grinding my teeth over the fact that my city could not forge a kitchen knife, because iron does not come out of the ground because you want it to. I stood up. You can be an ancient giant for all I care. Today you find out what happens to things that touch mine. Cyclopes run 6 meters and over 1,000 kilos. An adult is level 9. Elites go past 10. Chieftains reach 15. One of them had done that much damage to 2 level 8 vampires, so there was an elite in there. And cyclopes are a herd species, so where there is one, there is a tribe. I had the muster in 10 minutes. Corvin, Eliana, Seraphina, Finian, 100 blood descendants, 200 magic-speaking bats, and Lysander. 3 months earlier, this clan could field 1 level 10 and a lot of hope. Now it had 5 high-level mages, a level 15 blasphemer, and me at 11. The shadow of that many wings covered half the city. Holy Light Blood Clan, I said on the square, fight with me for Dawn. And while we were still in the air, Theron's propaganda department, which is small and quiet and reports only to him, put the story out fully formed. Cyclopes attacked an unarmed boy prospector. A vampire shielded him with his own body. 2 citizens of my city were killed, and the Lord went personally to answer for it. Nothing welds a city together like a monster on the other side of the mountain. The valley entrance is a 30-meter crack between 2 peaks and a kilometer of winding corridor behind it. Nobody who was not looking for ore would ever have found it. Inside, a bowl, a bare gray-brown mountain of exposed ore, and a gray forest going on until it stopped being visible. At the throat, we found the fight. Craters, footprints the size of a table, and a magic-speaking bat picked down to the bones, with tooth marks on them. I did not send anyone in. Corvin went to confirm there was no second exit. There was not. Lysander went in alone to scout. Everyone else climbed to 1,000 meters and waited for dark. Because rushing gives away the initiative, and this was not 2 men in an alley. This was a tribe against a tribe. I told Jones to go and sleep. Lord Thorn, he said, am I that useless? You are 12. Nobody is useful all the time. I put the ore back in his hand. Find me another vein. I believe you will. When the light went, I stood up on the back of a bat at a kilometer of altitude and stepped off the edge. I fell like a dropped stone, and about 30 meters above the trees, 100 bats came out of the space where I had been and went into the forest in every direction. Lysander was already fighting. Outside the cave mouth stood something 7 meters tall, and my panel gave me all of it at once. Grolm Stonefist. Title: The Wise, plus 50 intelligence. Age 289, level 15. Condition: severe hunger. Class: giant heavy warrior. Ancient giant bloodline active, plus 300 strength and skin that cannot be pierced by anything below a 3rd ring spell. Lysander put a great fireball into his chest and left a smudge. The Cyclops spoke in the tongue of the ancient giants, which everyone understands, because it does not go through the ears. It arrives in your head already meaning something. Human, you will die. He took down a century-old tree with one swing of a club that had rocks driven into it. Lysander went into the shadows and stung him and went out again. And I noticed the thing that decided the whole night. There was a fresh scar running the width of that giant's belly, and Lysander had not put it there. I came down to 100 meters and made it formal because I wanted him to hear it, and I wanted my own people to hear it. Grom Stonefist, chieftain of the Cyclopes tribe. I am Thorn, progenitor of the Holy Light Blood clan. You entered our land and you killed our people. I declare war until one side submits or is destroyed. My panel counted them as they came out of the cave. 7 males, 8 females, 6 children about 3 meters tall, 22. 5 of them level 10, 10 at level 9, and 2 details that ended the negotiation before it started. Every single one of them was covered in scars from a recent slaughter that had nothing to do with us. And every single one of them, on my panel, read severe hunger. They threw rocks at the sky. Our vampires were hanging at 300 and 400 meters, and a thrown boulder at that range is a thing you step aside from. 200 bats circled and did nothing at all. And doing nothing at all was enough to make giants start shifting their weight. I did not attack. Vampires cannot embrace a non-humanoid. I had known that going in. But it occurred to me, hanging up there watching 22 starving giants guard 6 children, that you do not actually have to turn something into a vampire in order to own it. Then I showed this world something it had not seen before. A vampire sits on the back of a bat and builds a great fireball. The bat dives. At 100 meters above the target, the rider drops it and the bat pulls up and never goes lower. 1 rider is a nuisance. 100 riders in rotation is a carousel that does not stop. Every one of my people can produce 15 fireballs a night. With blood of mana, 30. The valley floor turned into a lake of fire. Snow on the slopes ran off in sheets and steamed. The cyclopes threw boulders 300 meters straight up, which is genuinely terrifying, and completely useless against something that can watch the rock leave the hand. When a stone did clip a bat, the rider simply stepped onto another one in midair. They put the children under the females. And that is the part that finished them, because the fire ate the air, and a tribe that could have scattered into the forest stayed in one place to cover 6 children who could not run. 25 passes. Immunity has a ceiling. Every wall in this world has a saturation point. On the 25th pass, the skin that shrugs off 3rd ring magic stopped shrugging. They went down one at a time. Grom Stonefist was the last thing standing, and there was nobody left on their feet to stand with him. I would not fear a good death in battle, he said, into all of our heads at once, but to burn alive without once reaching the enemy. I dropped a fireball in front of him, not on him, in front of him, and several times the size of the ones that had been falling all night, so he could see the difference between what I had been doing and what I could do. He went down on one knee. I submit to you, progenitor of the Holy Light Blood clan. The soul contract is an invention of the god of death and cannot be broken by anyone, up to and including the god of death, who presumably regrets the wording. And there is a documented side effect nobody talks about, which is that over time, the bound party stops resenting it and starts meaning it. A notification rolled in. You have obtained the loyalty of the Cyclops tribe, 2,000 experience. And then a second line I did not understand for a very long time. Then another. Your power has awed Grom Stonefist. Your legendary rating in the underworld has increased by 1. My, what in the where? 20 charred giants lay across that valley floor like potatoes left in the fire too long, and the 6 children were making a noise I did not enjoy. Master, Grom said, save mine. Getting them home was a logistics problem. A bat carries 1,000 pounds. A cyclops weighs 2,000. Mage hand holds 700 to 800 pounds, I said. 4 vampires to a giant. Go. Corvin watched a level 15 chieftain get airlifted by 4 mages holding invisible arms and said, out loud, that was allowed? On the way back, Rome told me where they came from, and I stopped thinking about iron for a while. They are not from here. They came up out of the underworld. Stonefist tribe, from a swamp shared with goblins, cave spiders, and ogres. His father was the chieftain, and stood at the doorstep of Transcendent, and a black dragon killed him. Without a chieftain of that grade, the tribe started losing its ground. Grom fought his brother for the throne, and lost, and the loser is exiled. He walked out with 3 wives, 6 children, and his warriors, and while running from things in the dark, he stumbled onto a passage to the surface. The passage is in the cave behind his back. 1 day's travel to the underworld. He also mentioned, casually, that not far from that entrance there is a city of halflings where dark elves trade with gray dwarves and dark knights and necromancers. I listened to all of it with my eyes bright and my mouth shut. And then I made a decision that I want on the record because it was the correct one, and it was hard. I did not go. There are dragons down there, and I could not even feed my own city yet. Grom, not one word about the underworld, to anyone. We came back over Dawn City at dawn, with 22 giants slung under our formation. And the propaganda department had done its work, so the streets were already full. The giants were laid out on the square, and one of their hands is taller than a man. Then Grom, still 10 meters up, decided he was well enough to get down by himself and jumped. The square shook. 9,000 people screamed at once, and mothers grabbed for children. And then I came down out of the sky and walked across that square on my own, alone, and a 7-meter chieftain went down on one knee and put his forehead against the paving stones. It made almost no sound. The noise afterwards did not stop for a quarter of an hour. Understand what those people were looking at. 6 months earlier, they had been lying in ditches on the border, hoping orcs would ride past. Now they were watching a monster out of a children's story kneel to the man who gave them their fields. 3 days of healing later, I discovered the actual cost of my victory. One cyclops eats what 20 humans eat. 22 of them is 400 mouths. And those same conquered prisoners, having eaten until they were full for the first time in their entire lives, had begun following me around the city with an expression I can only describe as devotion. In the underworld, there is not enough food. A cyclops can be born, live 200 years, and die without ever once being full. Cyclopes will never be slaves, Grom told me solemnly. Then he added, unless they are fed. I laughed until I had to sit down. If I had known, I would have skipped the war and brought a cart. Forced disposition. 1 chieftain at 15, 5 at 10, 10 between 8 and 9, 6 children at 4, who by the way grow. It is perfect heavy infantry. Vampires own the sky and cannot hold ground. Giants own the ground and cannot think strategically, and my vampires will do the thinking. And I did not want an army. I wanted ore. Jones confirmed it, standing on a chair to reach the map. The vein in Giant Valley is one of the richest he has ever seen. You cannot put humans into a mountain shaft in midwinter. You can absolutely put cyclopes in one. They needed tools. A human shovel in that hand is a toothpick, which is how I finally met the man running my forge. A short, broad old fellow with a beard coming up to my chest, called Dagrun and half dwarf. He heard the words pickaxe for a giant and lit up like a festival. A short-sighted human noble, he said, would have hitched the cyclops to a carriage first. I froze. A cyclops in harness. A carriage pulled by a cyclops. It would look incredible. I want credit for what I did next, which was to say nothing and privately promise myself that when I am strong enough, I will not use giants. I will use dragons, 9 of them. My forge had no steel. It also had a warehouse with 2,000 unallocated shovels and hoes in it. Melt all of it. 2,000 pieces of iron, 100 vampire mages helping, and out of that came 5 sets of tools. A pick with a haft 7 meters long that a man has to hug with both arms. A hammer that dents paving stones when you stand it upright. Grom picked up the 800-pound hammer between 2 fingers. Master, too light. Dagran turned an interesting color. Theron saw an armored giant division and started to suggest it. I stopped him. My city does not need to fight right now. Dawn City needs to produce. Tools, not armor. Lysander, meanwhile, had taken an abandoned manor and turned it into a cathedral in under a week. 4 floors of white stone, a hall that seats 500, 10 temple maidens in white with flowers at the door, and on the far wall, a colored relief 4 meters high. A vampire with his wings open and kneeling at his feet, giants, titans, elves, dragons, great demons, and 6-winged angels. The face was mine. I carved it myself, Lysander said, glowing. He spent 40 years carving religious murals in the Night Temple. Of course he did. I got up on the platform to announce the doctrine and, faced with 500 expectant faces, my brain handed me a slogan I had read on a wall on Earth. Self-improvement, perseverance, unity, courage, love of family and country. It went down extremely well. I would like to apologize to nobody. I am the god of dawn. My domain is vampires and blood. The system practically sang. The Dawn cult has been founded. Domain, blood clan, a city, a clan, and 1 fanatical believer detected. Minimum requirements met. Faith power activated. Legendary rating +5. 5,000 experience. Total rating 6. Title obtained, known across the land. 1. All races regard you 1 step higher. 2. A chance to make creatures of lower level defect to your side. 3. Increased surrender rate among prisoners. Lysander stood at the bottom of the hall with an expression I recognized because I had seen it on farmers. He said afterwards that the air in that room felt like the air in a real god's temple, and then he bowed to a carving of my face, which is not a thing a blasphemer is supposed to be able to do. The new panel read like a joke I was slowly getting. Legendary rating 5, +1 in the underworld. Mage level 12. Mana 770. Dawn cult. God of Dawn, Alaric Thorn. False god. That bracket annoys me more than it should. Divine arts, 0. Temples, 1. Believers, 1 fanatic, no devout, no believers, 10 ordinary, who were Lysander's temple maidens. Faith power, 24, of which basically all of it was Ren. And 1 line at the bottom that was the reason I had done any of it. Conversion available, Priest of Dawn. Cost, 200 faith power. Priests. That is what Lysander needs to make shadow priests. That is the whole chain, and it starts with ordinary people believing something. I was holding the core of a nuclear device with no idea how to assemble the rest of it. But it was in my hands. Note that Lysander himself does not appear anywhere in that believer list. A blasphemer cannot believe in anyone ever again. That is what the title costs, and he paid it a long time before he met me. Out in the city, the conversation had moved on to two topics. The first was the cyclopes, who were now being teased with bread by children, and whose 6 young had become public property. Nobody in my city is afraid of a different species anymore. It happened in about 11 days, and nobody noticed it happening. The second was that there was now a cathedral opposite the square, where the god being worshipped was their own city lord. I walked past an argument about it with my hood up. Not a god? Then who else tames a cyclops like a puppy? They are not scary. I fed one bread yesterday. Idiot, it would have eaten you if it had not been tamed. Will we get dragons? I would feed a dragon bread. Idiot, dragons do not eat bread. Lorien was certain the whole thing was nonsense, right up until he sat down one evening and went through it in order. Free food when they arrived, work, a house, and land. Actual land, with a post in the corner and his son's name on the paper. No noble he had ever heard of had done one of those things, let alone 4. He went to my cathedral the next morning, intending to have a quiet look, and found 30 people already there, including Ren. Lysander came out to conduct the first service of his new religion and stopped dead in the doorway because the front row was full. I called Jones in before I forgot, which would have been unforgivable. You have done this city a considerable service. I am awarding you 10 points personally. Your wage is now 1 gold coin a month. He went scarlet and dropped to one knee, badly, copying knights he had seen exactly twice. Is there anything else you want? He shuffled. He looked back at Henner, and then he asked for something that was not for himself. Could Uncle Sam have a job at my city hall? He carried me out of the village. He is the closest person I have. He has wanted a permanent post his whole life. He went home and made his uncle guess. A raise? No. Did the neighbor girl finally say yes? Jones went the color of a brick. When he finally said it, Sam, who was 40, never married, and raised another man's son, went completely still and then started laughing and crying at the same time, which is a thing men of that age do exactly once. Praise Lord Thorn, Sam does not forget. March 3rd. Planting. The snow went. The forge rolled out mountains of tools. The tailors switched to lighter cloth. Theron's report was the best one he had ever given me, and it ended with a knife. Housing now for 25,000. Population approaching 10,000. Vampires over 400, though 200 of those are new and sit between levels 1 and 3 and are, militarily, decorative. Mage Tower finishing in May. A commercial street with 6 tailors, 5 bakeries, a flower shop, a grocer, and a dry goods store. The Cyclopes were pulling 40 tons of ore a day, which renders as 4 tons of pig iron. 100 human miners could not do that in a week. Security team at 200. And then, the last line. Less than 2,000 gold coins in the treasury against a monthly burn of 1,000. 2 centuries of vampire savings, gone in 6 months. I had spent it on grain, cloth, tools, magic materials, and wages. Which means I had transferred the entire accumulated wealth of my species into the pockets of my own citizens. And nothing was coming back, because I sold grain at a loss and had personally granted every new shop a tax-free year. It is a company with 10,000 employees, a construction project every month, and no receivables. I laughed, and Theron looked at me the way you look at a man laughing on a ledge. The gold is coming. Winter is over. Every adventurer in Green City is already scratching. Green City in spring is the same gray it is in every other season. Beggars in the doorways. Soldiers pulling out the ones who did not make it to the thaw. The Scarlet Mage Tower now had 150 apprentices and 22 formal mages. We had bought the entire block around it and put a wall up with traps in it, Lyra's report. 5,000 scrolls in the warehouse. Cost 3, price 12. That is more than 50,000 gold coins standing on shelves. Also, we owed the White Tower 10,000 for materials, and their steward had started using a tone. The shop opened with a magic array in the floor that Gareth came and laid personally, complaining the entire time. I named it on the spot without thinking, which is how all my best decisions get made. We shall call it the Akali Black Shop. No. Ugh. Lyra's mysterious shop. She looked at the floor and turned crimson, and every employee in the room found something else to do. Then I put her in charge of the whole trade network because Lyra has mediocre magical talent and a genius for administration, and in 6 months she had not made a single mistake. Combat power is valuable. A manager is rarer. The rumor went through the Green City underworld in about 4 hours. Torvin Cole is a bankrupt noble running a party of 8. Warriors, an archer, a thief, no mage, because mages do not associate with mercenaries. He had a 50 gold contract on a desert rhino and was shopping for an edge. These bloodsuckers are selling at 20 what everybody sells at 12, he told his party on the way in. It was 12, limit 10 per customer. And for opening week, there was a discount draw. And somebody 2 places ahead of him pulled 90% off and walked out with a magic missile scroll for 1 gold coin. The street outside was solid leather jackets. I bought 5. That is every coin I own. So, do we go after those level 6 ogres now? Are you insane? What is there to be afraid of? With a scroll, you can always run. Inside, a hall 35 meters across, 10 formal mages behind an oak counter, and a board listing 5 products: magic missile, thunderclap, mage shield, shadow touch, stone to mud. Day 1, we sold 1,000 scrolls. A fifth of the entire winter stockpile, 12,000 gold coins. One shop, in one day, took more than a quarter of everything the vampire clan had accumulated in 200 years. I had budgeted for 100 scrolls a day. Lyra, who had watched the same numbers, proposed something smarter than anything I had planned. Hold 2,000 back. Release no more than 300 a day. Let them fail to buy, she said. We must never fail to sell. 300 a day is also the factory ceiling. Any other tower on this continent does not make 300 in a month. Knowledge is the highest form of labor. A modern factory did not compete with local production. It stepped on it. New rule that same afternoon. Every apprentice who joins from now on signs a sole contract before they see the inside of the building. Gareth, over at the White Tower, was baffled. By my count, that boy needed a year to get scroll production running. Did he rob a dragon? The shadow in the corner of his study said, Teacher, do not measure him with the usual stick. Not every high-level mage rewrites spell models. Gareth laughed so hard he had to hold the desk. It's send word to the nobles. The White Tower is a participant in the Scarlet Tower's scroll trade. After that, not one noble house in Green City so much as coughed in our direction. Nobody starts a fight with a level 19 archmage over paper. He stood at his window afterwards, alone, and said something to the moon. Walk your own road, Thorn. I would like to live long enough to see you outgrow this tower. Anya came back from her fortnight with him at level 3 with 5 new spells and announced that she could help me now. I did the private arithmetic. Vampires are a superior race. Next to golden blood, we are peasants. I was still holding her back on purpose. Off the leash, she would have solidified her first model and made formal mage inside a week at 15, which would have been the most expensive fortnight of her life. And a colder thought underneath it. The entire Scarlet Mage Tower rests on one person, and it is me. There is nobody in that building above level 5. Gareth is an umbrella, and an umbrella is not a roof. Then Lyra went out and did something in 3 days that I could not have done in 3 months. She signed the 5 largest trading houses in Green City, including the Sterling family, who have been in business for 1,000 years, terms. In 2 months, partners buy scrolls at 9 instead of 12, minimum 3,000 a month, minimum 6,000 within half a year. In exchange, every partner closes their own scroll counters inside Green City. Only the mysterious shop sells here, and all partners supply magic materials to us at 10% under market. She gave away 1/3 of the margin on a product that was printing money. That is not generosity, and it is not weakness. That is a girl who understood that a shop makes gold and a network makes a kingdom. Grain, cloth, and salt now come to Dawn City on the strength of one letter with her seal on it. Everyone in this world has resources. Almost nobody knows what to do with them. Then she came back with an idea of her own, and I sat there and let her talk for 20 minutes. Selling only scrolls is a waste of a shop. Buy magic materials over the counter and post a public wanted board for the rare ones. Sell weapons and armor as match sets. And then the part that made me put my cup down. Points. I had mentioned points to her once, months ago, in passing. Every gold coin spent earns points. Points buy access to goods that never reach the open shelves. Discounts on scrolls. Exchange for blood of mana. A child's place in the mage tower. Hiring tower mages for non-combat work. Enchantment of equipment. I had not thought of half of that. I think, I said, that I should hand over the title of Trick King. I gave her the entire operation. Anya cracked one eye open from her cushion in the corner and said, Teacher, Sister Lyra is amazing. And in her own office, which happens to have a window facing the window of mine, Lyra allowed herself to look across for slightly longer than she usually permits. I flew home with 20,000 gold coins broken down into copper and silver, which is 4 wagons, because you cannot pay a bricklayer in bullion. I am a shepherd. I have never pretended otherwise, at least not to myself. I heal the flock, I feed the flock, I move the flock to better grass, all of it so the flock grows, and the money is not gone. My city is a closed valley with one door, Every coin I put into a farmer's hand stays inside my walls, moves through my shops, and comes back to my treasury the moment I decide to open my hand. Humans are the productive force. Vampires are the weapon that guards it. Say it in that order, and everything else follows. Next bottleneck. We had 468 magic-speaking bats and a city that had grown past them. Finian, who breeds them, said he could double it in 6 months, but the new ones would only be level 5. Then he explained where they come from, and I nearly threw my cup at him. You make them out of ordinary bats. Vampire blood carries a dormant line, and activating it turns a common bat into a 10-meter monster. There is no limit. There has never been a limit. The limit is food. 2 centuries ago, the old progenitor cleared the Great Plain of magic beasts and released boars, bison, and wild horses into it. And since then, my bats have simply hunted for themselves. Each one eats a 300-pound boar every fortnight. 468 bats. 11,232 boars a year. I did the multiplication twice and put my head in my hands. We were using a plane 60 kilometers by 150 as an unmanaged pasture on the honor system with wild pigs. Finian, has anyone ever tried farming them? He looked at me with genuine offense. Farming? Those low creatures? I renamed the big plane, the Dawn Plane, and the small one, the Moonlight Plane, on the grounds that Blood Plane was a branding problem, and then I built a pig farm. The vampires wrinkled their noses right up until I said the humans would do the raising, and they would only assist with magic, at which point they relaxed visibly. The recruitment notice broke the doors. 12 copper a month. One requirement. You must know how to raise piglets. My queue argued about qualifications. I have delivered sows. Amateur. I killed 3 of a noble's pigs. I have experience. 3. I killed 10. My lord, I also know how to dispose of the dead ones. I drew the sheds off Earth designs because my memory since the embrace is effectively photographic, and I have never once felt guilty about it. Then I adapted them for magic. Mage Hand hauls the feed. A small fireball sterilizes. A mage heals a sick animal in 90 seconds. A month of work, thousands of laborers, and 300 vampires. 30 buildings, 30 meters by 60. Capacity just under 10,000 head, 3 cycles a year. 27,000 animals. I put a man called Merrick in charge, because he had run a noble's piggery for 20 years and had opinions about ventilation. Get me to 500,000 head a year, I told him, and I will make you a Knight of Dawn personally. His hands shook. Somewhere in that man's future is a pork empire, and I am not going to be able to stop it. Then I walked past a construction crew, hauling water in buckets from a stream 300 meters away, and my patience finally gave out. I called them over, lifted a bucket with a hole in it with Mage Hand, and let the water pour out onto the stones. Glory has magic, I said. Glory does not have different physics. Water goes down. Reservoir halfway up the mountain, at the spring. Pipes. Theron cheerfully started to send men for bamboo. I stopped him. The head pressure in that column would split bamboo like a party favor. Iron pipes. That is what the forge is for. Cutting a reservoir into a mountainside on Earth is a decade and a national budget. That night, hundreds of vampires went up into the air, arranged themselves into 4 groups of 30 at 200 meters from the cliff, and took turns, 1 minute per group, firing improved magic missiles into a single point at half-second intervals. Not fireballs, missiles. Fireballs would have cracked the rock along the fault lines, and we wanted a bowl, not a landslide. Dozens of impacts a second into one spot, the stone went red, then it went soft. Then it ran, like foam in a fire, and poured down the cliff face so that from below the mountain looked like a demon's mouth spitting flame. The sky over the valley went pale, like a second sunrise arriving in the wrong place. The laborers on the ground screamed themselves hoarse. Praise the Holy Light Blood Clan. Only they could do this. Why do I suddenly want to cry? By morning, there was a bowl in that mountain 20 meters deep and more than 60 across. And the best part is the part nobody noticed. The walls were glazed, melted smooth. Water would not seep through them, which meant the mountain would not quietly dissolve under my reservoir over the next 10 years. Then I asked a question that revealed something ridiculous. What are they plowing with? Shovels, patriarch, and hoes. Not oxen. There are no draft animals in this valley, and there never have been anywhere on this border, because people here are strong enough that nobody ever bothered to find out whether an ox would be faster. Go to the Dawn Plain and catch bison. All of them you can manage. So Finian, a level 10 warrior who has fought orc wyvern cavalry in the air, spent that spring catching piglets and bison. One thin vampire complained that the progenitor was wasting my clan on low creatures. Finian took him up to 1,000 meters and turned him around to face the valley. Ant trails of people in the streets. The whole South District a construction site. The Mage Tower going up floor by floor. Cyclopes settling foundation stones by hand. Vampires ferrying cut blocks in mage hands. Plowmen in the fields all the way to the far tree line. 6 months ago, there were 200 of us in an empty castle, Finian said. If you do not understand it, obey it. 10 days later, 3,000 oxen went out to the farmsteads, and my city skipped from hand tillage to the plow in a fortnight. Old Geik, who raised war horses for nobles when he was young, stood there feeding grass to a bull and lecturing Anthony. He is not a magic beast, boy. Feed him and you will be friends. Anthony was still sulking about missing the top 200. Give it up, Geek said. You got 5 points. I do not stand in queues anymore. You have no idea how much they envy me. 6 months of data, 120 subjects. 300 milliliters every 7 days is safe, with good feeding every 6, and a level 5 professional is back to full in 3 days. I set the legal interval at once a fortnight, which is double the safe number, and kept a permanent monitored group running forever, because a policy that touches 10,000 bodies deserves to be checked for the rest of its life. Then I made it law. Every resident of my city donates blood 4 times a year. I need to say why, because this is the hinge of the entire thing I built, and I do not want it mistaken for a whim. Vampires have fed by hunting humans for as long as there have been vampires. It is a closed loop that always ends the same way. The clan grows, the disappearances grow. Somebody in a city notices the pattern, and then a transcendent walks up your mountain, and there are 100 of you left. That is not a risk. That is our recorded history, and I have the survivor on my payroll. The donation program cuts the loop. Nobody vanishes, nobody hunts. The blood is given, paid for, and counted. The story we told the humans was that the Holy Light Blood Clan was cursed by an evil deity and had survived for centuries on an ancestral artifact, that the artifact had finally crumbled. The incentive was 10 donations for 1 point, at a time when a full year of farming and paying your tax earns exactly 1. Half the city went pale anyway. There it is. The fangs finally came out. That evening, the square was packed because everyone had come to see what a monster looks like when it stops pretending. I came out and did not argue with any of it. I know you are afraid. Do not lower your heads. Nobody will judge you for it. As long as you do not break the law, no one will touch you. That is my promise. And then, instead of a single further word of explanation, there is only one thing you need to do. Believe me. I turned around and walked off the platform. 9,000 people stood there in complete silence. The first man in the chair the next morning was Brigar. I have already told you what he said when it was over, and how the queue went around the block by noon. What I have not told you is what happened after. My man on the other side of that table, whose name is Rorik, and who has the bedside manner of a cheerful mortician, slid a coin across to him. The first donation of the year is paid in cash. 1 coin is 30 kilos of wheat. A day laborer earns that in a week. Brigar had walked into that room, prepared to die, and walked out 3 minutes later, holding a week's wages. After that, the queue stopped being a queue and became a problem. We had people trying to cut in line to give blood twice. The men who had shouted loudest about bloodsuckers spent about a week not making eye contact with anybody. Banners went up on the main street. Blood replenishes itself. Donation does no harm to your health. To give blood freely is an honor. We founded a medical department that week. It is now the second largest department in the city, and it is entirely staffed by people who 3 months earlier thought a vampire was a story you tell to make children behave. Down in my sanctuary, Kalen cut 2 new pools, 30 meters deep and 50 across, both of them carefully inside the 100-meter radius of the divine remains, because those bones are the best refrigerator in the world, and they do not merely preserve blood, they enrich it. The longer it sits, the more mana it carries. My first cycle came in at 8,000 donors because we bar anyone under 14 and over 65, which caused genuine offense. We had old men coming to my city hall to file complaints about being excluded from feeding vampires. 8,000 donors at 300 milliliters is 2,400 liters, 2.5 tons. A vampire needs 3 liters a month. 1 cycle feeds 800 of us. I stood in that cavern, looking at a pool the size of a village pond, and understood that I had just solved, permanently, the problem that killed 2,900 members of my species a century ago, and it was solved with paperwork. That is when Lysander came to me about the priests. He had a candidate list ready because, of course he did, and the top name on it stopped me. Maeve. Maeve was one of the temple maidens. She had been ordinary in the register for exactly as long as it took anyone to look at her properly. She came to Dawn City in the second intake. She and her younger sister had been walking to Green City and starving. She told me later that the hunger was not the part she remembers. What she remembers is the way the other people on that road had started looking at the two of them. Hunger was not what was going to kill them. She had been standing at the door of Lysander's cathedral in a white dress handing out flowers for 4 months, and had never once mentioned any of it to anybody. She was the first name in the city to cross from believer to devout. She did it without a single conversation about it. The priest of dawn conversion costs 200 faith power. I had spent months collecting scraps. I spent all of it. A soft chime. Maeve has become a priest of dawn. And then a second line that I read 3 times. Holy priestess, divine class detected. Lysander came and looked at her panel and stood very still for a while. Master, this is not the ordinary path. A holy priestess is a channel. Whatever you become, she will be the mouth of it. She knelt in the middle of that hall in a plain white dress and asked me very calmly whether her sister would have been permitted to enter my school. Yes, I said. Then I will serve you, she said, for the rest of it. That was the second time this year I stopped being funny. Lysander had brought me 10 candidates for the priesthood. I sent 7 of them away in about 90 seconds, because I picked on affinity and faith strength and nothing else, and Lysander had clearly been selecting on a second criterion he did not get to keep. The 3 who stayed were Maeve Grace, Ayla Croft, and Bryn Croft. The conversion runs through a mental imprint, which is the most intimate thing that exists between 2 living beings. Once the mark is set, I can hear their thoughts. That is not a bonus, that is a responsibility. I have never once used it for anything I would not say to their faces. I spoke to all 3 the way I had spoken to Ren. My children, you will take the light of dawn and you will overcome. The road is full of threats and falls, but you will never walk it alone. I am always here. My Ayla and my Bryn came out of it at level 2, each able to hold 2 spells, and both of them looked like people who had been handed a second life, and then Maeve's energy went from white to gold. Whoever you are, she said in the middle of it, with her eyes shut. God or demon, Maeve is yours, and Maeve is not afraid of anything. Lysander, who was a man made entirely of composure, jumped up and pointed at her and started shouting through actual tears. Holy priestess! That is a holy priestess! Her level climbed while we watched. 1, 3, 6. The ambient magic in that hall started moving toward her, the way a lake moves toward a drain. Her hair took on light. Her eyes went pale gold, and it became physically difficult to look at her while thinking anything unpleasant. A louder chime. The Dawn cult has obtained a holy priestess. Legendary rating +2. 2,000 experience. Lysander explained afterwards what had actually happened, and he was still shaking. A holy priest is what you get when faith goes past its own limit. The odds are far longer than the odds of becoming a transcendent mage. A fanatic will die for a god, but even a fanatic wavers if the god falls or renounces his own domain. A holy priest does not. If the god of justice became a bloodthirsty demon of the abyss, Lysander said, his holy priest would follow him into the dark. Faith above good, faith above evil, faith above the domain itself. I sat there genuinely baffled about what I had done to deserve it, because I had met this woman 4 times, and 3 of those were in passing, which is the exact blind spot of a man from a comfortable century. To me, I had run a competent administration. To a woman who was starving on a road while strangers looked at her sister and did arithmetic, I am not an administrator. You reap in July what you sowed in March. I keep relearning that. Her panel, title, chosen, 50% to spell power. Class, Holy Priestess, rare and restricted. Talents adding 35% to cast speed, to mana efficiency, to spell power, and to regeneration, all at once. Next to that, a Shadow Priest is a pauper. She cannot learn a spell by herself. A Holy Priest is given spells by their god, so I copied the improved magic missile down the mental link. 30 seconds, learned, second spell, learned, third, 10th. I gave her everything I had of the second ring, and she took all of it inside 5 minutes, and Lysander stood in the corner, visibly choking on it, because an ordinary priest spends months of prayer on one. That is the difference between the 2 roads. A mage carries everything himself, and pays for every step, and has no ceiling, and can in principle walk all the way up to godhood. A priest is handed power for free, and a god can take it back on any Tuesday he likes. Maeve, I said, from today you are the Saint of the Dawn cult, equal in rank to Bishop Lysander. Lysander bowed to her without being asked, which told me more about him than anything he ever said. By May my cathedral had teeth, a holy priestess at 6, a shadow high priest at 15, and 2 priestesses at 2. The cult ledger, after half a year of preaching, read 1 fanatic, 138 devout, 589 believers, 3,567 ordinary. Faith power, 630. 3,500 out of 9,000 is enormous. It is enormous because Lysander did not convert anyone from nothing. Every commoner in this world already has a god. He poached them. In any open city that would have brought 4 temples down on us inside a month. My city has 1 road in, and I own the gate. 600 faith power is exactly 3 priests. Not a legion, not even a squad, but the first step is the one that decides whether there is a second. I also learned that first of the month is my favorite day. The panel updated. Each blood descendant provides 1 experience per month. Descendants, 408. 408 experience credited. A salary. I get a salary for existing, and it goes up every time somebody in my city falls in love. I walked to my cathedral on foot with an escort of 4, which I did not need, and Theron insisted on, because apparently a ruler who wanders about alone makes his own officials look unemployed. The street was clean, children were playing in it. A sweating man was hauling his own son home by the ear. And every face I passed had a specific light in it that I have never once seen in Green City, which has 1,000,000 people and better architecture. And in front of my cathedral, there was now a stone statue 12 meters high, the tallest structure in the city. A man standing next to it looks like a gnome. A cyclopes looks up at it. It has my face. Inside, the walls had been carved with my entire biography, the founding, the first 700, the giants kneeling, the tower going up. I stood in front of a 12-meter statue of myself and thought, with complete sincerity, that I owed my old civics teacher an apology. I was a convinced materialist. The enemy was cunning. Somehow, I ended up leading the other side. Priorities for the year, in order of how much they would hurt if they failed. 1. Food. Spring wheat went in during March, harvest in July or August, and everything else in the calendar bends around it. 2. The Mage Tower. The earlier it opens, the earlier new vampires and gifted humans stop learning by accident. 3. The Cult. 4. My farm. And a standing order to Finian. Get me from 500 bats to 1,000 by winter, because this winter I intend to lift 20,000 people. The thing that would not let me sleep was the calendar. The orcs came early last year, for no reason anyone could name. And somewhere in my panel, a counter was running down toward 100,000 players. Nobody knows what weather one butterfly makes. I flew back to Green City with that in my head, and at the foot of my own tower, it hit me. Cold. Blood. Something enormous and patient and not remotely human. It went through a progenitor of vampires like a draft through a door. 30 meters up the street, on the corner, a figure in an oversized cloak turned out of sight. And for maybe a quarter of a second, from under that hood, something looked back at me. Narrow emerald eyes. Not a person's eyes. The eyes of a thing that has already worked out where it is going to bite. The killing intent evaporated because somebody shouted. "Thorn, you little rat! Finally back, are you?" Gareth, with Anya trotting behind him, and she got to me first and grabbed my hand. He sniffed at the air and made a face like he had stepped in something. Abyss rats, in broad daylight, in the street. He explained it while we walked. The abyss is not connected to the main plane. To get here you tear space, and tearing space with transcendent force sets off every alarm in creation and brings every equal power in 1,000 kilometers running. So, the big ones do not come. From the smell, a great demon of the 5th rank, which is level 15. I let out a breath. Not transcendent. Just something that could disassemble me in 11 seconds instead of 4. I asked if we should chase it, and Gareth snorted. Demons are born knowing spatial magic. The dumbest lava demon in the pit can cast 2 spells, and one of them is a door. Then he asked why I had been away so long. I told him the lie I had prepared, which is that my ancestral border town had been sacked by 2,000 orcs on wyverns, and a whole winter's work had gone into the ground. He nodded, because in Green City, that story happens 4 times a year. Anya, who can feel hostility, and also, it turns out, can feel a lie, looked up at me with her mouth slightly open. I winked at her. She closed her mouth, looked guiltily at Grandfather Gareth, and said nothing. 2 hours later, a bat went out with one line on it. There is a hidden enemy here. Come. Going alone at an unknown opponent is low class. A proper underworld boss drinks wine and sends subordinates. Meanwhile, Lyra had the books. 4,000 scrolls in stock. 50,000 gold in the treasury. 50,000 is far too little for a shop that was doing 12,000 in a day. The difference had gone into a hole in the ground that Gareth had dug behind my tower, and the hole was called an ancient alchemical magic array. He had already taken 10,000 for it, which, at the time, I thought was the whole bill. He came to see me about it, produced a yellowed parchment from inside his robe like a man handling his own heart. I unfolded it and found a smaller sheet tucked inside it. The smaller sheet was a colored image, and the image was moving, and it was 2 young women bathing. You are showing me this. Never seen the like, you illiterate? That is an ancient alchemical artifact. The picture does not even move properly. I have better on my hard drive. He turned purple and snatched it back and announced that it was a personal gift from the proprietress of the Nightingale Tavern, and I could cut his hands off first. The actual parchment was a 6-pointed star with thousands of lines on it, every line carrying a numeric mark. Ancient alchemy. A civilization the gods collectively destroyed, of which roughly 1/10,000th of the knowledge survives. Finish this array, Gareth said, and your tower cannot be opened by an archmage, or by a transcendent, or by a legend. So I did what I always do, which is drag the poetry back down to a number. Forget the ancients. What does it cost to just stop an archmage? The base six-pointed star gives the whole tower a shield that absorbs 5 fifth ring spells and stands for 10 days without being fed. And the offensive circuit on the star points lets an ordinary intermediate mage fire 5 fifth ring spells out of the tower. An intermediate mage, throwing transcendent grade magic. From inside a building. Price, 1 million gold coins. My hand actually twitched. The tower makes 80 to 90,000 a month. 30 goes to Dawn City. More goes to materials and wages. Net, about 40. 2 years. Every coin of profit for 2 years. I said yes. And then he told me why he wanted it, and I stopped calculating. He found that array in his youth, not alone, with a woman. And before she died, she told him her one real regret was that they never built it. She has been dead 22 years. She died in another plane, putting herself between Gareth and a demon. He spent 5 years and the entire treasury of the White Tower on it after that, and got less than a tenth of the way. I thought I would die carrying it, he said, and then I met you. Then he turned to the window and said in an entirely different voice, "Life is full of regrets. All we get to do is refuse them. Ha! One day somebody will put that bitch, the goddess of fate, face down in the dirt." I did not say anything. There was nothing to add. Here is what I did not know, and what Lysander knew all of, and had for weeks. I want to describe the place, because I have walked it since. In the western slums of Green City, 600,000 people live packed into an area I could cross on foot in an hour, and every morning, the sewer gives up somebody who did not make it through the night. Nobody counts them. There is no office for it. There is a black church down there with gray rags for banners, and inside it, 20 people in sackcloth pray to the god of tyranny, while a hooded priest reads words out of the abyss. Weak-minded people who hear those words start seeing things, and do not stop. That night, the man on that altar became the second level 15 in the church. His name is Silas, 40s, hooked nose, blue eyes, a scar across his face, and the stillness of a snake that has already decided. "The twilight of the gods is close," he told them. "Hide the church. Do not show your faces." They walked him through the slums to a bishop's estate, which from outside is a wall, and from inside is a palace with magic fountains and statuary carved by fey hands. In the hall, there were about a dozen figures, some hooded. One of them was an 8-armed serpent demoness, an abyssal thing at level 16, and even a fresh level 15 does not want her attention. She looked at Silas and licked her lips, and smiled at him without warmth. Beside her stood a necromancer at 14, who smelled like the inside of a coffin. Silas had needed to reach level 15 before he could even see what had been standing in the shadows of Green City the entire time. The host of the estate was a white-haired old man in a black tailcoat with the manners of a duke, Viscount Valerius. Nobody alive knows his family name. "Our friends from the Church of the Evening Bell have arrived," he said. "I declare this session of the Dark Covenant open. I would like to note, for the record, that the phrase Vice President of the Dark Covenant had been sitting on Lysander's status panel since the day I met him. I had read it, and it had gone into my head and out the other side, because I was busy being pleased about the level 15. There was one item on the agenda, the Scarlet Mage Tower. Over 10,000 scrolls sold in half a year. No tower on the continent can do that, not one. Valerius's conclusion, delivered to a room of monsters who all nodded, was that we possess the 12 magic scrolls, legendary artifacts made personally by the Creator. The twilight of the gods is close, and an artifact does not surface by accident. We take it at any cost. The serpent demoness objected that the city holds a transcendent mage. I know how to handle him. Silas, being new and therefore still capable of asking a sensible question, asked what happens if there is no artifact. Valerius smiled. Then we take the method for printing scrolls by the 1,000. Do you think that is worse than an artifact? Every greedy thing in that room lit up at once. And in a cathedral 500 kilometers away, Lysander Thorne stood holding 2 letters. One from me, saying there is a hidden enemy, come. One delivered by spatial magic with a burned seal from the Dark Covenant, informing him of the operation. He has been in the Covenant for over 20 years. It is the thing that made him a shadow priest when the shadow was eating him alive. It is the reason he rose to second man in the Night Temple. He is one of its 2 vice presidents. So the Covenant was preparing to storm the lair of his own master, and was briefing him fully on the plan, while he reported all of it to the master, and neither side knew. He told me later that even the demons would not have believed the coincidence. He was not pleased with himself about it. He was frightened, which from Lysander is data. Your Excellency, in that organization, I personally know at least 5 beings of the 15th level. That is before the Serpent Demoness at 16 and the Necromancer, and Viscount Valerius, who in 20 years I have never once seen fight, and whom I have never once seen contradicted. He put the letters down. This enemy is worse than you are able to imagine. So naturally I went out drinking. Lysander picked the place. The Croft, best tavern in Green City, 1 block from the Night Temple. where his own heresy warrant is nailed to a public board with his face on it. He walked past it and did not look. The tavern is a living tree, 7 floors of it. The door is a round hollow like a knot. The walls have put out shoots and gone green, and the windows sit in the trunk like cells in a comb. A bottle of wine pressed from ancient forest grapes is 100 gold coins. That building earns more in a month than my mage tower does. At the entrance, there was a scene that explains this entire world in 9 seconds. A drunk level 10 warrior was shouting that he was a senior professional too, that he had gotten here first, and the doormen were promising to put his head in the storm drain. Behind him, a level 10 mage walked up, and the same men bent almost double. Warriors come out of commoners. Mages are a caste. The two only become equals somewhere past level 15, by which point neither of them is a person anymore. Then a voice behind me said, what a strange aura. The proprietress of the croft is an elf, master archer, past level 15. An ancient green bow across her back, 2 carved blades at her waist, a dagger at her thigh. The most perfectly assembled human being I have ever stood next to. I have spent a year surrounded by vampire women who were selected for it. Her name is Rowena Croft, and she is level 17, and she walked over to me with her nose slightly raised. You smell strange, something evil that makes me reach for a blade, and at the same time, something I like. She tilted her head. Something like a divinity. Elves are nature's favorites, and they smell darkness the way you smell smoke. She came closer, half a hand between our faces. Her palm was already resting on a hilt. Are you human? No, Lady Rowena. I did not blink because blinking would have killed me. I am only a martyr of magic. The man in me died the day I began to study. The hand came off the hilt. She laughed, leaned in, and said into my ear, What an interesting man. Come more often. I like a handsome mage. Then she left, and I stood there while the sweat went down my back. She had been probing me with a secret technique the entire time, and she had almost had me open. What saved me was faith power. It is so clean that it sat over the dark aura and confused her, because darkness is not supposed to be able to carry a light that pure. And it is that pure because of the doctrine, which I wrote off a slogan on a wall. Self-improvement, perseverance, unity, courage, love of family. There is no way to build a dark faith out of that. I got away with my life on a piece of civic propaganda. In her carriage, she frowned at her attendant and said, That was not an ordinary man. I smelled a creature of darkness. And then I smelled the purest divine power I have felt in a century. Darkness does not serve light. Upstairs in a private room on the 5th floor, Lysander laid out everything. The Dark Covenant is the strongest and murkiest power in Green City. The demon at my tower door was theirs. Their target is the Scarlet Mage Tower, because Valerius has decided we own the 12 scrolls, and their real prize is the production method and the monopoly that comes with it. Why they had not moved yet? 2 reasons. They were afraid I would run with the artifact, and they were afraid of waking the transcendent. Against that, I had brought everything my city had, and Lysander had quietly brought more than I ordered. Grolm at 15 and 5, Cyclopes at 10. 6 of my second generation, all at level 10, leaving only Theron at home. 200 vampires between 8 and 9, 400 bats. You could start a medium-sized war with that. And the actual weapon was sitting across the table from me, drinking ancient forest wine, because I had a vice president inside their command. Then he told me who was on the other side, and the wine stopped helping. Viscount Valerius, level 19, has not personally fought in 20 years. The Church of the Evening Bell, which worships the god of tyranny, whose domain is murder, and which now has 2 level 15s. Krell Bloodaxe, the 8-armed serpent demoness. 16. Royal Blood of the Abyss, hunts from cover. Grimskull, necromancer. 14. Age unknown even to himself, in possession of a bone dragon. Ragnar Stonehand, Valerius's personal bodyguard. Northland warrior. 16. 12 vice presidents in total, 5 of whom have never shown their faces. A murky chairman on the doorstep of Transcendent, a priest of an evil god, a princess of the abyss, and a necromancer with a dragon. Freaks, every one of them, an entire organization of freaks. I asked the obvious question. Why not simply tell Green City? Point the Transcendent at them. Lysander shot it down in 3 sentences. The meeting place changes every time. Every member carries a teleport scroll powered by an evil god. And above all, the nobles of Green City will not lift one finger. Outside the churches of light, nobody in this world walks toward death without profit or a direct threat. And a great many trading houses and noble families are tied to the covenant by interest. That was the moment I saw this world as it actually is, with the paint off. Above every light there is a higher light. Under all of it, always, there is the dark. Getting Kian home was a 2-layer job. Lysander charmed the boy with a false memory that I had taken up with a noblewoman and would not be back tonight, and then put a second charm on top of it, saying I had been drinking and had left with him. The point of the double layer is that if somebody later pulls the truth out of that boy with magic, they will hit the first version and conclude I had simply been covering up an affair. I held my forehead. My subordinates are terrifying. Then, in a dark lane on the way out, something took our carriage. A crack, a dull impact, the smell of blood. Both drivers dead before either of us had turned around. A voice out of the shadow. Master Lysander, the bishop invites you to tonight's gathering. I made the call in the time it took Lysander to open his mouth. From this second, you are the progenitor, and I am your blood descendant. The story wrote itself on the way. Lysander caught a lone vampire in the distant mountain range last winter, had himself embraced for the immortality, and then killed the one who did it because he had prepared the trap in advance. And I am a stray border vampire, he subsequently collared. I let the fangs come down and let my eyes go red. I looked in the carriage glass, and Lyra would not have known me. Then I got out first and held the door for Lysander like a servant. Our escort was Grimskull, on horses made of bone with soul fire in the skulls. He could not stop himself from bragging on the way. The Church of the Evening Bell has forged a weapon with the power of the god of tyranny, a weapon that can bind an artifact. He leaned out of his saddle, delighted with himself. In a week, no, in 3 days, we take a human tower in the middle of a human city, in front of all of them. I flew above the carriage on my own wings, and I finally saw Green City the way it is at night. A drunk warrior in split armor throwing up against a column carved with a relief of somebody saving somebody, padding his own pockets, which had been emptied 20 minutes earlier. A woman in red smiling at passersby with the eyes of standing water. 2 gangs cutting each other apart in the middle of a street while people walked around them talking and laughing. And 30 meters away, nobles going into beautiful buildings under guard, slavers with women of the cat and rabbit tribes on lines. A gaming house where a young lord lost more in one night than a farmer earns in a life. The meeting was not in a black church. It was in a luxury tavern with a painted ceiling showing a hero killing a dragon, a white carpet with gold tulips in it, an elven sculpture in the alcoves, 12 figures at an oval table. I stood behind Lysander's shoulder in the correct posture of a servant and read every panel in the room inside 2 minutes. Valerius, 19. Ragnar Stonehand, 16. Krell Bloodaxe, 16. A dark bishop called Malcor, 17. Silas, 15. And among the 5 who never show their faces, at least one more at 15. Then the serpent demoness drew breath through her nose and turned her head. Master Lysander, your servant has a familiar aura. 12 of the worst beings in the south looked at the fanged servant. The scent talent of a high serpent demon is almost never wrong. She knew she had met me. She could not place where, and she decided that a vague feeling was not worth a quarrel with a vice president. I stood there smiling politely under the eyes of 6 creatures above level 15 and did not move a muscle. Then I found out what the meeting actually was, and it told me more than anything anyone said. It was a fair. Once a quarter, the members of the Dark Covenant trade goods with each other. An organization whose leadership has to barter at its own meetings is not an organization. It is a truce with catering. I cannot picture Dawn City assembling once a quarter to swap weapons among its own departments. Only people who do not trust each other do that. Then Grimskull tore space open and dropped a woman onto the carpet. She was a warrior, and she was covered in branching scars like frost on a window, and she was barely alive. Nolan and the Radiant Empire broke the Northland Plateau while the plateau was starving after winter, he announced. This is my trophy, the Valkyrie of the North, Royal Blood, level 15. Northland warriors are one of the 3 strongest martial peoples in the world. He worked the room like an auctioneer, which he is. To Silas, your god would enjoy a soul like this. To Ragnar, she may be the last queen you will ever see. To everyone else, would you like a level 15 bodyguard? The serpent demoness poured cold water on it in 1 sentence. The blood in her is burned out. She used a secret technique and spent her own life to do it. 3 months, 6 at most. She showed her teeth. Do not hand me damaged goods, corpse handler, or I will suggest we trade your head. Grimskull lost his temper and opened a portal, and something enormous roared on the other side of it, and Valerius spoke without raising his voice. Put it away. This is the Dark Covenant, not an arena. But there is a cure. He said it out loud, and that is the sentence that rewrote my entire plan while I stood there holding a coat. A burned life can be restored with the blood of a golden race. Not dragon blood specifically. Any golden race. The whole table lost interest immediately, because where exactly does one obtain a golden race? Dragons, titans, ancient giants. You cannot find them. And if you find them, you cannot beat them. And one person in that room stood absolutely still, because there is a 15-year-old girl with ruby eyes asleep in his tower. Another level 15 combat unit, I thought. And I want to be honest that this is what I thought first. Then Grimskull named his price. He named it straight at Ragnar, and everyone understood at once that the entire performance had been staged to get here, the horn of a northern dragon horn, a transcendent grade material for a legendary weapon. Exactly one being in that room owns one. It is the holiest object the Stonehand line has. The first king of the north killed the beast, and a legendary spatial mage sealed the horn into a pendant, and the hero of the family has worn it ever since. Ragnar had refused this necromancer something once, years ago, and humiliated him publicly for it. Suffer then, rage, ignorant northerner. Your pain is a pleasure to my soul. Valerius confirmed the rest of it flatly. The north has fallen. The royal family was destroyed by the Radiant Empire. A legend did the work. Ragnar put his fist through the floorboard under the carpet. Then he went down on one knee beside an unconscious woman who could not see him do it. Your Highness, forgive my choice. It is for the north. And he took the pendant off his neck and handed it over. Grimskull laughed all the way to the door. I swear by the god of the undead, go and find golden blood quickly. Your queen has 3 months. And behind Lysander's shoulder, a fanged servant with a polite smile started smiling at the floor instead, because the plan had just rewritten itself. I was going to hunt Ragnar Stonehand. Level 16. Whatever it cost. Valerius closed the meeting with the part I had come for. In 5 days, on the 14th of May, I will open a spatial gate to the abyss. The transcendent and every strong thing in the city will run at an abyssal energy discharge the way dogs run at a whistle, and an empty green city becomes covenant ground. He had already positioned demons on the other side. They cannot kill a transcendent. They only have to keep him busy. The gods of heaven will fall. The dark is eternal. 5 days. And a question with no answer in it. Why would anyone pay this much for one tower? A weapon forged on the power of an evil god. Months of preparation. A gate to the abyss. On my way out, Valerius called after me, pleasantly. And who are you, young man? The vampire Renard? It is an honor. He asked Lysander a few questions about why the Night Temple wants him. He promised the artifact on his own name. And then, at the door, he said, almost idly, Master Renard, the power in your blood is awe-inspiring. I did not move my face, and after we left, Viscount Valerius's shadow moved by itself and spoke from under the carpet in a voice like the inside of an ice cave. Such blood. Is he truly only a descendant? It does not matter. We do not need vampires. I need the 12 scrolls. But they belong to him. Be silent. Valerius's voice dropped. The 12 scrolls are required to bring his majesty back out of the abyss, whoever holds them and whatever it costs. At the word majesty, the shadow shivered. 6 of my second generation were waiting for me in a house in the south quarter I had bought months earlier for exactly this kind of evening. Kaelin, Corvin, Finian, Eliana, Cedric, Seraphina. Half a year earlier, I was the only vampire alive above level 10. Now there were 6 in that room, plus 5 cyclopes, and 2 of my people had crossed 15, 10 times stronger in 6 months. I had done the multiplication on the flight over, and it had not helped my nerves as much as it should have. When the wings of our bats close the sky, I told them, and the hymn of the Holy Light Blood Clan sounds over the enemy, there will be nothing waiting for us but victory. They like that. They are romantics, my children. It is 100 years of having nothing to do. The Dark Covenant is the strongest enemy this clan has ever had. But there is no such thing as fear in a vampire. Nobody will make the Holy Light Blood Clan of Alaric Thorn take half a step back. Then the actual sentence. And this time, we are hunting something at level 16. In the morning, I went to Lyra and Anya. I need Anya's blood. Neither of them asked a single question, not one. Lyra turned to fetch a vessel. Anya held out her hand and said brightly, Teacher, here, finally I can help. I would like to note that this is a terrible way for people to behave, and I am the reason they behave like it. The con was Lysander's, and it was beautiful. Ragnar had been on his knees to Valerius asking for golden blood, and Valerius had spread his hands and offered to point him at a fire dragon, adding that Ragnar could not beat that either. So Lysander walked over to a man who had despised him his entire career, a man who believes a hero charges a dragon instead of hiding in shadows, and produced a crystal vial the size of a little finger. Inside it, blood with a pale gold sheen, radiating more life than the holy water in the temple of the goddess of life. Ragnar lost every bit of contempt in about a second, and apologized for 20 years of it. Lysander's terms. He had picked up a cub of a golden race on the orc border. The cub is not for sale at any price. The blood, however, is negotiable. Price. The mithril armor of the north. Mithril, adamantite, cold iron from the underworld, and a lava heart. It has saved Ragnar's life something like 30 times across 20 years of war, and without it, he is functionally 2 levels weaker. He handed that over too. And then Lysander set the hook so cleanly, I laughed out loud when he described it. The cub is kept outside the city, of course. And, said Lysander with a shrug, bring as many squads as you like. It makes no difference to me. I am leaving for the ancient ruins for about 20 years anyway. That one line killed the last of Ragnar's suspicion. A man laying a trap tells you to bring fewer guards. Lysander reported all of this to me, with visible pride, and finished with, the wisdom of the progenitor makes the sun look pale, and I told him to stop. Ragnar brought everything he had left. 50 Northland warriors and 5 squads. 12 of them at level 10 and the rest between 8 and 9, plus himself at 16. There used to be 300 of them. 25 years of other people's wars ate the difference. Lysander counted the auras on the road and stopped enjoying himself. Northland warriors in formation do not retreat. Not when outnumbered 10 to 1. Not when outnumbered 100 to 1. It is not courage as a decision. It is courage as a defect. A white carriage in the middle of the column with a dying queen in it. For the first 3 valleys, Ragnar sent scouts ahead. By the 4th, he stopped, because she could die within the hour. I was on the ridge above the 4th valley. Anya was standing next to me, because I no longer let her out of my sight. I had sent Lyra out of the city for a fortnight on a purchasing errand I invented in 4 seconds. I had told Anya the truth about myself 2 days earlier. Everything. The clan, the castle, the pool, all of it. Her reaction, verbatim, was, "So my teacher is the legendary progenitor of vampires? That is incredible." Then she took my hand and told me that she does not particularly care what species I am, because I am the person who reached down into the pit and pulled her out of it. Life and death are trifles, she said, with total confidence at 15. If anyone disagrees, they can fight about it. I am aware I did that to her. In the 4th valley, Lysander turned to Ragnar and said, "We have arrived. Welcome to the land of death." Then he vanished with a shadow leap, and the sky over that valley disappeared. The first thing that came down was not fire. It was geology, boulders. The largest of them, 10 meters end to end, dropped from 400 meters by bats carrying them in mage hands. One squad of 12 did not clear in time, and neither did their horses. And the stone kept rolling afterwards and took down 3 trees that had been standing since before the Nolan Empire. Then 200 vampires on 200 bats dropped 200 great fireballs at once. Rain is weather. Fire arriving at that density from a clear sky is a verdict. But humans are not cyclopes. Their archers went for my bat's eyes, which is the one soft place, and hit them. Their squads broke apart instead of clumping. Their officers held the line by voice. And Ragnar did something I had not planned for, because I did not know it was possible. He waited for a wounded bat to fall past him, jumped off the ground onto it, and went up. 10 meters, 20, 30, bat to bat, using 10-meter animals as stepping stones. He punched through the head of one of them. He cut the next one in half from shoulder to tail. He took a rider off a third with his fist and did not slow down. In under 2 minutes, I lost more than 30 bats to a man with a sword and no wings. I have never seen anything like it, and I have thought about it since. That is what level 16 looks like when it belongs to somebody who has been alive in it for 20 years. Plan 2, I said, and I want it noted that I had one. The cyclopes came down out of the tree line, half a hand of black plate on each of them, 6 tons apiece, single-horned helmets, iron maces, and in front of them, a 7-meter chieftain, 6 months of ore in Dagrun's forge, walking. The Northlanders had never seen a cyclops with their own eyes. They stood there looking up at things that came to their hips. In raw strength, a level 16 Ragnar is weaker than a level 10 cyclops. That is not an opinion. That is what happens when you weigh them. And from the back of that broken formation, somebody screamed, "The North knows no fear." Fewer than 40 surviving men picked up 2-handed swords and charged living mountains. Courage beats an enemy who is slightly stronger. Courage does nothing at all against an enemy who is stronger by a factor. Swords left scratches on plate. Maces left marks on the ground. Then Ragnar came down from 100 meters straight onto Grom. Their eyes met in the air, and in that one eye there was no fear at all. There was appetite. It was the first fight Grom had ever had for Dawn, for a city where a giant does not have to be afraid of being hungry. Grom swung the mace the way you swing at a ball, and Ragnar, falling, used a jumping strike and cut the mace in half, and then opened the chieftain from chest to belly through plate that had taken 6 months of ore, and immediately took the broken half of that mace across the body and went 100-and-something meters through 2 trees and plowed a furrow in the ground with his own back, 1 for 1. My strongest field unit against a level 16. I stayed calm about it, because a cyclops does not die while the heart and the head are intact. Then my future subordinate stood up. 3 ribs gone, 1 arm broken, face full of dirt and blood. He picked the sword up, left-handed, and walked back toward a downed chieftain. Kill! Lysander caught him with a double cast, shadow touch layered under shadow prison. And the Northland bloodline activated. Immunity to pain, immunity to mental magic, 30% more strength, 500% to stamina and regeneration. His broken arm knitted while we watched, 20 minutes of it, and with it came the trait. And the trait is the thing nobody outside the North really believes. Fearless, ultimate will. The ability to pour will into a weapon and break the structure of a spell with it. Transcendent warriors have that. Northlanders get it at low level because they are the only people in the world stupid enough and stubborn enough to grow it early. He cut the shadow prison apart. Then Lysander threw 2 third-ring fire bursts, and he cut both of those in half in midair. They did not detonate because a spell that has been cut is not a spell anymore. Lysander ran and stung and ran. He has been level 15 for 6 months. Ragnar has been 16 for 20 years. That is not 1 level of difference. That is 3. All units in, I said, or Lysander dies, and I am not finished with him. I looked back once before I went down the slope. Anya was standing on the ridge watching a valley full of fire and dead animals. She was not frightened, which frightened me. Teacher, are you going down? Yes, I am the progenitor. I answer for mine. I put my hand on her head. The same way a teacher answers for his student. 2 vampires brought up the Valkyrie. The Northlanders had been scattered, and fewer than 20 of the 50 were still standing. I did not embrace her there. The first embrace leaves the progenitor weakened for hours, and she would have needed all of them. Anya's safety is above every other priority, I told her guards. Above mine. Then I went down into it. I did not see what happened on that ridge until much later. What happened was that a 15-year-old girl looked at a woman whose face and body were covered in scars like frost on glass and felt sorry for her. It must hurt. I cut my finger once, and even that hurt. Then she frowned and started talking out loud to somebody the 2 guards could not see. My teacher said you need my blood to come back. But should I save you? Teacher did not say to save you. A pause. No. Anya listens to teacher. The guards looked at each other, and the girl smiled and said, to the air, I awakened a new ability a couple of days ago. Not even teacher knows about it yet. Maybe it will save you. Down in the valley, Ragnar was doing the thing that men like him do at the end, which is to become better than they have ever been. He put a fist through the eye of a level 9 cyclops, and that giant went down and did not get up. I felt it because a cyclops is not only a soldier, a cyclops is a mine, and Grom, who could not out-hit him, stopped trying to hit him. He ran at him and put his arms around him, arms 3 times thicker than a man's waist, closed and locked, and I gave the order, and I heard my own voice change while I gave it. Fire, all of you, do not aim around them. 182 vampires full of blood of mana opened up with improved magic missiles. Thousands of small fireballs a second into 1 point on the ground. The arithmetic was cold, and I did it in about a second and a half. A cyclops is immune below the 3rd ring. A Northland warrior has no magical defense whatsoever. 1 minute. The stones under them ran. 2 minutes. Half a hand of black plate went red and started to soften. Ragnar got his right arm free and hammered it into Grom's chest, and the armor cracked in a web, and Grom brought up blood and did not open his arms. 3 minutes. The armor came off him as liquid iron. Grom stopped feeling it, which is how you know, and understood that he was dying, and his whole life went past him. The Stonefist tribe. The swamp. The day his mind woke up. The fight with his brother that he lost. The exile. The hunger that never once stopped for 289 years. And a city where nobody is hungry, and where humans he could kill by accident say good morning to him. I used to fight for the Stonefist tribe, he thought. Now I fight for Dawn. I could not see what happened inside that fire. Nobody could. The molten iron running over him did not eat through his skin. It went into it, into the hide, and then into the bone, and the gray-white went dark, and then it went bronze. It began to shine like something cast rather than born. Ragnar, more dead than not, opened his eyes long enough to see it happen, and then closed them again. He had pushed himself past his own end too, and the only reason he had lasted that long is that ultimate will had been eating part of the damage for him the entire time. His last thought was that he had drawn the fight onto himself from the first minute so that his men could get the queen out of the valley, and that he had given away the Horn of the North for nothing. A notification flashed. Grom Stonefist has initiated a bloodline evolution. Conditions for special evolution met. He has become a Bronze Cyclops. Level 16. Bronze Giant bloodline. 500% strength. 300% physical defense. Skin impervious to spells below the 4th ring. He had gone in at 300% and 3rd ring immunity. He came out of a fire I lit on top of him better than he went in. Ceasefire! My valley was gone. not damaged, gone, bare rock, craters, and magma running in the middle of it. My chieftain was lying face down and charred with his eyes shut. His arms were still closed around Ragnar Stonehand. Every vampire and every cyclops on that field looked at him. I want to say something about what that look was, and I do not have a good word for it in either of my languages. We pried Ragnar out with mage hands and put chains on him. The cost of my win, 50 bats, more than a dozen vampires, and 1 cyclops. I had numbers, I chose the ground, I set the ambush, I had a man inside their command, and I still had to trade lives for his. He burned for 5 minutes at a temperature that melts plate, and he lived. Lysander came over to apologize, dragging one leg, half his face gone dark with shadow burn. I put my hand on his shoulder. Do not, the win is ours. And behind me, from the tree line, a voice like cold water. Is it? The dark strike hit us at 4th ring. It hit a crowd of exhausted vampires who had bunched up to celebrate. Hundreds of my people went down in one wave. I went 20 meters and came up with blood on my mouth. The Church of the Evening Bell had been walking behind us all day. Silas, at 15. And in front of him, the first bishop, Malcor, Dark Bishop, level 17. They had learned that morning that Ragnar took a Valkyrie of royal blood out of the city. They wanted that soul for the god of tyranny. They wanted to know what tied Ragnar to Lysander, and being patient men, they had simply waited for both sides to finish each other. Malcor looked at Lysander with something almost like grief. 20 years ago, I made you a shadow priest so that you would become the 3rd bishop, and you chose to become a vampire. He shook his head. I am ashamed of you. Position check. My level 15 was crippled. My level 16 was unconscious and on fire. Almost every vampire I had was wounded, and in front of me stood a 15 and a 17. Silas put his foot on the head of a vampire who was trying to get up, and pressed. What excellent offerings, a progenitor, a cyclops, and a northerner. So I bought time with the only currency I had left, which is my mouth. I am Thorn, progenitor of vampires, and a follower of the god of tyranny. State the purpose of your visit. Malcor did not even blink. Silas, kill him, he is stalling. What a remarkably low intelligence, I said. He did not even see through an obvious delay. Are all followers of evil gods like this, or is it just the ones they send? Silas pulled his hood back. There is a scar across his face like something with too many legs, and he started to cast, and the ground moved. Grom opened his eye. He got up. 7 meters of him, and the hide that came out of that fire caught the light like poured metal. Silas panicked and threw 2 third-ring spells at him. Grom brushed them aside with the back of his hand. The way you deal with flies. That is impossible. Silas's voice cracked. A cyclops does not ignore the 3rd ring. Grom, I said. Kill them. Grom will do as you order. My bats closed the sky again. The wounded crawled backwards. Grom went straight up the middle. 2 dark priests are, functionally, machine guns. A 3rd ring spell every second or 2, forever. Every few seconds another bat came down. I fed them into it and did not stop. Bats can be bred again. If those 2 walked off this field, nothing else on it would. Grom could not be hurt by them because bronze giant blood holds against the 4th ring, and neither of them had a 5th. He was walking them backwards. So Malcor used Void Devourer, which is a banishment, and immunity does not matter to a door. Grom went into a black hole in the air, and the hole closed. And then the bishop went down on his knees and called his god. He went from 2 meters to 10. His body opened into stone, and the yellow-blue fire of the abyss came through the cracks. Lava demon. Level 19. Where it set its foot, granite went liquid in about 10 seconds. Then Grom punched his way back through space itself and came out of nowhere into Silas's ribs. And Silas called his god too. Something looked through from the other side of the world, and what came out of it was a 5th ring soul impact. Not a spell cast by a priest, a spell spoken by a god. Grom went down on his knees. The lava demon took him by the legs and used him on the ground the way you would use a sack. I had nothing left. All vampires, prepare to attack, which is a polite way of saying prepare to die, and every one of them started forward without a word. I have to live with the fact that they did, and then, out of the burned valley, a woman's voice, bored out of her mind. You really are weak, cornered by a demon with a great deal of power, and no idea what to do with it. What a dull fight. She walked out of the smoke, and every scar on her was gone. She pulled Ragnar's 2-hander out of the ground where it had been standing, weighed it once, and took it as her own. Silas threw 2 spheres of dark at her. She cut both of them in half. Fearless, he said, and his voice came apart in the middle of the word. Ultimate will. You are not just a northerner, you are royal blood. Isolde Hayes. Titles, Pearl of the North and Valkyrie of the North, which raises her combat skills to legendary grade. 27, level 16. With her bloodline active, fearless triples, plus 100% strength, plus 1000% recovery, duration 1 hour. Ragnar got 30% in 20 minutes. And on the last line of her panel, one word I did not understand yet. Bond, Anya. Partners share bloodline talents, and in that bond, the lead is Anya. Then she took a level 19 lava demon apart in about 11 seconds. She cut through its fist and half its forearm, ran up the arm while it was still deciding, and took the head off. The body came apart into stone, and lying where it had been was the corpse of Bishop Malcor, because summoning your god's shape kills you if the shape gets killed. That is the deal, and every one of them signs it. Silas tore open a scroll that cost more lives to make than I want to know about. A gate opened over the valley, and there was an eye in it, black and larger than a house. Insignificant human, submit, and I will give you immortality and power beyond. Isolde kicked a rock up off the ground, jumped off it, went 20 meters into the air, and cut the gate in half along with the eye in it. The god of tyranny in the abyss did not get time to react. Silas ran, featherfall and concealment, both up, going flat out. She threw the two-hander after him like a javelin, put him face down in the dirt with it, walked over, picked him up by the ankle, dragged him back across 100 meters of burnt rock, and dropped him at my feet. "He is yours!" And then, with nobody threatening her, with a level 19 demon dead behind her, and every creature in that valley too tired to stop her leaving, she recited the soul contract formula and bound herself to me. I opened my mouth. "Anya said to do it, my lord," she said. "Work the rest out yourself." Then she turned around and walked away, and I did not get a single word in. I had just acquired, for free, a level 16 Valkyrie with legendary grade combat skills. Why did I not feel better about it? The valley was ash, craters smoking, bat carcasses lying across it like small hills. My bishop's report, delivered while a healer was still working on his leg. 43 vampires dead, 78 critically wounded, 234 bats dead, 110 critical. Every single member of my second generation seriously injured. Grolm critical. "We emptied the bottle," he said. He started to blame himself again for letting Ragnar run him around the valley, and I cut him off. "You have been level 15 for 6 months. If you had beaten him, the Northlanders would not be called the strongest warriors in the world." The other column of my ledger. 23 living Northland warriors, 5 of them at level 10, Ragnar at 16, Silas at 15, and Isolde. And this is the thing about my species that I did not fully appreciate until I stood in that valley counting. Every other people on this continent comes out of a war smaller than it went in. Vampires and undead come out bigger. A prisoner who did not die is not a prisoner. He is a recruit with a wrist. "These dead are fertilizer," I said, and I meant it, and I also hated saying it. "And the Dark Covenant is about to learn what a vampire's anger looks like. 1 embrace a month. 3 days until the 14th, which meant exactly one of them. Isolde was already mine and bound to Anya somehow. Silas came with the entire intelligence network of the Church of the Evening Bell inside Green City. Ragnar came with the raw ability to run both my level 15 and my level 16 around a valley. I caught myself hesitating purely out of greed and picked Ragnar. And then Kalen came over to me. Kalen, the only one left who was there a century ago. His robe was burnt to the shoulder, and there was a wound across his chest that had been closed badly and in a hurry. I did not say anything clever. I put my hand on his shoulder. "Let us go home." The second generation had put 7 Northlanders in the ground between them that day. They stood there in the ash with their eyes full, and I turned away so they would not have to be seen. Anya came down off the ridge looking like a child who has broken something expensive. "Teacher, I awakened an ability 2 days ago, and I did not have time to tell you." I put my hand on her head. "You did it right. When I am not there, you decide. Weigh your own safety and the consequences, and if you are willing to answer for both, act without hesitating." Isolde watched that from 10 meters away and tried to remember what she had been doing at 15. Hunting snow wolves alone, fighting a glacier anaconda. She genuinely could not recall. We went home. Anya rode a magic-speaking bat for the first time in her life, holding 2 fistfuls of my robe, with her eyes half shut and an expression of complete idiot joy. Isolde was bored and waiting for a proper vampire castle. Bats on the ceiling, ice water down the walls, a moat with something in it. Then we came over the ridgeline, and she saw a city sitting between 1,000 peaks with its lamps on. "Well," she said, "that is a castle." The guards on the wall saw a column of wounded coming in, and then they saw the rows on the square, wounded into the blood pool, the farm to prepare hogs for my bats. Everyone back on their feet in 3 days. No, 2, and the dead gathered and held. In 10 days, a public funeral for all of them. That night, I bit Ragnar Stonehand's wrist. The burned skin on him cracked and lifted, and new skin came up under it, like something leaving a cocoon. His breathing evened out. His life went from a candle to a torch. It cost 9 3-liter bottles of blood of mana, roughly a fifth of a pool that took centuries to fill and cannot be refilled faster than it fills. He opened his eyes, went for a weapon that was not there, saw me, and every bit of the hatred went out of him like water into sand. That is progenitor blood. It is not a choice, and I have stopped pretending it is. Ragnar, by the authority of the progenitor, I give you a new family name, Thorn. Something in his blood settled into place. Ragnar Thorn, at your service. His panel. Title, Son of the North. 67 years old, which for a Northlander past 15 is early middle age, level 16. And where his bloodline had been, a new one. Northland blood and vampire blood had fused. Fearless blood. Immunity to pain and to mental magic. 500% stamina and regeneration. 200% magic resistance, which he did not have before, and which is the thing that nearly killed him. 60% strength. In darkness, 1000% recovery. Duration 30 minutes instead of 20. And the trait intact. Fearless. They used to say about him in the North that he was the one most likely to reach legend. 2,000 experience for the embrace. For reference, beating 3 creatures above level 15 in a single afternoon had paid me 1,000. Glory has opinions about what is valuable, and they are not the ones I grew up with. My score after that day. I have 4 top-tier combatants. Lysander at 15, Grolm, Bronze at 16, Ragnar at 16, Isolde at 16, and Silas in a cell waiting for next month's embrace. The Dark Covenant is down 3 and 24 hours. Isolde woke up the next morning in a soft bed and came off it in one motion, 2-hander already in her hands, weight forward like a cat. Then she remembered where she was and fell backwards onto the pillow with an audible noise of disgust. Pathetic. Thank the gods nobody saw that. Anya, sleeping in the next bed, said, Sister Isolde, what is wrong? She went out to walk the city and came back for the sword, because a Northland warrior without a weapon feels worse than naked. Then my city happened to her. Clean streets, no beggars, everybody in whole clothing. And in every face something she had not seen in the human cities of the North, which is that these people were planning things. A fat woman in a red dress came out of a bakery and started fussing at her. So young and already out with a weapon at this hour. Off hunting, you poor thing. My own niece sleeps until noon. Come here. And dragged a Valkyrie of the North by the wrist into a bakery and fed her free honey bread. Isolde, who was not afraid of dragons, had no procedure for that. A patrol came past and asked for her papers. She put the 2-hander point down into the paving stones, and Aunt Evelyn stepped between them. Brennus, she is my guest. Leave the girl alone. That is the first time in 27 years that royal blood of the North was defended by a woman with flour on her hands. Then the vampire in charge of the patrol recognized her and shouted down the whole street that this lady was a hero of dawn, that yesterday she had won a battle for the Holy Light Blood Clan. The street applauded. Aunt Evelyn declared her entitled to free bread for life. And Isolde Hayes, who has heard 1,000 formal praises as a Valkyrie of the North, went red to the ears. That was the first time anyone praised me, she told me, much later, with nothing behind it. She started liking my city that morning, and she has never entirely forgiven me for it. I found out later why she signed the contract in the first place, and it had nothing to do with me. The bond with Anya is not one way. It gave them shared memory. Isolde saw a childhood and recognized it, and then saw how the man who owned that child treated her. She told me flatly months afterwards that if I had treated Anya like a resource, what would have come out of that valley for me would not have been an oath. My northerner came into the room with his fist against his chest. Ragnar of the Stonehand tribe greets your highness. Son of the North, I have heard of you. She looked at him without much warmth. A pity the Stonehand tribe no longer exists. He asked her the question he had been carrying since the necromancer dropped her on a carpet. Is it true? Are you the last? She looked genuinely puzzled. Who told you that? The plateau fell. That much is true. A legend of the Radiant Empire did the work. But the North has its own legend, and the royal family had been preparing the exit for years. 300,000 Northlanders walked out through a spatial gate into another plane, where the living is better than it ever was on the plateau. There are not many of us, but every one of us is a warrior. The North does not get trampled. Ragnar straightened up for the first time in days. Then the glory of the North will show us the road. Which also explained why Isolde had not cared in the slightest that I had turned him. The inheritance is safe. A man who walked off the plateau 25 years ago is not the fate of a people anymore. So, I got to the point. The Scarlet Mage Tower is my ground. Give me everything you know about the Dark Covenant. This time, we hunt them. May 14th, and I had been awake for 2 days waiting for it. Summer evening, the sewers stinking in the heat, a porter carrying sacks, a fruit seller waving flies off a stall, An entirely ordinary day in a city of 1 million people, and then, 50 miles to the north, the sky broke like a pane of glass. The gold went out of the sunset and gray came in behind it, and the aura of the abyss came down over Green City. A bird in a cage screamed and would not stop. Rats came up out of the sewer grates in a wave and ran through the streets in daylight. In a plain courtyard under a maple tree, an unremarkable old man in a white robe was sitting with a cup. Eldrin Vance, transcendent. The only one in this city. He entered that rank 100 years ago, and the last thing he did with it that anyone still talks about was walk up a mountain and delete 3,000 vampires. He put the cup down. Who opened a gate to the abyss? Then he was not in the courtyard. Then he was 10 kilometers north. Then he was standing in front of a tear in the world 1,000 meters long, with lesser demons pouring out of it in their thousands. And he walked in. Every hidden high-level thing in Green City went north after him. That is what Valerius paid a gate to the abyss to buy, not damage, departure. An hour later, a signal firework went up over the Scarlet Mage Tower, and out of the north came the thing I will be seeing for a while. 15 meters of wingspan, 10 meters of body, blue soul fire in the eye sockets, a bone dragon, level 18, with Grimskull sitting on its neck. Its breath turned houses to powder in about a second and a half. It took the clock tower off at the base on the way in. My array came up over the tower, and I watched the shield start to thin. And I did not move, because something was wrong. Where was Krell Bloodaxe? Where was Valerius? You do not spend a gate to the abyss and then send one necromancer with a pet. The shield would hold for maybe a minute. Behind it were half a year of work and 100,000 gold coins. And then something detonated in the center of the city, on the other side of it entirely, and Lysander and Ragnar said the same 3 words at the same time. That is Valerius. It arrived all at once, the way these things do. The target was never my tower. The target was the City Lord's manor. That is why they forged a weapon that binds artifacts. That is why they spent months. That is why a gate to the abyss. Step 1. The abyss pulls every strong thing out of the city. Step 2. A bone dragon attacking the famous scroll tower pulls the remaining garrison to the wrong district. And there were already 5 professionals above level 15 standing around that dragon. Step 3. The manor is naked. Every member of that organization, including their necromancer, including Lysander, including Ragnar, including Silas, including a bishop who is now dead, had been a piece on somebody else's board. It is not frightening that a man has ability. It is frightening when a man has ability and lies. I spat over the parapet and let it go, because the artifact was in a manor guarded by a transcendent, and there is a size of fish you do not reach for. I did not see this part. I reconstructed it afterwards, from 3 people who wanted to live. Inside that manor, in a hidden room, Valerius opened a cabinet and took out a gray scroll 2 hands wide. Such an evil aura. No wonder the Transcendent did not carry it on his person. The 12 scrolls are real, an artifact made by the Creator. They had been sitting in the City Lord's house the entire time, and the Scarlet Mage Tower had been a coincidence. Krell Bloodaxe arrived to collect her fee, which was some dragon cub Valerius had learned about a year earlier, and the 2 of them smiled at each other and left in different directions, without either of them ever having seen the other's real face. 2 abyssal creatures cooperating. It looks exactly like friendship, and it is the opposite. And on the way out, the air split, and Eldrin Vance was standing in the courtyard. How? Valerius's composure went. Lord Barrow was supposed to hold you. Eldrin waved a hand, lazily, and out of a rip in the air fell the head of a transcendent fire demon. The blood off the neck ate holes in the paving. This weak fire demon was your help? Valerius went white and tore a scroll, and an anti-magic field went up over that courtyard, made on the power of a god. Transcendent spells came apart in Eldrin Vance's hands as he cast them. I hope next time we fight properly, Valerius said. The artifact is borrowed. And he went through a second teleport scroll and was gone. Eldrin Vance broke a god's field in about 10 seconds and said, to nobody, that if the man had stayed another moment, he would have had a lesson. Then he closed the gate to the abyss, ordered the city swept of demons and of the underworld both, and stepped into a rift himself. Do not look for me. Wherever that thing is run, I am taking mine back. Grimskull, seeing the sky over Green City fill with griffins and pegasi, opened a portal and left with a parting line about gifting us all death next time. And that was the end of the Dark Covenant in Green City. Not because of me, because they touched a Transcendent's property, and there is no recovering from that. Now. 2 hours before all of this, I had quietly told Lysander to put a spatial mark on that bone dragon while it was busy being enormous over my roof. A bone dragon is huge and not clever, and the mark holds for half an hour. Find him, I said. We are going after him. Outside the walls, Grimskull was in an excellent mood, gloating at the absent Valerius. You reached for a Transcendent, I hope you can outrun him. The Dark Covenant is finished. Shame about the toy. They say the capital is full of underground orders. Perhaps I should visit. He has been alive so long that he joins dark organizations out of boredom, and he has outlived dozens of them. Then I called up to him from below. He did not let me get a word out. You are Lysander's servant, level 13. Who gave you the courage to address the great dry bones? Kneel, or I will grind your skull into alchemical powder. Too late. You, do not beg. I grant you death and ruin. I gave up. Ready? Go. Space folded shut around him. Lysander's anchor. No teleport out. My Valkyrie came off the ground and covered 400 meters straight up in about a second. Opened both of his double-cast mage shields and hit him flat. The way you hit a ball, he went down. And coming up to meet him, on wings, was Ragnar, who put a two-hander into the small of his back on the rise. Home run. For the next several seconds, two Northland warriors kept a level 14 necromancer in the air between them. I stood on the ground and watched, and I want to be honest about the fact that I did not stop it early. Isolde finished the rally with an overhead. My bishop stripped him and put him in anti-magic stone chains. That is when I saw what a necromancer actually is under the robes. A bare white skeleton lying on the grass with a blue flame darting around inside the skull. Nobody knows how old he is, Lysander said. He was in the Covenant before I was. And here is the problem with him. A soul contract does not work on undead. They shed a piece of their soul whenever they like. He knew it too. The bone dragon is fused with my soul fire. Kill me and you will never have it. Ah, do not you dare disbelieve me, insignificant vampire. The great dry bones. I believe you. I believe you. The flame in that skull flared until Lysander took a step back in case the head went up. Threatening an undead with death is pointless. For them, death is a nap. So I found something they do care about. Take him back to Dawn City and stand him up on the square. Let my residents have a look at the undead. I put my hand on the top of the skull. Perhaps our citizens will take an interest in the little skeleton. I am a great necromancer, not a little skeleton. That is how my city acquired a talking skeleton in the middle of its main square, chained to a post, spending its days boasting about a bone dragon to an audience of children and bakers who came by specifically to laugh at it. I also left a standing order. When the mage tower is finished, open a department of necromancy. I want the undead studied properly, and I want it studied by people I own. Then Kian gave me the bill for the night, and it was worse than the battle. The bone dragon never broke the shield. Over 30 apprentices took magical backlash from dragon fear alone. 5 of them died. The enemy did not get inside, and my people died anyway, because the pressure of a level 18 undead on a level 1. Apprentice does not go through the walls. It goes through the soul. Holding that shield for 2 minutes burned 10,000 gold coins of magic crystals. The first ring of Gareth's array, which he had closed 4 days before the attack, had cost 20,000 on its own. War is economics. Until my tower has a top-tier combatant of its own, it defends itself with money, triple compensation to the families. My factory does not stop. And then Gareth burst in, hair unwashed for 3 days, wine coming off him in waves. Thorn, they say a bone dragon attacked my tower. It turned out that on the night of the 14th, he had not felt the danger. It was not because he was at the gate to the abyss. It was because he had gotten into a storm vintage at home and slept through it. If it had not been for those last few glasses, he announced with total sincerity, I would have pulled that thing's soul fire out and grilled meat on it. And then, before asking a single question about the tower, the factory, the shield, or the dead, where is Anya? The old man had already decided she was his, and had never quite forgiven me for getting there first. So, I invested. 50,000 gold coins a month for the array. He slapped me on the shoulder hard enough to move me. Best thing you have ever done in your life. Then he ran off because the wine was not finished and neither was magic. Alone afterwards, I made a decision I should have made months earlier. The Scarlet Mage Tower needs a top-tier fighter of its own. It needs one I can give orders to, which rules out an Archmage who has been drinking since before I was born. Isolde. She is not a vampire, so nobody smells her. And she can watch Anya, who is better off learning from Gareth than from me anyway. 10 days after that valley, I buried them. My square filled up before the ceremony started, and I did not organize that part. My city came in black with white flowers because they decided to, and nobody asked me first. Dozens of black coffins, each with a portrait painted onto the lid with magic. Smiles made permanent, which is a technology I now wish did not exist. And in the middle of the square, a cyclopes, because there is no coffin that size, and there was no time to build one. We covered his head with white cloth and left the rest. 20 vampires stood around him holding a cooling spell in the June heat. I walked down between the coffins on foot. That is Master Corey. I was on patrol with him last week. That big one used to eat at my bakery. He ate standing at the door because he did not fit. A boy of about 7 stood in front of one portrait crying so hard he could not breathe. That vampire had been bringing him sweets. Then I got up on the platform. Nobody wants to give up their life, I said, but for a family. for the ground under their feet, for somebody who is waiting at home. People give it anyway. Then 3 things: a hero's cemetery, and the right to lie in it belongs to anybody who died for this city, vampire or commoner, with no distinction of any kind. A monument to the heroes of Dawn, and the 10th of May, from now until this city ends, is the day of remembrance. My saint came out in white with 20 priestesses behind her, singing, and laid the first flower and bowed to a coffin. Then everybody laid flowers for half an hour, until the coffins disappeared under them. And when the procession went out through the city, the flowers kept falling off the lids onto the stones, so that behind it there was a road made of flowers all the way to the gate. Isolde has seen 1,000 deaths, and she stood there without moving for a long time. She told me afterwards that a funeral like that is what every warrior wants, and that the North had never given her one. Now I understand why this city is alive, she said. You have a ruler I am envious of, and I have never envied anybody. During the morning days, the Dawn cult went past 6,000 believers out of 9,000 residents. I did not preach a word of it. The city buried its own and drew its own conclusion. June numbers because I run a farm. 200 of my workers on the pig farm, and the water line had raised its efficiency by 1/3. Bats back up to 1,000 by September, though losing 200 had wrecked 3 construction schedules. My land in the hands of 8,300 people, 70% of it under wheat, harvest in July. And if the yield lands anywhere near 350 pounds an acre, then next year this valley feeds 100,000 people. I put the school into the plan and then postponed it myself, which I did not enjoy. First you eat, then you read. Theron came to me privately during that week. He was the only member of my second generation who had not been in the valley, and he had clearly been chewing on it. He asked whether he had wasted 140 years refusing to learn attack magic, whether he was only ever going to be a man who puts buffs on other people's backs. Not everyone charges, I told him. Your work here is worth 3 archmages. A city where only the fighters are strong walks with a limp. Then my tower, 6 months, 500 of my workers a day, 2,000 at the peak, hundreds of vampires, 6 or 7 cyclopes, 60,000 gold coins. My main tower is 27 meters and 7 floors, with a footprint 10 times the Scarlet Mage Tower and walls 3 times thicker than an Archmage's White Tower. The black alchemical coating alone cost 20,000 and came out of a recipe Lysander memorized in the Night Temple. It puts the mana density inside at 5 times the street. Around it, 8 satellite towers of 15 meters each, and every one of the 8 is painted a different color of the rainbow. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, and the entrance tower, black. My wall around it is 5 meters of 10-ton blocks that Cyclopes carried in by hand, and the gate is 9 meters wide so that a Cyclops can walk through it without ducking. I stood on the steps in front of it. I promised you this on your first day in Dawn City. Today it is standing. I have built you a future. 3 days of open doors at my gate. Then enrollment, free, open to every adolescent in the city who passes the affinity test. People walked off their jobs to go and look at an empty building. Lysander gave me the specification afterwards, built off a Transcendence blueprint. Capacity 1,000 at once, 3,000 once the dormitories go up. It can be extended to 100 meters. And an array on it would give detection, lie detection, tracking, and defense for a mere 500,000 gold coins. I choked and postponed that too. My city is a valley with 1 door. The Scarlet Mage Tower is the one standing in the open. But I did one thing nobody in this world has ever done with a mage tower. It made Lysander open his mouth and close it again. I split it into 2 departments, combat, for the most gifted and the most aggressive, who are also my first candidates for the blood, and production, for everyone with less raw talent and a steadier temperament. Mage hand, purify, minor healing, preservation, slaughtering livestock cleanly. A mage, to me, is not a nobleman, I said. A mage is a machine. Then I ordered every spell in my clan's library sorted into combat and auxiliary, and set up a research group whose entire job is finding agricultural applications for magic. Lysander, who is a former bishop and was raised in the belief that a spellcaster is a class of person rather than a job, opened his mouth to say the word heresy, and then remembered whose descendant he was, and nodded. A noble spellcaster. Plowing. I made Finian farm pigs. Lysander got off lightly. While the tower went up, Ragnar took the Dark Covenant apart from the inside, and he did it in one conversation. Valerius had vanished. The city army was grinding the underworld into the pavement. Fewer than 500 Covenant members were left. My Ragnar gathered the 5 surviving commanders in a shack in the West District. The senior one was a warrior named Ronan, whom the Covenant had pulled out of the slums as a boy, and who would have died for it that morning. Ragnar did not give an order. He asked a question. The Viscount planned that raid for months. Why did he not warn his own people to go to ground? Nobody said anything. He could have, so either he forgot us, or he did not care how many of us were lying in the street the next day. 2,000? 3? Ronan went white and started to argue that the Viscount was busy with a transcendent, that he would never abandon them. I was his personal guard for 22 years, Ragnar said. And I know nothing about him, not his race, not his profession, not his name. We were a tool. Tools get put down. And then the other half of it, which is the half that actually works. The Viscount may have abandoned us. I do not abandon mine. A Northland warrior does not retreat and does not leave people behind until somebody takes his head off, and everyone in that shack knew it about him, and no amount of money buys that. Ronan went down on one knee first. Ragnar thought, first step done, and reported to me that evening. Lysander, meanwhile, came back furious about the necromancer. That corpse handler is genuinely insane, because the soul fusion is not a figure of speech. Grimskull's soul fire is the bone dragon's soul fire. They are one flame in two houses. He is the dragon. Give him a dragon's body, and he breathes a dragon's breath. Kill this body, and he simply moves into the other one. You cannot take the pet. There is no pet. So, we chained him to a wall on Dawn Square with magic chains, under a relief of a dragon, next to the gallows where what is left of Blackwood has been drying for the better part of a year. That corner of the square became the favorite destination of every child in the city. Raymond, who now commands 30 men in my security team, explains to newcomers with enormous pride that this is a trophy taken personally by Lord Thorn. The skeleton comes around every few days and shouts, "Cursed vampires! The great Grimskull will make you regret this. I will have my dragon breathe directly into your heads." And my citizens discuss him. Look, he talks with no meat on him. Does he get hungry? If he does not eat, will he starve? I wonder if the fire in his head is hot. That is now free public entertainment in my city. A boastful skeleton describing his dragon to an audience of bakers. Lyra came back from a purchasing tour with 3 cities, 23 trading houses, and 50,000 gold coins a month of magic materials on standing contract. 50,000 a month is roughly the entire magic material output of Green City. That removed the last break on the factory. We had always had the people and the tables. We had never had enough hide. Then I introduced Isolde and watched 2 extremely dangerous women size each other up across my sitting room. From today, she is at the Scarlet Mage Tower, level 16, Northland Warrior, and Anya's guard. Isolde looked down her nose at a level 3 mage in a blue robe. Lyra thanked her, sincerely and completely, for keeping Anya alive. Isolde had no idea what to do with that and looked at me for instructions, which was the funniest thing that happened to me that month. Lyra's talent in administration is not below your talent in combat, I said. In several ways, she has helped me more than 3 level 15 professionals have. Both of them stood up straighter. Both of them decided to be irritated at me instead of at each other. Management, and one order attached to it. Leak through the underworld that the Scarlet Mage Tower now keeps a level 15 warrior of its own. The effect was immediate. The thieves stopped probing us. The noble houses stopped studying us, and started sending invitations. Every single card said the same thing under the calligraphy. I have a very beautiful daughter. Would you care to have a look? June 17th. Ragnar and Lysander produced the ledger on the Covenant. 15 of their level 10 professionals left, and 104 intermediates. At its height, Valerius had 40 level 10s and 3,000 intermediates, and half the losses had not gone to the city army. They had gone to a competitor. There are 3 giants in the West District underworld. The Dark Covenant, which was Valerius's. Sinking Mist, run by a fallen warrior called Philip. And Demon's Heart. Demon's Heart belongs to Wales, called the Heart Devourer, who, in an ancient ritual, traded for half the blood of a demon, and who has a habit after victories that is the reason for the name, and that I am not going to describe. He keeps 4 combatants at level 15 and a fifth of the district, and he had been quietly feeding the city army the addresses of Covenant safe houses for a month, and then told his people to stop, because a weakened Covenant was worth more to him than a dead one. Halfway through that meeting, his invitation arrived, a black box on the table. Inside it, a heart, which fell out onto the floor and beat several times, and a voice came out of it. Tomorrow, 9 in the evening, Draker's Tavern. I do not tolerate lateness. If you do not come, the Covenant becomes part of Demon's Heart, and I will take your hearts out personally. Then it stopped, and the blood on it went black. Lysander looked at me. We are going, I said. The West District at night sells slaves, weapons, murder, and worse. And the standing joke is that you cannot be sure the man selling fruit on the corner is human, or that the beggar in the alley is not out hunting after dark. Second floor of Draker's. Wales in a black formal coat with a napkin, eating with a knife and fork. I will only say that he did not need the knife and fork and use them anyway, for me, because a man like that does everything as a message. He wiped his mouth on a white handkerchief and dropped it on the table. It did not stay white. 4 hooded figures in the corner behind him. My people came in one at a time, which was choreography, and I want credit for it. Ragnar first, in dwarven plate. He put the point of a two-hander into the floorboards and stood behind it like a statue pulling a sword out of the earth. Lysander second. Silas third, because I had spent that month's embrace on him, and he had come out of it a shadow priest who no longer worships anything. And fourth, a woman in a black mask carrying a sword only slightly smaller than Ragnar's. That is the one that made Wales adjust his shoulders. He was already gathering himself to stand up and take control of the room. And then all four of them turned toward the door and bowed like subjects to a king. I came in last. Wales reached for me with the sense that a half-demon has, which reads energy dozens of times better than a human's, and got nothing at all. Not a strong man, not a weak man, nothing, and under the nothing, holy power. The kind that only ever comes off believers of gods of light. Demon witness me, he thought. I am losing my mind. I sat down opposite him in the host's chair and did not say a word for a while. His panel said, level 19, level with Valerius, level with Gareth. In a city of 1 million people, there are perhaps 12 or 13 creatures at that height. And here is what was going on inside his skull, which I only pieced together afterwards, and which is the funniest and most terrifying thing that has ever happened to me. He could not read me. The only beings who can hide an aura that completely are transcendence. And he could smell holy power on a creature of darkness. There is a legend among high demons that a dark being cannot hold faith, that this is why some of them seize temples of light, steal the faith power, and use it as a ladder into demigodhood. So, Wales, level 19, sat there watching a man he could not read, carrying stolen divine power, being bowed to by 2 level 16s and a level 15, and quietly arrived at a conclusion. Meanwhile, I, level 13, was working from a completely different script. Wales, I am Renard. I am the new master of the Dark Covenant. You have moved on our interests. Do not do it again, or the Covenant will regard you as an enemy. The man who had sent me a talking heart 24 hours earlier began to explain himself. Demon's Heart never wished the Covenant harm. We were helping them survive. He had been selling their addresses to the army for a month. I decided to press, because when a thing is working, you press. Hide. I did not give ground before an adult black dragon, which I have never met. Wales, you are already 19, without a fearless heart. How exactly do you intend to walk the rest of the way? To eternity? And a level 19 half-demon leaned forward and asked me for advice. Your Majesty Renard, how did you break through into transcendence? I have never been closer to death in my life, including the several occasions when things were actively trying to kill me. I coughed once, and then I improvised. It is not control of power. It is not reserves of energy. A cyclops carries more energy than either of us, and a cyclops dies. What it takes is a heart that does not know fear, a heart that will not step back from a god, a heart with no prohibitions in it. Wales closed his eyes, and a wave of power went out through that room. The building shook for 10 minutes. The hooded figures in the corner reached for their blades and did not draw them. Isolde had her sword up, with ultimate will already running down the edge. Ragnar was compressed like a spring. I quietly built a shadow leap and held it, and shook my head at Isolde. Because progenitor instinct was telling me, very calmly, that all 4 of us together would not take him. Then Wales opened his eyes, and they were red. Crimson Eye. A high demon talent that tests the will of whoever it lands on. It landed on me, and faith power ate it before it got anywhere. He stood up slowly. He walked the length of that room, and he bowed, with his hand flat on his chest. Your Majesty Renard, accept my deepest respect. The bald man in black behind him dropped the spell he had been holding. Then all 4 shadows bowed. 5 years, Wales said, and there was something in his voice I had not heard from anything in this world. With your words, I have already felt transcendent power. 5 years will be enough. I did the arithmetic behind a completely still face. 5 years is enough for me, too. So, I went all in. Transcendence is only the beginning. Do not forget the intention you started with, and finish what you began. He received that the way a man receives scripture, and then he asked me to become a vice president of Demon's Heart. You need not manage anything. Simply tell us what materials you wish gathered, and Demon's Heart will help rebuild your Dark Covenant. Whoever moves against the Covenant moves against us. I came to that room to take somebody's organization. I left, having been given a seat on the board of a second one. He also offered, unprompted, a share of the black market of the West District, which is the largest underground exchange in the South, where even the nobility does its private shopping, and where he personally traded away half his humanity for demon blood. The bald man behind him made an interesting face at that. On the way out, Lysander said quietly, "That is the first time I have seen a man delighted to have been sold." The notifications arrived in a stack. You have become master of the Dark Covenant and received the recognition of Wales. Underworld legendary rating +5. You have become Vice President of Demon's Heart. +5. Underworld rating has reached 10. Title obtained, Dark Legend. 1. Dark creatures rated 5 or more below, you lose 30% of all attributes in your presence. 2. High chance that a dark creature weaker than you will defect to you. 3. You are hostile to beings of good and of nature. Due to Wales's particular fear of you, your rating against him personally increases by 10. 2,000 experience. The title is not the prize. Legitimacy is the prize. From that night, the underworld of Green City recognizes Renard as master of the Dark Covenant. And if Viscount Valerius walks back into this city tomorrow, he is nobody until he kills me in front of witnesses. It is a business registration with extra steps. I am also aware of the shape of the debt. If Wales ever works out that he took life advice from a level 13 mage, a half-demon will do absolutely anything about it, standing order to my people. Inside the Dark Covenant, I am Renard, always, even when we are alone, especially when we are alone. Then I split the work 3 ways. Silas, collect what is left and hold our interests. Ragnar, build the alliance with Demon's Heart and pay for it in scrolls, because nobody in this world can refuse scrolls. And understand that in the underworld, trust and betrayal are the same word, so an agreement binds them for exactly as long as it profits them. Lysander, build the intelligence network. Casinos, taverns, inns, and brothels are where information lives, and my mage tower only ever talks to merchants and nobles, which means my mage tower is blind. The Scarlet Tower stands in the light. The Dark Covenant works in the shadow. Dawn City is the rear. By mid-July, the Covenant was rebuilt. 2 combatants above 15, Silas and Ragnar, 17 at level 10, 600 intermediates, and a completely different reputation because the underworld was now repeating something Wales himself had said out loud, which is that the new president Renard is very probably a transcendent. Nobody wants to find out. Meanwhile, the factory, running on Lyra's material contracts, took 90% of the Green City scroll market. Not a large share, not a dominant share, 90%. The Ron came into my office at a run in the last week of July, which he does not do. He was grinning like a man who has just won an argument with the universe. Patriarch, the wheat is ready. 370 to 430 pounds an acre. At the bottom of that range, the Moonlight Plain feeds 100,000 people for a year. Every acre of it was given away for free to people who arrived here with nothing, mostly against their will, 10 months earlier. That is the entire argument of my administration in one number, and I have never needed to make it again. We built 4 granaries, 1 at each corner of the city, guarded by vampires and my security team, with a combined capacity of 1 year's supply for 300,000. And I banned the free trade of grain. Farmers sell to my city hall. The city hall holds iron, grain, cotton, and cloth directly. Everything else belongs to the market. Everything else in a society is allowed to wobble. The things people die without are not allowed to wobble. Then I went for a walk in my own city, which had become a strange experience. Paved streets, clipped flowers waist-high along them. 2- and 3-story houses with half-round windows and actual glass. Shops open to the street. White marble statues on the corners, all of which, on closer inspection, are me. And not one piece of litter anywhere. I have an unreasonable personal grudge against the smell of Green City, so part of the logistics department became a sanitation inspectorate with red armbands, and the penalty for dumping refuse in the street is a month of unpaid labor in the mine. We fined people for 2 months. Then people started scolding each other. Now they simply take care of it, and I am told they are insufferable about it to newcomers. I walked out alone, and the whole street stopped and bowed like a mimosa closing at a touch, and nobody would look up at me. It is pleasant for approximately 1 week. After that, you notice that you cannot walk through your own city as an ordinary person ever again, that this is permanent, and that you did it to yourself on purpose. Carts of my gold wheat rolled past me down the Moonlight Path, which is a road 18 carriages wide that somebody named a path, and I never got around to renaming. Furnaces smoking on the left. Tens of tons of ore a day coming down out of Giant Valley. Enrollment at my tower found 132 children, with affinity out of every adolescent in the city. By the standards of this world, we should have taken 30. We took nearly all of them, because the weak ones do not go into the combat department. They go into production, and a production mage in a city of 100,000 is worth more to me than a mediocre fireball. 200 new vampires from the winter intake enrolled as well, whose magic at that point was best described as depressing, and all the seniors moved in. Theron became deputy head of the tower. A vampire needs 2 or 3 hours of sleep a night, so time is not their limitation. My cult went to Maeve, because a holy priestess with gold eyes convinces people in a way a former bishop simply cannot. And after that, the growth curve stopped needing my attention at all. And on the way out of the tower gate, a notification stopped me on the step. The announcement hit my head like a gong. The closed test of glory has begun. 100,000 participants, 756 days until public launch. They were here. The first one came through in the Temple of Life in Green City, which is a nice touch because the goddess of life is worshipped by everybody. Good, evil, and neutral. She has temples in the abyss. Half the human population says praise the goddess without noticing. Light on an altar nobody had used in years, and a young man in coarse linen lying on it. The priestesses smiled and told each other that an adventurer had come from another world. He opened his eyes, looked at a white ceiling covered in reliefs, and delivered the first words a player ever spoke on this continent. Incredible graphics, just like the trailer. His name is Seraph Light, and I'm going to be honest, I have followed his career closely, and it has been a delight. He touched the altar and felt cold stone. He watched dust turn in a shaft of light, and the graphics theory quietly collapsed. The priest, an old man called Alden, asked him whether he was an adventurer from another world, and what the player heard was noise. There is no shared language. Nobody had told him. He and the old priest stood there making sounds at each other for several minutes before the priest put a hand on his head, which the player was certain was the beginning of an execution, and cast Comprehend Languages. Second ring. Duration 3 hours. If you wish to live in this world, the old man told him, learn our language. The player's reaction, which I read on the forum later and enjoyed enormously, was that he had never even managed to learn the alphabet properly. Then he tried to explain that he came from Earth, and the system changed his words on the way out of his mouth. What the priest heard was that he came from a plane long lost to the main world. The old man lost all interest immediately, because lost planes are poor and have nothing anybody wants. Then the third blow. He asked to become a priest. You need affinity to be a priest. He does not have any. Go and find work, the old man said, not unkindly. Then think about a profession. His panel. Level 1. Profession, commoner. Skills, none. No tutorial, no starting village, no quest marker, no exclamation point over anybody's head. Who am I? What am I doing? Where do I go? Out on the street he asked 2 laborers where the Scarlet Mage Tower was. Refugee, are you? I am an adventurer from another world. Goddess be my witness. The refugees are calling themselves adventurers now. A level 1 adventurer. That is wonderful. He went at them for the honor of players everywhere. 3 minutes later, he crawled out of that alley with both eyes closing, having been comprehensively beaten by 2 random men with no levels and no classes whatsoever. I am a player, he thought, lying on the cobbles. I have just been beaten up by ordinary mobs. 3 more of them were standing in the middle of a street shouting a slogan. We, the player brothers, will become the masters of this world. A fat fruit seller came out of his shop at a dead run. You stinking refugees, that is the 10th time today you have wrecked my trade. 2 of them tried a technique each. I have the names because they posted them. Monkey Steals, The Peach, 1,000-Year Kill. Neither worked because a merchant in this world hauls crates for a living. He beat all 3 of them into the gutter. Then they got up and robbed his shop because it is a game, and you cannot feel guilty about polygons. And that is when the second thing happened, and it is the thing that starts every player's education. The people walking past simply walked faster. No patrol came, not one. Because the West District is 1 street over, and in that neighborhood interfering is how you get killed. The fruit seller, sitting in his own wreckage and crying, told them everything they wanted to know. 3 powers underground. The Dark Covenant, Demon's Heart, Sinking Mist. Valerius insulted a transcendent and vanished. And the Covenant has a new master, a vampire called Renard, whom the Heart Devourer himself has invited to be a vice president. The one with the flat face, whose name is Chen Kai, caught the detail that mattered. An organization that lost its patron should have been eaten inside a week. It was not eaten. So, the new master is stronger than he looks. Then we joined the Dark Covenant. On their way out, one of them stopped and gave the sobbing merchant a motivational speech about being strong, and about how life is difficult, but the future is bright. The merchant nodded through his tears. They left with his money. The first line of the forum post was, "You will not believe this. On day 1, we robbed an NPC and made him cry. I did not run to Earth to look. I finished my tower assignments first. Then, I read the forum for 6 hours, tens of posts a second. The most popular thread had 100,000 replies and was titled, Something About the Developers That I Am Not Going to Repeat. The author had spawned at Storm Cape and could not understand 1 word of anything. And the local priest could not fix it because the priest lacked the affinity to cast a second ring spell. Then he followed 2 friendly locals who he assumed were a quest chain. They were slavers, and he had been sold within the hour. He escaped by dying, which cost him a day of ban. The replies were pure joy. I thought I was the only one. Somebody post a guide. Selling my beta key for 5,000 wen. Honestly, I also want to be kidnapped by slavers. Knight of the Broken Sword had posted a class summary. 5 professions: mage, archer, priest, thief, warrior. 3 to 5 out of 100 are accepted as priests or mages, and the rest are pushed into warrior. Rare is valuable, go spellcaster. He was right about the recommendation and wrong about the reason, and I read it and corrected him in my head. It is not hidden stats. Players simply do not have affinity. Green City has 1 million people and fewer than 40 high-level mages, and getting on for 1,000 warriors and thieves. Which means the thing that happens in every other game, where the players sweep the map inside a year, is not going to happen here. Death penalty, 20% of total experience in a day of ban. Past 5 deaths in a month, it goes to 3 days. And the official response to every rebellion thread was the same paragraph. Glory is a maximally realistic world. Do not attempt to behave in it as you would in other games. If you are dissatisfied, delete your account. We will give the slot to someone else. Several thousand people deleted in a rage. The slots were gone in seconds. A beta key was going for 100,000 yuan by the end of the week, and the posts kept coming. Who wants to learn the common tongue with me? I found a book in a church, Elvish, apparently 1 million years old. It is a real epic, and nobody here can read it either. I got sold to a tavern, and I am being made to haul barrels 16 hours a day. Somebody help. And my personal favorite, I studied martial arts for 9 years, and it turns out real fighting skill actually works here. A level 10 warrior has taken me as a student. I went home to my city and asked Lysander the only question that mattered. Have any strangers appeared? Anyone speaking oddly? Because players are born in temples of the goddess of life, and I have a temple. Nobody can enter this valley unnoticed, he said, and the entire city informs, on any stranger and on any crime. We pay a gold coin for reporting the early signs of an organization like the Wild Wolf Gang, and points for anything substantial. The enemy has to drown in an ocean of eyes. Standing order. Anybody who speaks strangely or behaves like a person who did not grow up here goes to the security team and then to me, personally. 80% of my harvest came in and was processed with magic. My scheme, 30% tax, 20% the farmer keeps. The rest he is required to sell to my city hall at 4 copper a pound, and the city hall sells it back at 3, at a loss. Deliberately, permanently, subsidized out of scroll money. What is taken from the people goes back to the people. You fatten the flock before you shear it, and you never shear it down to the skin. There were no objections because I gave them the land for nothing, and everybody in that valley can do arithmetic. Then Giant Valley nearly killed my best 2 assets in the same accident. A fresh gallery collapsed. A stone column went through Grome's arm and out the other side, and kept going, and went through a magic-speaking bat standing behind him. The bat has blood rebirth, which means it heals by drinking, and it was lying underneath a bleeding bronze cyclopes. It drank its fill. Grom got up on the second day and went back to work, because cyclopes are the ideal employee, and I say that with genuine affection. The bat was still lying there on the 5th day. Panel, transformation race, unknown. Progress 32%. Chance of success 1%. Finian said that if it did not complete in 3 days, it would die. We had poured blood of mana into it by the bucket and moved the number not at all, which told me the problem was not ordinary energy. So Lysander mentioned that in the divine realm of the night god, he had once seen faith power used to grow a divine steed. I tried mine first, bit my own finger and fed it progenitor blood, which I want to describe accurately and cannot in polite company except to say that my leg stopped working and my face went the color of paper. Progress went from 32% to 33%. Chance of success from 1% to 5%. My kidneys have left the building, I said, and you have not even started. So I opened the cult panel. 3,530 faith power, 1 fanatic of mine, 363 devout, 1,189 believers, 5,767 ordinary, months of it. And here is the detail that nobody in the history of this world has been able to observe, because it has never existed before. When holy power poured off my hand, my vampires standing around me did not flinch. Everything dark hates that light on instinct. It burns them. It did not burn them because the god of this particular light is a vampire, and there has never been one of those. I emptied the entire panel into that animal. Inside it, there was already bronze giant blood, buckets of blood of mana and progenitor blood, all sitting there like powder with nowhere to go. Faith power was the fuse. Cells tore and divided back tougher. 2 bloodlines went at each other hard enough to nearly take the body apart, and the soft light welded them into a third thing. 37%, 38, 39, and then it stopped climbing at 85. 3 hours of waiting. Sunset. At 99%, tens of thousands of ordinary bats came boiling out of the caves, and a second cloud came out of the sanctuary, and the sky over Dawn City went black in a way that frightened people who had watched an army of vampires fly out and back for a year, and every single one of them swerved away from the body on the ground, shrieking. The system chimed. Bronze Cyclops blood and progenitor blood have fused into a new bloodline. the Bronze Clan. Then, immediately after, a new race has been created. You are its creator. Name it. They exist to defend my city, I said. Dawn Bats. The system named the first one itself, Lycos Thorn, and handed me level 15. His panel. Title, King of Bats. 1,000% intimidation over every flying creature in the world, plus 100% to recovery, constitution, and strength. High intelligence, immunity to mental magic. Bronze Clan blood. Skin holds against the fourth ring. 300% defense and constitution, healing by blood, shape-shifting, and supreme magical affinity. His wingspan went from 12 meters to 16. The hide came up bronze, and dark red patterns surfaced across the membranes with a faint holy shine in them. And then 4 meters of newborn king shrank down to the size of my palm, flew over, landed on my hand, and said, Master. Nobody in that clearing moved for a while. I inherited your power, he explained, so I can speak, and I know all of your spells, but not your memories. Nobody will ever reach those without your permission. I did not know I had been holding my breath about that until I stopped. Shape-shifting has limits, 10 times a day, and only between his two sizes. Theron seized the moment with the reflexes of a man who has been waiting a year for it. He has wanted to attach a bodyguard to me since the day I met him, and I have refused every time. He can ride in your pocket, he can be a mountain, and he is stronger than anything else you own. Fine. Lycos, by the authority of the Lord of Dawn and the progenitor of vampires, I name you my guardian knight. He went down on one claw, laid a wing flat against the ground, and put his head down. My lord, I will defend your honor with my life. But the important thing is not Lycos, who is unique. The important thing is the recipe. Any magic-speaking bat can be evolved into a dawn bat with 1 dose of bronze cyclops blood and 500 faith power over 30 days. That takes a unit from starting at level 5 with a ceiling of 10 to starting at 10 with a ceiling of 15. 3,000 experience, and finally, level 14. In the air on the way home, Lycos cast a mage shield on me without being asked. My mount buffs me. Mages are going to be unemployed. He does about 700 kilometers an hour, which is a commercial airliner with teeth. The only real problem with him is that he is 16 meters of glowing bronze in a world where I am trying to be inconspicuous. I thought about it for a while, and decided that once I have 8 more of him, I am absolutely getting a chariot. Grom's life, by the way, had become the following. 8 solar hours of digging. Then home, which is a word Master Thorn introduced and which the cyclopes use constantly and with visible pleasure. 5 vampires fly him back. The logistics department feeds him to capacity, which is an operation. Then he goes home to grumble at 6 children and 3 wives. His favorite thing to do after dinner is go to the square to practice the common tongue, or attend the ideological classes at the city hall, which he will tell anyone who asks were personally invented by Master Thorn. That is where he learned what he is fighting for, and why every resident of Dawn City should contribute, regardless of race, age, gender, or strength. For the valley he was paid 1,000 gold coins. He bought land at the edge of the West District, built himself a manor, and moved his entire tribe into it. In the underworld, he told me once, a hunter could barely keep 1 cub fed. He has 6. And then one afternoon, something with a holy aura came out of the sun at him screaming an alarm about the property of Master Thorn, and a bronze cyclops charged a 16-meter bat with a shovel. I had ordered that attack. I wanted both of them measured and neither of them warned. My knight came out of the dive with his mouth open and produced 12 fireballs a second, because he inherited my double cast and my improved missile, Dragon Breath, except it is magic and it does not run out. Grom, who does not notice anything below the 4th ring, jumped 30 meters and hit him in the belly with a shovel. The shovel broke in half. So did some of Lycos. Then they went into a clinch in the air and came down like a meteor and collapsed another gallery. I want the record to show that both of them spent the entire fight visibly trying not to damage the mine. Grom ran his bloodline all the way out, went bronze from head to foot, and grew from 7 meters to 8, and started knocking century-old trees down by running through them. 3 hours later, the forest around the ore face was lying flat like mown wheat. Both of them were bleeding from everywhere, and neither would concede. I called it conclusions. Lycos was designed to be a flying gun platform, and he goes toe-to-toe with the king of the ground. And Grom, whose bronze bloodline is maybe halfway open, holds even against a king the system itself created. They bowed to each other immediately, which was somehow the most alarming part. Master, Lord Grom is stronger. I could not beat him. Master, Lycos is a worthy opponent. Then I had to negotiate with the Cyclops, because making more dawn bats requires his blood. He hit himself in the chest hard enough to be heard across the clearing. I will give everything, Master, even my life. No, just donate a few times a month like every other resident of this city. He looked at me. And for every donation, 2 piglets from my farm. That single eye opened as wide as it goes. There is almost no meat in my city yet. My farm has not reached slaughter volume, and a cyclops eats a piglet the way I eat a dumpling. Agreed, master. I am ready right now. Down in Green City, the player Seraph Light had queued for 2 days and barely scraped into my apprentice intake, and the only reason he got in is that I had ordered the tower to take the mediocre ones. They gave him meditation and a cup of white liquid, and he became a noble apprentice of magic. The hierarchy he absorbed in his first week is this. A level 1 mage looks down openly on a level 5 warrior, and everybody in the room considers that correct. He privately held a moment of silence for every player who had gone warrior. Then, the reality arrived. 3 to 4 hours of meditation a day. Nodes built one at a time, by hand. There is no learn button. His roommate is a thin boy called Auric, who lectured him like a disappointed father. If Lord Alaric had not ordered us to accept the mediocre, neither you nor I would be inside this building. Do you understand that 1,000,000 people in this city would give everything they own for your bed? And then, quieter on his way out the door, wherever you are, only strength protects the people you care about. And the player sat there and understood, for the first time, that the character in front of him was not delivering dialogue. He had a past. Somebody had taken something from him. I am told that is the exact moment Seraph Light stopped being able to think of this world as a game. He has said so himself, at length, on a forum, in a post that made me feel strange for an entire afternoon. He also asked about my steward and got a warning instead of an answer. She is Lord Alaric's steward. Do not go near her. Master Hertz bows to the floor when she passes. If she decides she dislikes you, our bodies will be in the sewer tomorrow. Meanwhile, his 3 colleagues had joined the Dark Covenant, knelt to a bearded level 9 warrior called Zavon, and received 20 experience for the oath. 20. More than a week of quests had given them. In this world, a delivery job pays 1/10 of a point. A level 3 rat, after 10 hours, pays 2. Level 2 needs 100. Chen Ko drew the correct conclusion in about 4 seconds, and it is the smartest thing any player has said out loud in this world. Experience here does not come from monsters or quests. The system is open. We need to find what else it pays for. Unfortunately, Zevon had already watched all 3 of them die, and come back 3 separate times, each time slightly weaker, and had reported it. My newest descendant worked through his options in the order you would expect from a former dark priest. Sacrifice them to an evil god. Sell them to the necromancer. Feed them to a soul eater in the abyss. Take one apart to find out how resurrection works. Then he learned there are 100,000 of them and more coming, and put the knives away. Instead, he had them brought to a table with tea on it and dismantled them in 9 minutes. Only the power of a god grants resurrection. A god marks a believer's soul in his own realm and raises it after death. But there is no faith on any of you, he poured. Therefore you are marked by the rules of your own plane. Part of your soul is held there. After death, the plane gathers strength and returns you, which is why there is a delay, and why you come back weaker. Chen Kai started sweating into his tea. My man had not guessed the truth. He had reconstructed the mechanism from first principles and gotten most of it right. Then Silas finished them off. Your immortality is not absolute. I can decline to let you die and keep you in a cell. I can wait at the temple where you always reappear. I can hire other visitors from your world against you. And one more thing. He set the cup down. You joined this organization thinking nothing of it. To you, we are a step on a stair, and you did not take a vice president seriously. Is that not so, undead of a lost world? They signed. That oath, sworn in blood on a contract of rules my man recovered from ancient ruins, binds both sides, and Silas pointed that out generously and honestly. He did not mention that these scrolls have a master contract above them, and that he inherited it, which means he can erase their marks whenever he wants. Chen Kai heard the system say it in his head. My panel confirmed it. You have signed a pact of loyalty. Upon betrayal, your account will be deleted and all property cleared. Are we playing a game, he said out loud, or is the game playing us? Then Silas created a department for them called Immortal Soul and assigned them 100 intermediate professionals from level 5 up. 3 men who had just been comprehensively humiliated went straight to the forum to brag about their new command. Ragnar, watching, asked whether a pack of level 1 apprentices was worth this kind of investment when any soldier in the city could kill 100 of them. You are looking 5 years ahead, Silas said. I am looking 20. Viscount Valerius taught me that. There is no knight who kills a dragon in one blow, and there is no crop you sow once in a lifetime. Then he added, with total confidence, the progenitor would approve. Ragnar laughed at him. No, the progenitor would have arranged it so that those adventurers came and begged him for the contract, not whatever this was. And he slapped himself on the backside and walked out, leaving my newest descendant staring at the door. Young Silas, it seems, had not yet heard the legend of the Trick King, my own accounting at that point. I was level 14, my legendary rating 7, 8 in the underworld. Level in glory does not measure strength or intelligence directly. What each level actually is a rebuild of the soul, and everything else follows it. Control, recovery, the body. Roughly 13 is 800 points of combat power, and 14 is 1,000. The bad news is that 15 costs 50,000 experience, which is more than the entire road from 10 to 14 put together. At current rates, 2 years. Peak of life, as far as I can see, is 100,000 vampires in Dawn City, paying me 100,000 experience a month while I lie in a hammock. Second problem, every Dawn bat costs 500 faith power, and the cult generates about 1,500 a month. 3 of my bats a month, and only if I spend faith on nothing else, ever. It is the same wall as always. Everything I can build 3 of. Why the cult keeps growing, by the way, has nothing to do with me being persuasive. Most gods in this world have rules. Pray this many times a day, at these hours, facing this direction. That is a tax on a farmer's life. The Dawn cult asks for nothing except that you pray when you have a moment. That is it. That is the whole competitive advantage. I went into the cathedral one evening and found Lorien in white, kneeling in the strictest posture there is, right palm over left, thumbs at the bridge of the nose, next to a 6-year-old who was yawning so hard his eyes watered. He is one of the first residents and one of the first believers. Without His Majesty, my son and I would have died on that road, he told the man beside him. I live so well now that it makes me nervous. Then Maeve came in and the whole hall stood and bowed. She went around the room talking to people the way she does every single evening, and then I walked in and the hall came apart. I had not planned to preach. I preached. My people, I am the Lord of Dawn, to whom you pray by day and by night. While there is hope in you, I hear you, wherever you are. I looked at the room. Go home. A good life is my first article of faith. You are never alone. People cried. If I had opened my panel in that moment, I would have watched more than a dozen names cross into devout. And Lorien crouched down in front of his son. Remember this. That is His Majesty Thorn. He saved all of us. When you grow up, you will fight for Dawn. Like Uncle Bragar, I will be a warrior. No. His father was almost apologetic about it. The lords of the Holy Light blood clans say you have an affinity for magic. A farmer's son. Going into a mage tower. Back in Ardentown, the Baron's son could not have done it. Then I found out who was actually running my religion. It was not Maeve. Maeve cannot stand paperwork and spends her days walking the city talking to people, which is what she is for. The administration is run by her younger sister. I had her brought up. 16 or 17, about 70% her sister's face. And where Maeve's eyes are calm, this one's eyes are doing 3 things at once. Her name is Kira, and she is the only person in the entire cult registry who does not believe in me. She has never appeared on the believer list, not once, because she has loved freedom since she was small, and what she actually wants is to be one of the people who sail off the edge of a map. I was not annoyed. I was interested. What is the Dawn cult to you? And a teenager who runs a filing system gave me an analysis I have thought about ever since. Faith is a required component of a city. Where there are many sects, every man believes his own god is the only one, and contempt comes first, and then cliques, and then conflict, and no law and no secret police stops it once it starts. She was not reciting. She was building it as she went. My city was made by vampires. If unrest began here, it would be crushed by force, and the crack would keep widening under the surface until it burst. A single soft doctrine removes the split before it exists. It does not need to be true. It needs to be shared. Then she went for 90 minutes without stopping. The doctrine of the goddess of life. The doctrine of the god of death. How gods of light harvest faith through justice and gods of evil harvest it through fear. The function of angels and of demons in a faith economy. And then her own development plan for the Dawn cult in stages, with numbers. I have studied the charters of more than 50 sects, she said apologetically, as though this were an embarrassing hobby. I made her a cardinal of the Dawn cult and simultaneously deputy speaker under Theron. Talent is talent, I told her. Talent has to be converted into power by studying. You do not have to be a holy priestess like your sister. You can become stronger than your sister in a different direction. She has never once prayed to me, and she is the best administrator in this city. Maeve asked me for something around then, and it cost me more than the tower. Give me part of your power, so that I can make more priests of Dawn. Each priest costs 200 faith power, and we had 3. To do it, I had to go down my own mental mark into her mind. That is when I learned what a holy priest actually is, a child of the god. The channel through which, in principle, a god could descend into the world in person. Because of the link, she cannot resist divine power, which also means the god can lend her his authority directly. On the way through, I passed months of her memory without meaning to, preaching. sitting with sick people, walking a widow home. And then I hit the edge of her ordinary private life, backed out at speed, and came out of her head with my ears burning. She stood in front of me with her head down and did not look up for a while. I gave her access to half the faith power. Then I thought about it for another 10 seconds and gave her all of it, and told Finian that from now on, he goes to her for my bats. Which cut Dawn Bat production again. I did it anyway, because a holy priestess with a full tank makes priests, and priests are the only thing that turns believers into an institution. Everything in this city is the same trade. There is exactly one resource and 11 things that need it. While that was going on, I made the Ministry of Agriculture publish a book. In this world, you rest a field for 2 years after a planting, because otherwise it stops producing, and the local understanding of fertilizer is somewhere between folklore and superstition. I wrote down everything I could remember from Earth, which is not much. It was still revolutionary, and I made them print it and teach farmers out of it. The climate here allows 2 harvests. Spring wheat, May to September, winter wheat, October to April. We planted a month early this year, and were done in July and gained 2 months out of nowhere, standing tasks. Prepare the winter planting. Find out what else can be grown here, because Earth is no guide at all, and something delicious on my planet may be lethal on this one. And most important, establish a research group inside the Mage Tower for crop breeding, using magic to raise yields. The model is straight off Earth. The city funds the laboratory and shares the result. I announced the prize, and Theron's eyes changed. Whoever finds a way to raise the yield gets a medal on Dawn Square. We have only ever given that to 12 men. The name gets cut into the Wall of Glory. There are vampires in my city who would kill for that. And I mean that in the technical sense. I flew back to Green City on Lycos, which is now 2 hours instead of 4, and at the walls he shrank down and climbed into my pocket. That is a bodyguard. The Scarlet Mage Tower is a different building now. 400 apprentices, a level 15 warrior of its own, and a founder who is a legend in taverns. The official version of my life goes like this. 4 years ago, orcs burned his ancestral town. He came to Green City alone. He became the youngest high-level mage in its history. An archmage noticed him and took him as a disciple. He built a tower, and now his factory produces more scrolls in a day than the whole city used to make in a fortnight. Bankrupt nobles treat me as a religious icon, and I have never once corrected any part of that story. Everything around the tower was dug up, because magic crystals were going into the foundations for Gareth's array. Lyra and Isolde, who had become friends in a way that alarms me, met me in the hall. I remembered a show I watched on Earth and asked Lyra for a shoulder rub and got one, while Isolde conducted a detailed inspection of her own sword. And then Lyra said, in passing, as if it were about laundry, "By the way, I believe our tower has admitted an adventurer from a lost world. Unusual name, Seraph Light." I did the arithmetic in my head. 100,000 players, 500 million people in the Nolan Empire alone, 1.5 billion in the largest of the 12 kingdoms, 30 to 50 of them in this city at the outside, and one of them is scrubbing hides in my factory. Bring him up. I want to see his face. Tristan got in first. He is the first subordinate I ever had in this world. He had spent months failing to get an audience and had started to feel like a man being phased out. His report. The Golden Wheat Guild trades cotton, cloth, wool, grain, ore, and weapons. Net profit 950 gold coins a month, which for the owner of a scroll factory is less than a day's takings. 500 employees, and branches in 10 cities across the south, 15 by winter. That last line is the one I cared about. My personal reach ends at the Green City Wall. His flags are already up across half the province, which is a ready-made platform for selling scrolls without the local nobility taking a cut for existing. I want the Golden Wheat banner over every city in the south with 100,000 people in it. He swore on his life, which he does, and then he said the sentence that redirected my entire autumn. My lord, it may be possible for us to obtain an entire mithril vein. Mithril. Armor alloyed with it resists magic by an order of magnitude. Weapons made with it get sharper and harder. Mage robes get arrays drawn in it to accelerate meditation. Enchantments use it. Scrolls drawn with it can hold spells at the level of forbidden magic. 2 nations will go to war over 1 intact vein. An adult dragon will lose its composure over 1. Isolde, who was leaning on the wall being bored, joined the conversation for the first time in a week. There is a fist-sized piece of mithril in that 2-hander of hers, the one that cut through Grom's plate. It is a treasure of the royal house of the north. Are you certain it is mithril? How would a small merchant know about a thing that starts wars? Because, Tristan said, my vein was found by dwarves. And that landed. Those obsessive digging maniacs will accidentally find anything. Lava, a dragon's nest, a hole through into another plane. If there is something in the ground within 400 kilometers, a dwarf has already put his hand in it. Then he told me the rest of his own history, which I had never asked for. Half a year ago, he spent his savings and 200 gold coins of debt buying mithril ore from border dwarves. That is the cargo the orcs took. That is why he was bankrupt at a gate at dawn, and that is why he works for me. He never lost track of those dwarves, and 3 days earlier, the dwarves came to him. Their tribe had been hiding in the distant mountain range on the barren wasteland side. Constant trading gave them away. More than 10,000 orcs rolled over them in 3 days and took the survivors as slaves. The ones who got out are offering a deal. Save our people, and the untouched mithril vein is yours. Lyra asked the correct question immediately. Why would dwarves ask a mid-sized merchant guild for help against 10,000 orcs in the barren wasteland? The reward is not offered to me, Tristan said. It is offered to Lord Alaric personally. Bards sing about him. Merchants discuss his inheritance. Mages praise his affinity. And then I took somebody else's plan apart on my own table, out loud, because I was enjoying myself. They did not come to me because they believe in the Scarlet Mage Tower. The entire tower could not survive 10,000 orcs, and they know it better than we do. Their actual target is Gareth, owner of the White Tower, vice president of the Mage Guild, a man who could raise a force against 50,000 orcs if he felt like it. Why not go to him directly? On what authority does an unknown dwarf get an audience with an archmage, and with what does he persuade him? But out of my mouth it becomes a different conversation, because I am the man's student. And if Gareth says no, they have lost nothing. They go to the next power and open with the words, Archmage Gareth himself took an interest but withdrew. With a reference like that, anybody will hear them out. And the hook underneath. My official biography says orcs burned my ancestral town. They picked a target who cannot say no without contradicting his own legend. Isolde listened to all of it with her mouth slightly open. Humans are so complicated, she said. I want to go home. So, do we help the dwarves? No. We never help anyone who is not an ally. Her face fell about 4 floors. However, I let it sit. We can absolutely fight for justice. How dare filthy orcs oppress the weak and blameless dwarves? We, mages who stand for the light, are obliged to exterminate this evil. She lit up like a festival. Northland warriors are the easiest people in the world to work with, and I hope she never reads this. Orders. Bring the dwarf here. Every Golden Wheat employee who knows anything about this moves into the tower and does not leave it. Anyone else who has heard about it gets picked up and locked in. Anya stays with Gareth. Lyra runs the tower and takes on one extra assignment. Study the adventurers from the Lost World. Seriously. Build a file. She raised an eyebrow. They are restless, and they come back from the dead over and over. In the future, they will matter in this city and in this world. The Scarlet Mage Tower is going to assemble a unit out of them, and I would rather we understood them before somebody else does. On my way out, I remembered the player I had asked to see. Never mind, there was a mithril vein on the table. I was through the courtyard gate by the time Seraph Light reached the hall. I have thought about that since. 4 seconds either way, and my whole first year would have had a different shape. What he got instead was Lyra. He walked in expecting a mysterious tower master, and met a level 4 mage with sapphire eyes and her chin up. He told the forum afterwards that this NPC was going to be the end of him, because in front of outsiders there is nothing left of the girl who fusses about my collar. There is a woman who decides, personally, whether a person continues to have a place in that building. She interrogated him for an hour about what exactly adventurers from a lost world are. He answered every question honestly, at length, and volunteered several things nobody asked about, because he had already learned that an NPC can put him back on the street. Meanwhile, I sat down and counted what I actually had, not the tower. The tower is a shop with a wall around it. Isolde, 16, Royal Blood of the North. Ragnar, 16, Son of the North. Grolm, 16, Bronze Cyclopes. Lycos, 15, King of the Dawn Bats. Lysander, 15, Shadow High Priest. Silas, 15, Dark Priest. 6 of mine. Below the Transcendent tier, there is nothing in Green City that stands in front of that. The dwarf who leaked all this had assumed the Scarlet Mage Tower would pass his message up to an archmage. It never occurred to him that the tower has no force at all, and its owner has 6. Down in the Covenant, Ragnar reported on the Immortal Soul Department, and I inhaled a mouthful of water. My criminal organization had recruited players faster than my mage tower had, and had built them a department and given them 100 men. I approved it and added the policy that still stands. Do not judge them by their level. Every one of them has a better chance of reaching the top than an ordinary man does, because they cannot be permanently killed, and they are not afraid of anything. Spend on them. But only under total control, because these creatures adore trouble the way a moth adores a lamp. The dwarves were sitting in one of my Golden Wheat inns at an oak table with 2 warhammers standing beside it that had pressed dents into the floorboards. Dwalin's Strongarm, Master Smith. level 14, 324 years old, and rated by his own people as the one most likely to become a legendary smith, which comes with an 80% bonus to the quality of everything he makes. And a young prince, Balin, level 12, 64 years old, described by everyone, including his enemies, as kind. Dwalin coughed into his hand, and there was blood in it. And then he explained to his prince, quite calmly, the part he had been hiding. He was avoiding the transcendent on purpose. A transcendent is absolute suppression. He would drive off the orcs, and then he would drive off us, and my vein would be entirely his. A weaker partner is forced to share. Also, orcs do not slaughter captive craftsmen. They put them to work, which means there is no emergency, and no emergency means room to negotiate. And the third thing, which is why I have never once underestimated a dwarf since. Their comrade Jorvin, the one who made contact with humans, had never intended to come back. If he had been taken for questioning, he would have torn a battle scroll and gone up with everybody in the room. The prince went white. That is the moment the door came off its frame. Isolde walked in and put a two-hander through the floor. Your friend is already my trophy. Are you coming, or would you like to be beaten first? Dwalin looked at her aura and said out loud, level 15. Boring, she yawned. Do dwarves genuinely never attack first? I am a wounded level 14 warrior, attacking something above level 15. He gestured at himself. Did my brain burn out in the forge? She lost interest and left. Silas, you do the rest. Silas was polite about it, which is worse. That lady killed a level 19 lava demon with 2 strokes. Also, do look out of the window. The block is already sealed. It was not fear that broke Dwalin. It was arithmetic. He put the hammer down. Balin, dwarves do not fear death. But right now, we are the hope of our people. Kindness will make you a good chieftain. Without judgment, it will not make you a chieftain of anything. On the way to me, Silas collected the 3 players because one of them had spotted the dwarves in that inn the day before and had written down the room number. His Majesty Renard will want to see you. My room has a gray-white carpet a hand-thick, oil paintings, and an oval table with 12 chairs. I sat at the head with a crimson battle painting behind me and my fangs showing. Ragnar stood at my right shoulder, 2 meters of him, with a two-hander. The dwarves looked at each other, another level 15. The Stonehammer tribe has produced 3 in its entire history, and one of them is already dead. Behind them, the 3 players were taking screenshots as fast as they could and whispering. The boss is unfairly good-looking. I cannot see his level or his name. My panel gives them 3 rows of question marks. The gap is too large, and the divine power sits on top of it. I sent the players out, because the last thing I needed was mithril appearing on a forum, and got to it. Master Dwalin, I believe we can cooperate. I want the mithril vein. And then I lost. I want to be precise about this because it does not happen often, and I have thought about it since. Dwalin's first question was not about my vein. It was who informed. We have sold ore a handful of times in 50 years. I have your tribesman, and I have the merchant. Your tribe has been taken by orcs. You intended to buy the help of the Scarlet Mage Tower with an entire vein. I know everything about you. And the young prince came off his chair. Thief! Robber! Dwarven mines belong to dwarves. For 1 full solar hour, I could not move either of them. Logic, profit, threats. Everything I said came back off a wall. Because my vein is their only card. Nobody in this world trusts a vampire, and handing over the coordinates means handing over the entire tribe. Threaten a dwarf with death, and you have told me you do not know dwarves, Dwalin said. Death is an honor. I had them taken away and lost my temper in a corridor. Those creatures are more stubborn than a rock in a latrine. It is easier to reach an understanding with a pig. Isolde was enjoying herself enormously. So, there are problems you cannot solve. Silas offered the interrogation rooms of the Church of the Evening Bell. I did not have to refuse because Ragnar did it for me. Dwarves have a different physiology. Their pain threshold is negligible. Pain does not move them, and there is no record of it ever having moved them, and every professional in my room already knew it. Bards have a saying. The pride of an elf and the stubbornness of a dwarf are corrected only by dragon breath. Mental magic is also out. Innate resistance. Only a transcendent gets through. So there I was, having assembled 6 combatants above level 15 to take on 10,000 orcs, completely blocked by 2 prisoners. I had gone out to kill a dragon, and my actual problem was that I did not know where the dragon lived. Take them both to Dawn City, and put them in the forge, 200 weapons a day, and if they do not make the quota, they do not eat. They are master smiths, are they not? Let them smith. Then, before I had finished being annoyed, I turned the defeat over. They did not tell us one thing, but their faces told us the only thing that matters. My vein exists. 4 of my search lines, running at once. Theron's bats sweep the border, with priority on the distant mountain range from the barren wasteland side. Dwarves move cargo by horse. which means they have nothing that flies, which caps the radius they can live in, and Tristan knows every point they have ever traded at. That is a box on a map. Second, look for the movement of orc armies. 10,000 fighters do not cross a wasteland quietly. Third, Tristan goes to the border under an escort of 20 level 10 warriors to find other dwarves. Fourth, through the Mercenary Guild of Green City. Post a generous open contract for scouting unusual orc movements, worded so that it looks like ordinary work. 3 organizations. The Scarlet Mage Tower, the Dark Covenant, and My City, all working the same problem for the first time. Isolde stood up and bowed to me, which she has done twice in her life. She said she would simply have killed both stubborn old men and ended up with nothing, and 3 dwarves went into my forge to make weapons in exchange for meals. I will admit that watching the stacks of blades grow improved my mood considerably. My vice president called the 3 players in to reward them for spotting the dwarves and asked what they wanted. Are there hidden classes, Dragon Blood Warrior, Dragon Knight, or just give us each a dragon egg? I do not need much, a demigod artifact. If that is too much, a divine one is fine, I will not complain. Silas's lips went pale. You could obtain such a thing by robbing the treasury of the king of the Nolan Empire. Now, to business. Then he put a little aura into the room, and all 3 of them stopped talking at once. One of them told the forum afterwards that he nearly had an accident. He asked them about their world again, and again the system rewrote it. The player told the truth, cheerfully. We are from Earth. It is a technological plane. Your world is a game to us. We come in through capsules, and we resurrect because it is a game. And who would play a game with only one life? And what Silas heard was an alchemical plane with no magic and a remarkable planar teleport, and he nodded thoughtfully. Then he gave them an assignment that took their jaws off. Return to your own world and recruit the best of them there. I do not want all of you. I want the elite of your undead, inside the Dark Covenant. And then he kept going, and this is the part that genuinely unsettles me about my own subordinate. I have noticed that you make strange gestures toward me, and toward expensive objects. You are using something like an image recording spell, which means you can carry those images back with you. 3 men started sweating in a cool room. He had deduced screenshots. So, your people are desperate to enter our world. Show them how you were received. Show them that you became commanders in 10 days. Show them that a vice president took an interest in you, and that His Majesty Renard himself received you. Advertise the covenant properly, and the elite will come to us. Then he did the thing I did not expect. Secure your safety in your own world. Your resurrection may function only here, and we cannot cross to you. Even gods do not walk between planes casually. The players sat there staring at him. An NPC was worried they might die for real. They told him 2 things in return, and both of them are strategically enormous. They told him because a person who has just shown concern for you gets answers. The time ratio is 3 to 1. 3 days here is 1 day there. And when a player logs out, the body is left unattended. Silas, who had spent a week quietly appalled at the idea of an enemy that cannot be killed, let out a long breath. If there is a weakness, there is a method. Then, immediately, establish relays in your world, people who log out and call the others back in. Once your numbers grow, build a rotation. And then the sentence that made all 3 of them make a noise. And open a branch of the Dark Covenant in your world. An NPC, expanding onto Earth. They said, and I quote the forum, that science fiction does not have the nerve to write this. They protested that they were poor students. We will discuss the branch later. Begin with the first step. A dormitory in Shanghai, 3 men in their underwear, around one computer at 2 in the morning. Chen Kai made the argument to himself out loud, and he was not wrong. We study virtual games. That industry is worth trillions. Glory is going to eat the entire market. And our only edge is that we are already inside the Dark Covenant, and a vice president has personally noticed us. Even without Silas, I would be recruiting. The first post went up at 3. The strongest NPC ever recorded. A dark boss whose level cannot be read. His Majesty Yaluo. The cover image is me at the head of an oval table in a black robe, in half light, in front of a crimson battle painting with the fangs showing. The argument in the body of the post is better than I would like. A city of 1 million people has exactly 1 transcendent. The address, Your Majesty, belongs to that tier and to nothing below it. And every creature in that room used it for this vampire, and not one of them objected. Panel reads question marks. The comments were a delight. He is twice as handsome as I am, which is inhumane. Give me his contact details. You are a level 1 warrior? How are you even in the same room? Seraph Light, in reply. Are you also in Green City? I am at the Scarlet Mage Tower, come by. And Knight of the Broken Sword, who is the only one of them who thinks in years, posting the conclusion that shaped what 100,000 people did next. Glory has no starting village. We were dropped straight into a living world. The only way to survive is to join NPC factions. An hour later, the second post. Sorry. It only took me 10 days to get 30 level 5 NPCs under my command. With photographs of 3 men sitting on their subordinates' shoulders and a screenshot of a panel reading, Member of the Dark Covenant, Squad Commander of the Immortal Soul Department, 10 subordinates. The forum came apart. I have been hauling sacks at the docks and collecting manure at night, and you have 10 men. I am reporting you are cheating. Recruitment terms, posted underneath. 10 to 12 hours in game daily. Show up when called. Dark faction. Robbery and street fighting are routine here. Do not apply if you are squeamish. Meanwhile, Dwalin was learning what my city actually is. It did more work on him than any of my arguments had. My people stripped his armor, put him in sackcloth, and chained him in anti-magic manacles, which leave anyone at 1/10 of their strength and are the same model the necromancer wears on my square. He was ready to die. Dwarves are not being brave when they say that. They mean it structurally. Nobody killed him, because I had said not to. Instead, a day later, Silas flew them out of the city at night on 10-meter bats. That did more damage to Dwalin than the capture had, because he recognized the animal. He fought vampires in the underworld when he was young. They came in over my valley at sunrise, and a shaft of light came through the cloud and landed exactly on the valley. He told me later that his first thought was that it was far too holy for a vampire's den. Then he told himself, however my valley shines, there will be enough corpses in the gorges around it to fill them. Then the sentry stopped his escort in the air and demanded identification from vampires. Their own vampires. On the progenitor's personal order, anyone who enters without clearance is an intruder, and the discipline of that challenge was army discipline and not what he remembered of vampire warbands at all. Below, clean paving, no refuse, no smell. A queue at a bakery with nobody pushing in. A flower seller laying out roses at 6 in the morning, and people saying good morning to vampires. A child ran across the street and hugged a vampire around the leg, trying to reach up at his wings, and the vampire picked him up and kissed him on the cheek. Dwalin said it out loud in the air, over the city, in chains. This is 10,000 times more unbelievable than elves living in peace with dwarves. The most shameless bard alive would not have the nerve to invent it. Then a cyclops child 4 meters tall walked past and said in clear common tongue, "Good day, Lord Hill," and the vampire answered, "Soul, why did you miss your class at the Mage Tower yesterday?" The homework was too difficult. "Skip it again, and I will speak to Lord Grom." And the cyclops fled. Dwalin went rigid in his chains. They are teaching magic to cyclopes, and over all of it in the center of the city, 12 meters of stone with a kind face on it. They delivered him to my forge with a note attached. The progenitor says this dwarf has not yet acknowledged us as friends, therefore he is a trophy. He eats what he earns. And the man waiting for him at the forge door was Dagran, half-dwarf, son of Dwalin's own former apprentice, Borin Goldor. There was about 90 seconds of genuine joy in that building, 2 men who had not seen each other in decades, and then Dwalin said the wrong thing. "Child, why do you honor a cruel dark vampire? There is ancient blood in you, dwarves bow to nobody." My forge went silent. 30 hammers stopped at once. Dagran took a while to get his voice under control. "Master Dwalin, say that to me once, and then never again." He put the tongs down. "Lord Thorn gave us a new life, hope, a future. Without him there is no me, no forge, no brothers, and none of this. To be an enemy of Lord Thorn is to be an enemy of all of my city, and of me, even if it is you, even if it is the legend of our people, whom I have honored since I was a boy." Dwalin told me afterwards that being taken prisoner had not shaken him. Watching a half-dwarf pick up a weapon to defend a vampire did. What magic is in this city? There is none. That is the part nobody believes. August 7th, 6 weeks of searching and nothing. The border is enormous and dwarves are good at hiding. So I raid my prisoners instead. No people on Earth stays calm in the face of extermination, and dwarves least of all, because a dwarf is his tribe. Those 2 are sitting in custody, and neither of them has tried to escape. Therefore, their tribe is not in immediate danger. Therefore, they have a choice. Therefore, they can refuse us until they die of old age. And the second half of it. Why did the orcs take dwarves alive? Orcs are starving, and orcs have no weapons, because Green City runs an arms embargo against them. In their place, I would not kill a tribe of master smiths. I would make them work. The whole chain fell into place. Orcs found the tribe, rolled it in 3 days, took the useful ones. The survivors went looking for a power capable of beating 10,000 orcs and reached the Scarlet Mage Tower through a merchant. Then I said the other half of it to Theron, quietly. If the dwarves agree to cooperate, it may be worse for them than refusing. There is something in that tribe worth more than mithril. Though meanwhile the steel accounting came in, and it was bad. 30 tons in the warehouse, which on Earth is a rounding error, and here is an achievement, and nowhere near enough to run water pipe through the whole city. Theron proposed spending it differently. The forge has developed a new alchemical formula, steel 3 times stronger. Put the cyclopes in it, and you have infantry that cannot be stopped. I lit up like a child. Fantasy-powered armor. Grolm is going to be my warhammer. My smith took one look at 7 meters of my cyclops, standing at eye level with his hip, and dropped his hammer. He refused to work on it until I bought his cooperation with the one thing he wanted, which was a promise not to touch the young prince. And then I ran the oldest management trick there is. For half a month, that dwarf had been working 16-hour days for food and had come to hate the craft he has loved for 3 centuries. So we cut him to 12 hours, gave him a rest day, fed him properly, and promised him half a barrel of wine a week and a house of his own if the armor came out well. He was so delighted he nearly danced and did not notice that he was still working for exactly the same person under slightly better conditions. That is the entire art of being somebody's boss, and I am not proud of how well it works. And then he volunteered something I had not asked for. He has an alchemical recipe for shadow metal, obtained in his youth from the dark elves of the underworld. Twice as hard as Dagran's reinforced steel and half the weight of ordinary, and he knows an array that, drawn in mithril inside a suit of plate, gives it enormous magic resistance. His words were that a human dragon-slaying ballista would not go through it. He asked a price. It was not freedom. If you ever find the dwarven tribe, spare my people. I will not touch them unless they raise weapons first. He gave me the recipe word for word. Buying adamantite and cold iron from the underworld through my contacts in Green City took 3 days and cost 100,000 gold coins, which is an entire month of the Scarlet Mage Tower's profit. And Gareth, who had been saving for his array, could be heard across 2 districts. 10 days of forging. My city slept to hammers. By the end of it, there was a crowd outside the forge that had to be managed by the security team. Grolm's armor, a horned helm with room inside it for a 10-year-old child to stand upright. A breastplate half an arm thick that will not be opened by a siege crossbow or by a dragon-slaying ballista. 20 centimeters of plate in the joints, 8 tons. In reinforced steel, it would have been 25. Grolm can carry 10 without losing mobility, and Dwalin built in the margin without being asked, because he is a professional and could not help himself. Lycos's armor is black and shaped like a dragon with its wings out, 4 tons. Heavy plate only over the heart and the joints, and along the leading edge of both wings, blades, sharper than any sword in this city. Grolm put his on himself, piece by piece, in front of the whole square, and the noise died. That is not a cyclops anymore. That is a steel behemoth. Lycos put his on using 2 mage hands because he knows every spell I know and casts 2 at a time, and then went up, and the downdraft off him hurt people's faces. Then Maeve brought me a discovery. She brought it the way she brings everything, apologetically, as though she might be wasting my time. She had poured faith power into an oak staff. The staff had been cut the previous year and was thoroughly dead. It put out buds. She tried other dry branches and got the same result. She tried it on injured animals and they recovered. And she tried it on a blade and the blade came out harder and sharper. Faith power is not only for fighting, she said. I had been sitting on a divine mechanism for months doing nothing with it, because studying faith at my level is like studying a spacecraft in the Stone Age. So I tried it on armor. I did it in public, on the square, because everything I do is also theater. Grolm, kneel. My square went silent. Women pulled their children behind them, and 7 meters of bronze cyclops and 8 tons of plate went down on one knee without a fraction of hesitation, and put his head below my shoulder. I put my hand between the horns of that helmet. My most faithful warrior, in the name of the Lord of Dawn, I grant you power. Holy light came out of my palm and went across that armor in a web. Believers went down on their knees. Several of them said afterwards that they heard singing. The unbelievers went down too, a second later, because everybody else had. Dwalin was standing at the edge of that square. I am told that is where the last of him came apart. Holy power belongs to the most devoted priests of temples of light, and it burns dark creatures. That is not doctrine. That is a physical fact everyone on this continent has seen demonstrated. And a vampire was pouring it out of his hand and glowing. How is that different? He said out loud. From undead sunbathing? From the inside, I saw something else. For the first time, I could see the structure of metal at a scale I have no business seeing. Faith works like a universal repair. It welds microfractures. It flushes impurities out of the lattice. Strength went up 30%, which is higher than anything written in any dwarven recipe. The system chimed its approval. You have forged equipment of perfect quality, 3 stars. The equipment quality system has been unlocked. Common, rare, uncommon, perfect, extraordinary, legendary, artifact. Each with 1 to 3 stars. Grolm's armor, perfect 3 stars. Traits, endurance, 500% defense. Unshakable as a mountain, 500% impact resistance in a braced stance. and fearless, which means the wearer is immune to level suppression and to the pressure of higher beings, which means he can stand under a dragon's roar and keep walking. Lycoses, forged without faith, came out perfect 1 star, agility 50% in the air, and sharpness a 50% chance to cut through any equipment below perfect 1 star. Lycos immediately began lobbying. Master, your most loyal servant requests a reward. The faith power was gone, so I improvised a speech. It went into the city and came back to me for months afterwards. This is Grom's reward for his contribution to Dawn. I forget nobody who contributes. If you want a reward, earn one. Privately, if I had any faith left, I would have gilded everything in that valley, including the furniture. And then the war found me. Torvin Cole, the bankrupt noble with the 8-man party, was lying in the grass in the barren wasteland, on a contract from a mysterious employer who pays gold for information about orc movements. That is me, through the mercenary guild, and he has never known it. He had a player with him, a scout called Callian, whom William picked up on a dock the day he realized the man came back from being killed, and therefore could walk into places living men do not walk into. 500 meters away, thousands of wolf riders went past. Thousands. Wolf riders are expensive. Large tribes keep dozens, and strapped across the saddles were dwarves. The letter reached me on the same afternoon I was admiring new armor. Thousands of wolf riders means something much larger standing behind them. Muster everyone. Recall Silas, Ragnar, and Isolde. Then I went down to the forge and told Dwalin the truth, because he had earned it and because I wanted it said to his face. Give up your small dreams. The mithril vein is going to belong to Dawn City and to nobody else. He sat down on a bench and aged about a decade, and then made me repeat, twice, the promise about his people. Then I went out and spoke to my city, and I told them the numbers, which is not the traditional approach. The armor of Grolm and Lycos cost 100,000 gold coins. A farming family in that valley clears 2 or 3 gold coins in a year. The square made a noise like a building settling. Why? Because we are going to war with the orcs. Filthy orcs are sitting on a mithril vein that is not theirs. That vein will give our soldiers weapons and armor that stops an arrow before it reaches the heart. Pray for the Holy Light Blood Clan. And then the thing they say back to me now, at everything. All for Dawn. Dwalin watched 9,000 people chant it and thought, and later told me that he would rather meet 10,000 orcs again than be that vampire's enemy. Now the other side of it, because I did not know any of this at the time, and I have thought about it a great deal since. I have stood in it since, so let me describe it. There is a valley at 500 or 600 meters where the fog never lifts, and inside it, a dwarven city of 3,000. An orc wyvern can pass directly over it and see nothing. Except, the people walking those streets were orcs with whips. The king of the dwarves is Grimgar Stonebeard. He stands at a window in a black feather cloak with several dozen anti-magic chains under it, and there is one word that he cannot hear without his hands shaking. His steward reported that there was still no word from Prince Balin or from Master Dwalin, and that the nearest related tribe had left 200 years ago and had never been found since, because dwarven clans are a catastrophe of disunity, united against outsiders, contemptuous of each other, so thoroughly buried that Stonebeard learned his neighbors had left a full year after they left. Then the Orc King walked in, Grok Skullcleaver, lion-headed, wearing dwarven plate, level 18. Next month you will produce 5,000 suits of armor and 5,000 weapons. The steward shouted that 3,000 this month had already emptied them. This is not a negotiation, it is an order. And then, alone with his general, a werewolf called Thok, Grok explained why the Dwarf King stays alive. It is the sentence that reorganized how I think about this entire war. Dwarves do not fear death. None of the usual methods work on them. While their king lives, they obey their king. Kill him, and every one of them rises, and we take enormous losses, and the dwarves are exterminated. Nobody gains. And then the actual reason for all of it. The orcs were out of food, and I did not know it. My neighbor's country grows nothing. Game was thin this year. The humans hold an embargo on grain, and the smugglers who will cross the line want an entire monster hide for a sack of wheat that costs 2 silver in any human market. The Skullcleaver tribe has 15,000 mouths and 2 months of stores. It only has 2 months because they robbed the dwarves. I will not watch the old ones and my wounded walk out into the snow alone again, Grok said, and closed his fist until it bled. Nobody will stop the Skullcleaver tribe from surviving. Nobody. I want that on the record before I describe what I did to them. Grok woke up because his city wall fell over, and I would like to explain how. My Cyclops did not breach it. He leaned on it. 8 tons of armor and 4 tons of Cyclops walked through a wall that orcs had failed to take with siege engines 2 centuries earlier. While the alarm irons were still ringing, Lycos came down onto a 30-meter street packed with orcs who had run outside in whatever they slept in. Those wings have edges on them now. 10 seconds. The street was empty, and there was a road down the middle of it. There were no wounded. There were the ones who moved and the ones who did not. Grok, to his enormous credit, was giving orders inside 4 seconds. Disperse! Archers, crossbows, counterattack. The lion tribe is unconquerable. And that shout went through the quarters and pulled 15,000 terrified orcs back onto their feet, which is what a king is for. Lycos, meanwhile, was having the time of his life. I want to note that whatever holy faith is baked into him, he is made out of my darkness, and it shows. Insignificant orcs, sink beneath my master's feet. Only death will give you rest. Then my bat went down a 10-meter street where his wingspan does not fit. So he cut the houses on both sides instead, and came through the gap in a cloud of masonry. And 200 orcs went with the block. Outside the walls, my cyclopes met the first 500 wolf riders, the elite. The thing human border armies have been having nightmares about for 200 years. Direwolves at a full charge, into 12 tons of moving armor. They came apart before they hit the ground. He carries 2 blades 5 meters long, with a 30-centimeter spine. Perfect quality, forged by Dwalin. A casual swing lands 10 tons. A committed one lands several times that. Swords did not mark the plate. Spears did not mark the plate. Siege bolts did not mark the plate. 10 minutes later, Grok had assembled 10,000 fighters into 10 phalanxes of 1,000. Only a third of them were in real armor. The rest were in hides carrying clubs. He did it in 10 minutes under attack, which is a genuinely extraordinary piece of command. And then he felt the mana in the air thicken and went gray, because he had left his shamans at home. And then, my sky over that valley turned red. Meteor shower, 4th ring. Prepared for a full day by Lysander and Silas, both level 15, together with 100 3rd-generation vampires between 7 and 9, and 200 4th-generation between 3 and 4, all of them saturated with blood of mana, fireballs between 1 and 3 meters across, dozens of detonations a second. An army that had just been gathered into a fist is the single worst formation to be in when that starts. They trampled each other trying to get out of it. Their officers shouted themselves hoarse into nothing, and Grok understood, about 6 seconds too late, exactly what had been done to him. The steel giant and the thing in the sky were bait. He had been made to concentrate his army into one place so it could be hit with magic. That is the whole argument about spellcasters, and this world learned it long before I got here. A warrior is decisive, one man at a time. Casters working in formation decide wars. That is why mages have the status. It is not snobbery. It is artillery. Grok got up on the back of a level 15 direwolf king, 3 meters at the shoulder, and went for my casters. And Isolde and Ragnar stepped into the road. The difference was immediately obvious. A real level 18 is several times worse than a borrowed level. 19 wearing a lava demon, first exchange. Isolde went 10 meters and folded a boulder, and the boulder cracked. And Grok felt her ultimate will go into his chest, and the wolf under him dropped a hand's width. Ragnar lit up fearless blood. 200% magic resistance, 60% strength. And in darkness, 1,000% regeneration. And it was 2 in the morning. He hit Grok from behind, and Grok turned it aside almost absently. 2 on 1, working together, walking him steadily away from my caster position. He knew exactly what they were doing. He could not do anything about it, because to reach my mages, he had to go through 2 Northlanders. That is not a thing that gets done quickly. If you are looking for death, he said, I will provide it. The forest around them went flat, like mown grass. The ground opened in a web of cracks. Isolde is 2 levels below him, and loses on raw power by a wide margin. Legendary grade combat skills and royal blood regeneration held the line anyway. Up in the Fog City, Grimgar Stonebeard had both hands on the window bars, watching the sky burn red. That is the help Master Dwalin brought. And then, because he is a king and not a hero, I have come to respect him for it. He did not run out into it. There was no signal. It may not be ours at all. If it is not, we do not intervene. He turned around. Take the people out through the tunnel. Because he had understood the only thing that mattered. The fighting outside had pulled nearly the whole orc garrison out of the city. This was the best chance his people would ever get. Nobody makes dwarves into slaves. Shame is washed out with blood. The orcs tightened the guard on my prisoners within the hour, and by then it was already too late. Down below, the duel got worse. Ragnar took a blade into the shoulder, down to the bone, and opened Grok's chest in return, and on the break, Grok twisted and kicked him in the spine, hard enough to send him through 3 trees and 10 meters of ground. Isolde, seeing a genuinely strong enemy, became noticeably happier. Fight! After that, both of them stopped being visible as shapes, and a 100-meter radius of century-old forest turned into open ground. And then Grok played his own card, because he had one, and I had not planned for it. Greypaw, kill their casters. A level 15 direwolf king broke off and ran for my mage position, and there was nobody free to intercept it, because both of my Northlanders were fully committed. That is lethal, and I knew it, and every army in this world knows why. A large composite spell cannot be interrupted. Backlash on a formation that size does not injure the casters. It destroys their mental oceans and leaves behind people who cannot dress themselves. That is why casters are guarded by the best troops a commander owns. That wolf closed to 30 meters on my people with his hackles up, because casters apparently taste particularly good. And then he stopped dead, because space tore open in front of him. A skull came through it first, blue soul fire in the sockets, then 20 meters of wingspan. Dragon Majesty came down over that valley, and the insects stopped. My caster's rate slowed, and a level 15 direwolf king stood in an open field and shook. And on the back of the bone dragon, a figure in a black robe with fangs. Wagga gaga, the great dry bones has returned. Death breath went out across the tree line and left white ground behind it. The wolf ran. The dragon caught him in the air, carried him back like a lamb, and dropped him from a height at the feet of the two people who had been fighting his master. Insignificant lion man, why are you not on your knees before Lord Grimskull? I came off that dragon's back on my own wings, without spending a single word on the undead. Grimskull, with Isolde and Ragnar, finish him. And that is the moment worth watching. 20 meters of dragon heard an order, and flinched, glanced sideways at the small, calm vampire beside it, and went into the fight. The way a mouse goes when it notices a cat. I should explain the dragon, because that is not something you simply acquire. Maeve's discovery about the staff was the key to it. My faith power does not burn my own vampires. It goes through undead like nothing else in this world, worse than sunlight on a vampire, and more importantly, it can rewrite the nature of a soul and make a creature loyal permanently. Full assimilation of Grimskull would take 10,000 faith power. I have never in my life had 10,000 faith power. So, I did not assimilate him. I burned him, once, on the soul. And a thing for which death is a nap, which has been alive so long it joins criminal organizations out of boredom, folded in about 9 seconds, because pain that lands on the soul is worse than dying, and he had genuinely never felt it before. His terms of service. He works, and occasionally he gets let out to sit on Dawn Square and be laughed at by bakers, which he pretends to hate. That dragon is why I was willing to start this war at all. My other reason was Lysander, who had gone into that valley weeks earlier and come out with the garrison strength, the layout of the defenses, and one detail worth all the rest. The tribe's shamans were at home, no casters, no answer to a meteor shower. The entire plan rested on one line of gossip he overheard, from orcs complaining about the weather. Thok, the werewolf, saw my dragon in the sky, abandoned his fight with Grom and went to find his king, and ran into all 6 of us at once. Steel giant behind, bone dragon above, 2 level 15 casters, 2 Northlanders in front, fight, and even the king could not hold. Run, and any one of them stops him. So he went berserk, which is the orcish last card. Immunity to pain, fearlessness, a multiplier on strength, and total collapse afterwards. He grew to 3 meters, his coat set like mithril mail, his claws came out 30 centimeters. It did not help at all. Lysander and Silas double cast 4 controls onto him. Shadow Prison, Shadow Tendrils, Petrify, Mire. The dragon added 2 4th ring dragon spells on top. Isolde put a 2-hander through his abdomen and out through the spine. He never took a step. She pulled the sword out looking bored. Compared to that lion, this one was not worth drawing for. Their king was the opposite in every respect, and I have not stopped thinking about him. 5 of us and a dragon needed 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, he stopped Ragnar's heart twice and took off half his skull once. He broke both of Isolde's arms and a great many of her ribs. He knocked both priests out of the air, and he shook the soul fire of a level 18 bone dragon. He only went down because my casters finally got enough control onto him, and then 2 Northlanders traded wounds with him until there were no more trades left, and the dragon finished it. Up in the city, and none of my people saw this, Grimgar Stonebeard tore off his own anti-magic chains, came back to under a third of his strength, and started clearing streets with a hammer taller than he is. I know what was said because his steward is mine now. His steward found him. It is not ours. It is vampires. And then the dwarves saw something confusing. 300 bats in the air were not touching them. They were killing orcs exclusively, and in 2 cases, they were actively shielding dwarves. Vampires on the ground were shouting that they were allies, that they had come to save the dwarves, that nobody who kept their weapon down would be harmed, and then, the moment more than 300 dwarves gathered around their king and started forming up, my bats came down and scattered them, precisely. Not killing, preventing. I did not want a dwarven army. I wanted dwarves. Their king tried to go back into that city for the rest of his people, and his steward screamed into his face. Go! Alive you can avenge them. Dead you cannot. He took 300 out through a mine gallery and brought the roof down behind him with an alchemical bomb. I watched that from the dragon's back and let him go. I could have taken him. It would have cost me perhaps 40 casualties. Dwarves are not human refugees. They have will and they have strength, and if I brought 3,000 of them into my city in one piece with their king at the front, then somewhere in the next 10 years there is a rebellion with a legitimate leader at the head of it. Without a king, they are loose sand. Kill the orcs. Do not touch a dwarf who is not swinging at you. Those are our trophies. It ran until dawn, and I watched all of it. The orcs broke and ran in thousands, and there was nobody left to stop them. By morning, the dwarven city was rubble, with hands sticking out of it, and a broken clock on a corner banging against a wall in the wind. I stood there feeling melancholy for about 90 seconds, and then told myself to grow up. I won, and I was standing in the wreckage feeling sorry about it. Then a negotiator came to me out of the dwarves, Borin Stonehammer, hand of forging, 50% to forging success. Level 14, 267 years old. He had stayed behind with 600 or 700 of his people instead of leaving with his king. He could not feel any aura on me at all. He told me so, and he told me that even an 18th level Stonebeard cannot hide himself, and that a man who reads as empty is worse than a man who reads as strong. Why will you not let us leave? Everything on this ground is my trophy. That includes dwarves. We are not trophies. Not mine, then whose? The orcs. He had nothing for that. If Master Dwalin had not asked, you would already be in chains. His head came up. Then you were the help he brought. No, the dwarves refused to become allies of the Holy Light Blood clan. We fought for ourselves. And then I did the thing that I think he has never forgiven me for, which is that I gave him advice on how to resist me properly. In this world, the weak do not get to choose. If you want revenge, wait until your king comes back with an army. Until then, do not riot. Accumulate quietly and look for our weaknesses from the inside, not this. Not in rags, starving, against an enemy with a dragon overhead. That is not courage, that is stupidity. I meant it. I gave it to him, because a man who is planning carefully is a man who is not burning my forge tonight. Borin told Dwalin afterwards that he was fairly sure I was an apostle of an evil god. What I was actually thinking, I am not going to dress it up, is that dwarves are an outstanding workforce that requires almost no wages. Food costs money. Housing costs money. Therefore, you will dig and forge and build. Out loud I said, as long as dwarves do not raise weapons against us, nothing threatens you. I am, after all, a city lord of impeccable reputation, praised by thousands. Then I went to look at the king, because a dark boss has obligations. My prisoner was lying in anti-magic chains with every limb broken, under a personal guard of Ragnar and a dozen vampires, and every single one of them was still standing as though he might get up. He opened his eyes, and there was no fear in them at all. I am Grok Skullcleaver, king of the Lion tribe. Vampire, your tricks beat us, but the defeat is mine and not my tribe's. Our shaman was not here, which is why your mages had time. The tribe will survive. I was never interested in a war with you, I said. You were sitting on a dwarven mithril vein, and I want it. And his face changed. There is a mithril vein here? I stopped. You did not know? You thought vampires came out here to fight orcs for fun? You seized this valley for the vein. No. He was still staring at the ceiling of that tent. We came for food. Silence. And for dwarven armor and weapons. I want to be honest about how that landed on me. I make 100,000 gold coins a month. I had just destroyed an army of 10,000, killed a general, and captured a level 18 king. I had done it to take a mineral deposit. He had raised those 10,000 because his people had 2 months of food. Life is a better dramatist than I am. He shut his eyes, and what was on his face was not defeat. It was the specific misery of a man who has lost everything to a decision he made without knowing what he was actually deciding about. If you kill me, let it be the northern warrior. A great lion warrior should die by a warrior's hand. No, you are not going to die. You may yet become part of Dawn City. Orcs do not surrender. He said it perfectly calmly. A great lion submits to nobody, ever. I have gotten used to that sentence over the following months. He says it a great deal. It has not become less true, and it has not become less annoying. Silas, have we found the vein? Your Excellency, it is directly beneath our feet. The dwarves, whose digging skill is set to maximum, and whose judgment about everything else is optional, had built their city precisely on top of a mithril vein that nations go to war over. They also had a second, nearly exhausted vein, which is where the low-grade ore Tristan used to buy came from. They never touched the good one, because mining it would have destroyed the city. They had been arguing about the development plan for years, which is why nobody knows how much is down there, only that the concentration is high and the quality is excellent. I looked at what was left of the city, and did not say the obvious thing out loud. The orcs had searched every building above ground. It never occurred to them to look underneath. My butcher's bill, in the order it was read to me. 34 wounded vampires, 0 dead, 17 bats, against an army of 10,000. I made him read the first two lines again. The other column. 582 orc prisoners, all between levels 5 and 9, plus Thok at 16 and Grok at 18. 642 dwarves for resettlement. In the valley itself, 2 large iron mines, 1 exhausted mithril vein, 1 untouched mithril vein, and several copper and silver seams. 2,000 sets of dwarven armor, 3,000 weapons, and roughly 30,000 gold coins of miscellaneous goods, which a year ago would have been the greatest day of my life, and which I skimmed past without stopping. I did have one greedy thought, and I want it recorded, because it is the honest shape of me now. I could assimilate the necromancer with faith power, and I could assimilate Grok. 2 level 18 combatants permanently mine at the level of the soul. It would cost about 20,000 faith power for the pair, and my cult has not generated 10,000 in its entire existence. I am running a budget deficit on divinity, my standing orders. Open the giant valley mines immediately, mithril first. Hold the valley, because both the lion tribe and a dwarf king who walked out through a mine are going to come back for it. Garrison, Grom, Lakos, and the Bone Dragon. This ground is my city territory now. Nobody is taking it from us. Final count on my night, done by vampires walking the field at first light. Of 10,000 orcs, about 3,000 got away. 300 bats flew 4 rotations and had every prisoner home by morning. My city had not gone to bed. And then the thing happened that the entire year had been building toward. I did not plan it and could not have. I watched it from a balcony with my hood up, and I am glad I did. Orcs tied at the wrists, being walked down my paved street. Orcs who have spent their lives on a border where the sight of them turns human villages into a stampede. They started snarling at the crowd out of pure habit, and 9,000 people laughed at them. That is an orc? Goddess, they are ugly. Look at it showing its teeth. It looks exactly like the pigs at my farm. Put them in the mine, let them dig for once. The orcs did not understand it. They were visibly confused. Why are these weak humans not afraid? Because these particular weak humans see vampires every day, pass a cyclops on the way to the bakery, and have a talking skeleton chained up in the square that their children go and heckle after school. An orc is not an impressive item in Dawn City. It is Tuesday. The dwarves came into my city separately, and the only visible difference between the 2 columns was that the dwarves were not tied. Boren had spent that flight preparing himself for a grim vampire fortress, and got a normal human city where my vampires say good morning. 10 of my tables, my vampire registrars, a truth spell on the desk to verify answers, and the text they read to him. Answer honestly, and you receive free housing, free food, and work suited to your ability. Lie, and you receive minimum maintenance. He waited for the shakedown. In any human city, nothing moves without a bribe, and a defeated prisoner pays double. They asked him his trade, his family, and how to spell his surname, and then they asked him to say it again so they could get it right. He told Dwalin later that the surname question did more to him than the battle had. After registration, an identity card and a house number, and then they wait until 30 people have finished and walk them to their district. And on that walk, he learned that the patrol force is now a standing army, the King's Blade. 600 men on salary, drilled daily, taught to read as part of the training. And the instructors are the 20-odd Northland warriors we captured hunting Ragnar, who, over the months, have quietly stopped being prisoners and become the most respected men in the barracks. The doctrine is 2-legged. My clan is the elite and grows slowly. The King's Blade is a composite army of races: cyclopes, dwarves, humans, and, possibly in time, orcs. The best men out of the King's Blade go into my clan. Every commander from squad level up signs a soul contract with me personally. Dwalin found Boren in my crowd, and the 2 of them held on to each other for a while. News exchanged. Stonebeard got out through a disused shaft and has gone looking for the Copperhammer tribe. Their own losses were light, and the orcs were broken. More than half of them are dead. My smith did not believe it. The Skullcleaver tribe had 10,000. Their king beat our king in single combat. Then he heard about my dragon and stopped arguing. Boren repeated the advice I had personally given him about accumulating quietly and looking for weaknesses from the inside, and Dwalin shook his head slowly for a long time. He is cleverer than we thought, and more dangerous. And then Boren asked the question that every dwarf in that column had been chewing on since sunrise. Why is a vampire honored like this, in a city that is almost entirely human? They are natural enemies. And Dwalin looked around at a street where a woman was handing bread to a cyclops child, and gave the only answer available. I thought about that too, and I could not find an answer. And now, having looked at it, there is nothing left to explain. He shrugged. They simply have a very good king, a king who, incidentally, destroyed 10,000 orcs on his way past. With the first light, I came down onto the square off a bat, and 9,000 people who had been awake all night discovered that they were not tired. My speech was short, because a long one would have been an insult. As you can see with the support of every resident and by your labor, my city has won another war. They let that run for a while. Weakness is the original sin. If we do not take resources and do not become stronger, then one day somebody comes here instead, and they take your land, your houses, your property, your wives, and your children. I let it get very quiet. Do you want that? No. I will tell you my propaganda doctrine plainly, because I have been running it for a year, and it works, and I am not embarrassed by it. Before a war, explain why. Explain what happens if we do not fight. The answer always comes out fight, but they have to walk to it themselves. After a victory, name heroes and make them famous. List the spoils in detail and hand some of the less valuable part out. And never hide the price. Bury the dead in public, with flowers and with their names read out, so that everybody knows what this cost and who paid it. On Earth, with no magic and no soul contracts anywhere, soldiers hold on to their countries with their teeth. That is what propaganda is. It is not lying. Lying is amateur work. It is deciding which true things get said out loud. I stepped off the platform and opened the cult panel and watched the believer count climb while I stood there. Dwalin intercepted me at the edge of the square, and this is where the year ends. So, I am going to give it to you exactly as it happened. He asked for one thing. A separate district for the dwarves. We work better together. It is easier to forge in one place. There would be less friction with the humans. Every word of it true, and every word of it beside the point. And both of us knew it. A district keeps a tribe a tribe. You have not persuaded me, I said. Do not try cheap technique on me. You are bad at it. He started to answer, and I did not let him. You refused an alliance. That was your decision, and you made it in front of me. Now the dwarves have no choice at all. If your king ever comes back and breaks the gates of Dawn City, I will release every dwarf in this valley personally. If he does not, then dwarves belong to my city, and not to the Stonehammer tribe. I meant the next part too. You will not be treated unjustly here. I need craftsmen who get to be craftsmen. Nobody will beat you and nobody will starve you, and your prince will not be touched. If you want to raise a rebellion, try. I will be waiting for that day with interest. And Dwalin Strongarm, 324 years old, master smith, the one his people said would become a legend, looked up at me with something close to grief. Then you will never have the loyalty of the dwarves. And I said the thing that ended the conversation. It came out of me before I had time to make it kinder. What do I need your loyalty for? I am not interested in conquering you. He did not have anything to say to that. There is nothing to say to that. I gave Theron his instructions on the walk back, and they are not generous. Do not handle dwarves the way we handled humans. The humans came here from a starving border with nothing. Dwarves lived well. The lever on a dwarf is not gratitude. The lever is points. House them scattered among my residents. Not in one district. Work in the mines, the forge, and construction. Do not let them assemble in numbers. And restrict the movement of Dwalin, Balin, and Borin. Divide and rule. It is the first step, and it is not a noble one. A dwarf without a spine to lean on is not frightening. Orcs go to Giant Valley, to the ore face and the construction. I have no crisis of conscience about that whatsoever, and I have examined myself on it more than once. My saint preaches to the dwarves and to the orcs both, because the strength of Dawn is that it eats everything. Kira learns administration from Theron on a live problem, and if she handles it, she can name her own reward. And then I announced that I was going into seclusion. I went home to Earth instead, and lay on my own floor looking at my own ceiling fan. 1 year. A year ago, I woke up in somebody else's body, owning 200 frightened monsters, an empty warehouse, and a mountain with a corpse of a god in the basement. Tonight, there are more than 9,000 people in my valley who go to sleep with the doors unlocked. 4 granaries with a year of food for 300,000. A mage tower with 8 colored spires on it. A forge, a farm, a road, a hospital, a cemetery with names cut into the stones. 7 combatants above level 15. A bronze cyclopes. A king of bats with blades on his wings. A bone dragon that flinches when I speak. A mithril vein under a ruin, which is mine. An orc king in a cell who tells me every single time I visit that a great lion submits to nobody, ever, and who is going to have to keep saying it for a very long time. And on the other side of that valley wall, in no particular order, a dwarf king who walked out through a mine and brought the roof down behind him, who knows exactly who took his mountain and exactly where it is. 3,000 orcs who ran into the wasteland and will spend the winter telling everyone what came out of the sky. A half-demon at level 19 who bowed to me across a table, who is going to reach transcendence in about 5 years, and who will at some point work out who he took life advice from. And a transcendent mage called Eldrin Vance, who once walked up a mountain and turned 3,000 of my people into weather, and who is currently in another plane hunting a thief, and who is coming back. I built a city, I built a religion, I built an army out of 6 species, and I am still on the panel level 14, 1/4 of the way to 15. Somebody up there is going to notice me. Honestly, at this point, I would rather they hurried up. I have things I want to ask them.